Rental Car Championship 2022. We're now live here in Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. The first qualifying session of the day is underway. It is round 3, heat 6. Sean Brierley's looks like he's leading the way at the moment. We've got Tyler Mays in this. Steve Gray, the Blackpool driver, is in it. Reese Westwood, Michael Yakovu, Thomas Vallas, the pole, Cale Morrison, Thor Tuller, Selina Balnega, and Ed White are out in this. And we'll see what happens as they come through now to complete the qualifying laps. Crossing the line now. There's a number of people who are looking for good points here. Tyler Mays is currently fastest. Sean Brierley has put a good lap in there. He's gone the provisional pole position. What about Ed White? What can Ed White do? We're looking to see him qualify. He had a difficult race last night, but pulled it through to third place. Ed White's about to cross the line and take the checker flag, and that is him. Oh, and he's gone to pole position ahead of Sean Brierley. Now, this is going to be interesting. Ed White needs the points, and Sean Brierley has got 2 wins out of 2 so far. So this is Sean Brierley's third race out of 4 of the qualifying heats, and he has been pushed back. So expect a big battle between Ed White and Sean Brierley. Thomas Vallas, the Polish driver, is making his BRKC debut, although he has plenty of experience in the indoor scene over in Eastern Europe. Selina Balnega, former ladies champion, is in 4th place. Tyler Mays, we know he can certainly compete with the best of them. He's in 5th place, and Steve Gray in 6th. Reese Westwood, Michael Yakovu, Cale Morrison, and Thor Tuller round out the remaining starters there. And we'll see what happens in this first race of the day. Obviously, expect track temperatures to be a little bit colder than yesterday. We may see the lap times are down a little bit initially as they're being lined up, and it is going to be Ed White who's leading the way. They're bringing them round now, ready for the start. So, round to the start. Is it? Not yet. Ed White started to move forward, but he's just been held in position. Obviously, organisers just checking something. This is the first race of the morning, so just making sure everything's good to go. And when is Ed White going to go? Because obviously Ed White dictates the start. When he hits the throttle, that's when it's time. And here comes Ed White, the orange helmet. He's on the power now. He's crossing the line to begin the first race of the day. So Ed White in the lead. Sean Brierley 2nd place there. And as they go into the hairpin section, this is the alternate layout with the hairpin section at the back. Through the hairpins, one into another. So compound error really plays a part here. Got to keep it perfect through all of them, especially the first ones. So they're onto the back stretch for the first time. Here comes Ed White down the long back straight there. We've seen lots of passing moves down this part of the track into that hairpin. It's longer than the 180 degrees, and Ed White's going to lead the opening lap. He is after points this morning. He has had a couple of tough runs, but if anyone can turn it around, it's Ed White. He's been chased now by Sean Brierley, and after that is Thomas Vallas, the Polish driver. Selina Balnega is in 4th, and Tyler Mays is in 5th. Steve Gray just holding on there in 6th, and then of course it's Reese Westwood, Michael Yakovu, Cale Morrison, and Thor Tuller. So once again, round the final hairpin at the top of the track there, it is Ed White with the lead. Sean Brierley, is he going to make some early moves? Ed White's already defensive, so obviously he's feeling some heat from Sean Brierley down into the bottom corner there. As round they go, and once again, Ed White holds on to the lead with Sean Brierley 2nd as they cross the line. So Ed White continues to lead. Now, will there be a breakaway group? We can't really see anyone pulling away yet, which is a surprise because Ed White is known to be fast. Ed White is very much known to be fast, and it's a bit of a surprise that he's not trying some breakaway already with Sean Brierley. Thomas Vallas is definitely staying with them, and if anything, there's going to be a gap back to maybe to 4th place, which is Selina Balnega, as Tyler Mays is on her tail in turn. Once again, it is definitely Ed White in the lead with Sean Brierley following him. So a little bit down on lap times initially, which is what was to be expected, given the comparative coldness of the track, the comparative coldness of the karts through that hairpin section. We're going to see those times coming down as this race goes on. So we have still 17.5 minutes in this race to go as they come down the backstretch. Once more, Ed White leading the way. Maybe a little bit of a gap opening up. Sean Briley won't be allowing that to open up too much. Valas, the Polish driver, the young Polish driver, is in third. Gap now to fourth, definitely, and with Selena Balnega and Tyler Mays, and then possibly another gap towards Steve Gray. So through the hairpins once more. It is Ed White at the top end. Drivers just really holding station this early in the race. 4 laps in. There's Ed White. So Ed White has had a little bit of a difficult run so far. He hasn't actually won any of the heat races yet, and he will be leading the points really with a view to making the semi-final. Ed White continuing on his way. There's Sean Briley following him, and Thomas Valas in third. Bit of a bigger gap now opening to Selena Balnega, with Tyler Mays following her. And maybe Steve Gray closing a little bit on the back of Tyler Mays. If we look on the back stretch there, you can see them coming down the back stretch, the 3 leaders, and then Balnega and Mays, with maybe Steve Gray closing in. So round they go to complete another lap. 5 laps in, 6 laps now as they cross the line. So there is Ed White. Ed White looking firm and secure at the front. He's got Sean Briley on his tail. Sean Briley has 2 wins out of 2 so far, looking to make it 3, but Ed White has the measure at the moment. Sean, of course, a lot of experience in this kind of karting, with the pit stops, with the qualifying, different to what you normally find in the UK. And but Sean Briley very, very strategically aware. He knows how to use the pit stops, possibly to gain an advantage over Ed White. But Ed White is one of the fastest, one of the highest regarded of the British drivers. Tends to go under the radar a little bit, but certainly amongst his competitors, he's probably the one regarded as being the strongest of the Brits. So we've got 7 laps in. We've still got quite a long way to go in this opening heat race of the day. We've got the remaining 5 heat races, including this one, of round 3. Then we've got all 10 of round 4, and then we'll see who's actually made the semi-final. So, round goes Ed White. He's definitely got a breakaway group with Sean Briley, but the very impressive young Thomas Valas showing very good form. Twice winner of the Polish Grand Prix, and he is fairly recently up from the junior levels of Thomas Valas, so vastly experienced comparatively in his young years, certainly showing the speed it takes to stay with top competitors such as Sean Briley and Ed White. So Thomas Valas is the 3rd driver on that lead breakaway group. So there's Ed White, there's Sean Briley, there's Thomas Valas. Round this section here, always good for the drivers to get the opening races underway, get into the swing of things. Into the
Okay, I can't hear James at the moment. I've lost him. Darren, are you there?
Oh, back at the BRKC, who have we got? We've still got Ed White in the lead. Sean Briley's following him in second. And in third place, Thomas Vallas. Thomas Vallas still is in there. Now, Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane. Anthony, can you hear me? We haven't had any of the front runners stopping at all yet. How do you see it down there? There's only 8 minutes to go.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. I can hear you. And, yeah, in terms of activity in the pit lane, non-existent. We've only had one driver come into the pit lane. It was number 20, Reese Westwood. His pit stop, absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with it. But in terms of everyone else, yeah, absolutely no one.
It could get very busy down there at some point for you, Anthony. Obviously, the big risk that the drivers face is if they are pitting right behind another driver because they've effectively run out of time, they could be held up in the pit lane. There's two stops they've got to make, once at the beginning, once at the end. But if they have to follow and wait for somebody, it could be disastrous.
Oh yeah, definitely. The last thing you want in this is double stacking. You don't want to double stack in this pit lane. It's very, very tight. So yeah, drivers are going to have to be super, super careful. I expect we're probably going to start see karts coming in the next lap or so.
Absolutely, because we've got 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes to go in this race before we get the last lap board, and literally only one pit visitor. It was also somebody from the back, so we weren't really following it, Anthony. We're looking really for the front runners. I'm thinking Thomas Vallas, who's the one in third place, is going to have to watch out he's not forced into pitting right behind Sean Briley, because that would be he'd be the big loser.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, these drivers, they're so close still at the front, so you know it's going to be who dives in first. Really, I think it's going to be the main one. We'll keep an eye on it, but I'll give you an update as soon as either Ed White or Sean Briley comes into the pit lane.
Absolutely. Thomas Vallas, will he pit? No, he doesn't. He's all over the back of Sean Bradley down the backstretch. Looked like he was going to make a move. He's starting to get pretty racy there in third place. Thomas Vallas we're talking about. Ed White has actually pulled out a little bit of a lead over the battling pair for second, and he is catching someone near the tail. That is Reese Westwood, and topically enough, Reese Westwood is the only one who's been in the pit so far. So Reese Westwood is on the backstretch. Here comes Ed White. Now Ed White's going to be looking to put him a lap down. Is he going to use the pit stop now to do that? He'll see that there's Westwood in front, and then he's got about 3 cars ahead of that. But no, Ed White stays out, Sean Bradley stays out, Thomas Vallas stays out. Selena Balnega started to pull away a little bit from Tyler Mays. She and Tyler Mays both stay out. What about Steve Gray? Is he going to come in? This is getting very late in the day for everybody. There are under 6 minutes now to go, as literally nobody is in the pit lane. And poor Anthony Jordan's going to be talking like a good one in a second, because it's 5 minutes and 9 carts to pit. This could get particularly busy for him down in the pit lane. Now, what have we got? Oh, we've got a pit visitor, and it is the 18. That is Thor Tuller. Anthony, talk us through it.
Yeah, he's going into the pit. Red light is on. Oh, it's a little bit early, but it was got a green light, so that's all good. Goes for his second stop. He's got the red. He jumps it. It's a yellow. It's a bad stop on his second one.
And there's another one in the pits, and this time it is the 17 of Selena Balnega.
Yeah, Selena, she's in. It's a good stop on the first one. Good stop on the second. All good. She's back out.
And that looked like a very fast stop, 12.6 seconds. That's by far the best stop we've seen so far, by nearly a second. Now, you've seen those watching on the live stream at home, the lights, they're cutting the lights pretty fine. There's another one in, and it is the... Who is that? I think it's Cale Morrison.
14. Yeah, it is. It's a good stop on the first one. James coming to the stop at the second. Red light's on, green light's on, away he goes.
It's almost seemed quite a long stop there for Cale Morrison. With he's not too bad, 14.1, a little bit slow perhaps.
Another stop in. Steve Gray, the 15's into the pit lane. Good stop on the first one. Bit of a shake of the head. Wasn't happy with it overall, but comes to the stop at the second. Looks up, gets the green light. He's away.
And Steve Gray showing he's fully awake despite about 2 hours of sleep this weekend for various reasons. Ed White, he is not stopping this time. What about, yes, in comes Thomas Vallas, the Polish driver.
Yep, Vallas in. Good stop at the first one. Gets the green light. Stops at the second one now. He's got the red light. Drives away, green light, good pit stop.
Near perfection on the pit stop there. How will it turn out? Yes, it's the fastest we've seen. Only just... Another stopper.
Yeah, we've got Thor in the pit lane. Yeah, good stop for Thor, and he's back out on circuit now.
I'm quite surprised, Anthony Jordan, that people have managed... Oh, there's another one coming in, that people haven't been tripping over each other. It's literally been one at a time.
It's been okay. This is Michael. He's in the pit lane. It's a good stop on the first one. Slow getaway, though, from the first pit stop. Also, Sean Briley's in the pit lane as well. So it's a good stop for the number 8, Michael, and Sean gets the green light. Good stop from Sean as well. Almost double stack there, but got away with it.
And those watching on the live stream at home, that is exactly what we were talking about in terms of running into the back of somebody in the pit lane. Sean Bradley cut it about as fine as he could in terms of following Michael Jacobo in the pit lane, but Sean Bradley's come out behind another driver. I think it's Cale Morrison. Cale Morrison's trying to let him through, but through the series of hairpins, you know, the hairpins going one way then the other, it's difficult for Morrison to truly get out of the way. He is driving his own race, but Sean Bradley's made it through. Thomas Vallas has gone with him. Ed White continuously. Tyler Mays is second by having not made a pit stop. Tyler Mays still doesn't make a stop because he's crossed the line now. Ed White is further on around the track. He's about to enter the back straight. Now he's through that final hairpin. Now with 2 minutes 40 something on the clock, will Ed White be coming in this time? This could be the race leader coming in, Anthony Jordan. He's down at the bottom there. This could be the lap he comes in, but yes, he's in.
Yep, the number 19 in the pit lane. Good stop at the first. Gets the green light. It's a clean getaway for Ed White. Stops again at the second now. Pulls away quite early on the red, but he does get the green light now. Also the number 10, Tyler Mays, also in the pit lane. Good stop on the first. Green light as he pulls away. Comes to a stop at the second. Red light's on. Green light away, and he's back out on circuit.
Yeah, good stop there by Tyler Mays. He has fallen behind Selena Balnega, though. He was hoping to maybe a little bit closer or even leapfrog her if he could, but she had put in a good pit stop. Tyler Mays very good on 12.7, but Ed White and Selena Balnega actually exactly the same on pit stop times, 12.6, but Thomas Vallas is the fastest in the pits so far. So Ed White continues to lead. Sean Briley is second. He has Thomas Vallas right on his tail, as he has all through the race. Selena Balnega there is coming up to Kale Morrison. She's going to put him a lap down into that hairpin. Morrison very, very politely moving out of the way. Tyler Mays is in 5th. Now, Steve Gray's in 6th. He has been dropping back. Hopefully, Steve Gray's not getting too tired out there. He does have a bit of a gap before his final heat race, which is going to be a bit later on in the afternoon. So, Steve Gray has, yes, the unlucky draw of the first race of the day, it could be argued from his point of view, having not had a lot of sleep, but he at least does get some downtime now. So are we waiting for any? No, we've had everyone in the pits now, so we're just winding now with 1 minute to go towards the last lap board. It looks like it's going to be a comfortable win for Ed White. He's got just over a 3-second lead to Sean Bradley. Thomas Vallas is right on his tail, but it is looking good for Ed White. Now, Ed White did have a bit of a troubled heat last night, though. Again, those watching at home on the live stream who've been following this all weekend will remember how Ed White had a low qualifying position, ended up near the back. If I remember rightly, he even got a penalty, but managed to come through to 3rd place. So an incredible comeback from Ed White. And to be fair, given where he was and who was in the race, that 3rd place was probably what he was going to be on for anyway after the qualifying. So about the best comeback we've seen all weekend there by Ed White. There's only about 21 seconds now. Ed White probably won't make it back around to the start and finish line, so this will be the penultimate lap. So next time through, we're expecting to see that last lap board for Ed White. He's on the backstretch now into that turn at the end. He's following what looks like Thor Tuller. Yeah, that's right. No, it's the 20, Reese Westwood. Reese Westwood, of course, first one in the pits. Ed White takes that last lap board, and Ed White on his last lap, a comfortable lead, three and a bit seconds over Sean Browley, with Thomas Vallas following him. Now, Selena Balnega is definitely comfortable in the 4th place. Tyler Mays very comfortable in the 5th place. Steve Gray there in 6th. And these drivers a bit further back. Once you get behind Thomas Vallas, everybody is literally running in their own space, so we're unlikely to see any change there. Ed White, meanwhile, is coming round the corner there into the final turn, the final hairpin, and it's going to be Ed White winning the opening race today. Ed White takes it, and it's going to be Sean Bradley definitely in 2nd. Thomas Vallas really fought hard there for 3rd, as Selena Balnega takes the 4th place. Yakubu finishing in behind a bit of lap down. Tyler Mays has taken the flag. Reese Westwood's coming across the line, and here comes Steve Gray. Steve Gray's going to cement that 6th place. He's taking the checkered flag now, and the rest are following through. There's Thor Tuller and Anthony Jordan. A pretty strong win there by Ed White. He clearly had the measure of everybody. He's going to be coming down to you, so grab him if you can. And here he comes now towards you in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, definitely so. We'll bring him over, have a quick chat with him. So hopefully he'll be ecstatic, because obviously he's had quite a tough weekend so far. So I think coming away with a race win early in the morning on the Sunday is what he needs. So he's just getting out the car now. He's going to head over B. Wade. So we'll bring him over. Ed, come on over. Don't be shy. And they haven't won anything yet, but you've won something now. Come on, take a stand, Ed over here. Ed, well, what a race that was. I mean, talk us through this weekend so far. You look like you struggled this weekend, but you've come away with a race win this morning. Was it the Weetabix?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a tough Saturday yesterday. 2 3rd places, messed up my quality in one race, and then just getting some pretty bad races in yesterday. But yeah, that's started me off well today.
Yeah, it must be a nice feeling to kickstart the day off, especially on the finals day, you know, to come away with a race win. Now, talk us through the strategy in that one, because the pit stops came very late in that race.
Yeah, really late. I just keeping an eye on the gap behind to Sean. I think I had a sort of 1.4 second gap. Just keeping it at that, and yeah, it's quite a comfortable pit stop in the end.
Yeah, it was a very comfortable race. You looked like you controlled the pace all the way throughout, but well done, Ed.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Excellent. Perfect. Well, plenty more races to come up. The next grid already getting themselves lined up, ready to go for the next heat of the day. So I'll head back up to you in the commentary box. James.
Fantastic, Anthony. Obviously, Ed White did not shed any light on that Weetabix. Maybe he had 3 of them. But
well, yeah.
He certainly did well in that one, taking the win. The next race is Heat 7 of round 3. We've got Brandon Lee Oxley, Ryan Taylor, Nicky Dolan, Anton Schuppler, the American, Gary Llewellyn, Corey Richards, Dalton Jute, Harvey Ball, Lewis Manley and Matthew Clark in this one. Now, couple of race winners already from yesterday, but I think it's going to be hard to look beyond Lewis Manley in this one. Lewis Manley, probably the odds-on favourite here. He's a multiple champion of the track here, and going into the event was the lap record holder. But Anton Schuppler, the American, was one of the super rapid trio of Americans in testing. Over here for the first time this year, they were competing, this trio of Americans were competing in the World Championship a couple of years ago, and we'll see what happens in this next race. So the qualifying is about to start. The first driver coming through there, that's Anton Schuppler, the American. So Schuppler is going to start his qualifying lap now. He's through the first corner and away as the rest stream through. Anton Schuppler. We're looking for Lewis Manley as well, who's much further down the lineup there. So Lewis Manley is about to come through to start his lap time now. So he's beginning his qualifying lap. So Anton Schuppler, it's probably going to be between these two. So Anton Schuppler was the first out to qualify. Lewis Manley among the final ones out to qualify. So Schuppler down the backstretch now, into that hairpin at the end of the straight. Here comes Schuppler through the final right-hander into the last corner, that hairpin left. He's going to cross the line. There's the checkered flag. Across the line goes Anton Schuppler. Schuppler currently on pole position. Now we'll see if anyone can offer an also not the fastest pole position time we've seen, so he is going to be under threat, and he's been beaten by Gary Llewellyn. Gary Llewellyn's gone quicker, so Dalton Jute's faster. Matthew Clark currently on pole, provisional pole. Lewis Manley sets the provisional pole. It's still provisional, and no, it's definitely Lewis Manley now that they've all qualified. So Anton Schuppler went in theoretically as one of the favourites, but has been pushed down to 6th place. Now, this has happened a couple of times this weekend where somebody has really qualified out of position, but Lewis Manley will take the start of this race from pole position. This will be what he wants as a bit of a checkout, really. He's qualified on pole. I think he's going to try and lead all the way, and this could be one of these examples as well where we see a driver build up enough of a lead to make a pit stop and still resume in second. Now Matthew Clark is interesting in second. I don't know what he's eaten, but certainly we've never seen performances like this from Matthew Clark. Normally he's been sort of 8th, 9th, 10th. Now we're seeing him among the best, and this is the highest position he has qualified. Matthew Clark in second, Gary Llewellyn in third, Dalton Jute, he's been making his debut at the BRKC this weekend, part of the Jute family team there. There's the two brothers and dad. Richard Duke, the father, he's someone we've seen many years, winning races in the British Rental Kart Championship here at Formula Fast. But Dalton Duke making his debut, and further back is Corey Richards, and then Anton Schuppler. Anton Schuppler well out of position in 6th place. Brandon Lee Oxley, we've seen him run a lot higher than that in 7th place. Nicky Dolan, he's going to feel like he's lost out big time in 8th. Ryan Taylor and Harvey Ball, who has himself put in better performances. So this could be a bit of a tough one. Here's Lewis Manley. He's going to take the start. When's he going to hit the gas? He's on the power already before the hairpin, and Lewis Manley wants to check out here. He's got comfortably got away there in the lead, but he does have Matthew Clark behind him. Now, can Matthew Clark stay with Lewis Manley? Lewis Manley working through those hairpins now on the opening part of the lap. He's going to try and pull out as big a lead as he can as soon as possible. Lewis Manley really just wants points out of this. He's not interested in racing. He's simply interested in winning. Down the backstretch, in towards the hairpin. He's got Matthew Clark coming with him, and then already a little bit of a gap. That gap is to Gary Llewellyn, who's in third. He's got Dalton Jute all over the back of him. Here comes Lewis Manley and Matthew West behind him, and already there's a gap to 3rd place, which is Gary Llewellyn. Gary Llewellyn with Dalton Jute and the rest on his tail. Dalton Jute moving to the side there of Gary Llewellyn as into the hairpin section goes Lewis Manley. This is the alternate layout. This is the last time we'll be seeing this layout today in the remaining heat races of this round. After that, it's going to be the regular course here at Formula Fast. And onto the backstretch, it's Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley followed by Matthew Clark, So there's Manley, there's Clark, and then an even bigger gap, an increasing gap to Llewellyn and Jute, who are now fighting over third place. So Jute is really working the back of Llewellyn. Into the pits already. Anthony Jordan's a pit visitor.
We have indeed. Yeah, it's the number 10 who's coming in, Corey Richards. It's a good stop for the first one. Yeah, gets the green light, slow to pull away. Gets to the second stop now, red light's on, and he gets the green. He's back out on circuit, albeit now right at the back of the field.
Yeah, that was a good stop for Corey Richards. He was really anticipating those green lights. He maybe not the fastest stop we've seen, but it was certainly good. The key is, and as you've seen there, the karts are rolling just before that green comes on, so there's some momentum involved.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you don't want to come to a complete stop as much as possible. You want to try and time it absolutely perfectly, and that's where skill comes in. Another kart in the pit lane. It's the 14. It's Dalton Jute. Good stop for the first one. Also another double stacking here early on. Ryan Taylor is in as well. Good stop then for the 14. Heads back out on circuit for Dalton. 20 of Ryan Taylor stops. Good stop for Ryan. He's back out on circuit as well.
Interesting stop there for Dalton Jute. He's one of those who was really making huge improvements in pit stops on Friday, obviously having studied the form of the others. The key thing was getting away from the idea of making such a dead stop and losing all momentum in the car. Lewis Manley continues in the lead. He's opened up that lead now to it's got to be at least maybe 3-4 seconds, maybe more.
About that. Sorry, just to cut you over there, Nicky Dalton in the pit lane. Good stop, gets both green lights back out on circuit.
Fantastic, and that is quite an important stop actually, Anthony, because Nicky Dolan there did seem to qualify out of position. We've seen him right up at the front so far, so obviously Nicky Dolan there looking to try and make some gains. Maybe he thought there were slow karts in front of him, hence the pit stop, to get him away from that problem. Now he's got a bit of clear space in front of him, and ahead of him I think is, yes, it's Dalton Jute. So Nicky Dolan now has the opportunity to put in some fast laps and maybe leapfrog those in front of him. Meantime, Lewis Manley continues through the hairpins. He's got Matthew Clark this time. It is only 2 seconds. It's about the biggest looking 2 seconds I've seen for a while, but it is only listed as 2 seconds gap there. Lewis Manley will be looking to put in the laps, get a bigger lead. I think Lewis's plan is going to involve getting out in front and just getting enough of a gap to come out ahead of Matthew Clark without having to worry about being passed at all.
A question that I've got for you, James, is how long do you reckon an average stop would take?
Well, an average stop, we're seeing, yesterday at least, anywhere between about 12.5 and 13 seconds once everyone's into the swing of it. At the moment in this race, the fastest stop has been 13.2 by Dalton Jute, but we did see several stops in the 12 seconds in the previous race. So once we start seeing the likes of Lewis Manley and Matthew Clark coming in, I think we're going to see those stop times coming down a little bit. But we're banking on the idea that 12.5 seconds is now good. If you can do it faster, perfect. But I think there's a lot of time to be lost in the pits there, Anthony. Those people who've been watching the live stream and really following this event on the weekend have seen some ballistic ones. I think we had about an 11.9 yesterday, which is probably about as tight as you can make it.
Did they actually stop for the line, or did they just drive through?
Yeah, it's a bit of a moot one, that one, because you see, in the pit stops, they don't have to actually stop. What they have to do is have that red light on for the prescribed time. So if they can just have that bit of momentum, but there has been discussion over whether just rolling through slowly is actually worse than making a bit of a stop and being able to be hard on the power. So it has been a little bit, you'll see some differences, that's for sure. What obviously I think is the thing you wouldn't want to happen is to have that sort of feeling of an absolute dead stop, you know, so that you feel like you've really killed any momentum. It is a bit of a cagey thing. You know what it's like in racing, Anthony. You do things in the races that you think don't make a difference, but they feel like they've made a difference.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the crucial thing, especially with these sort of karts that you're using here, is momentum. If you lose all momentum and you become like dead stick in the water, basically, yeah, you don't want that.
Absolutely, momentum's crucial in the rental karts. This is one of the great skills, to be this close to the barriers as they are and not skimming them to lose any momentum. Obviously, there are places where momentum is, you know, more important than others, like coming onto that back stretch. You've got a huge amount of time which will lose time. Now, there's a bit of a battle going on the bottom end of the field there. I think that is Shuppler. Well, I'm saying bottom end. They're battling over third place. So it looks like it could be Shuppler battling away with Gary Llewellyn. That will be for third place at the moment. Obviously, that could change as the pit stop cycles through. Neither of these drivers have stopped yet, but Gary Llewellyn holding third place has Anton Shuppler, the American, all over the back of him. Now, Shuppler, we were expecting some fast times from. He's still a little bit down. He is faster on lap times than Gary Llewellyn, who he's fighting with. They're on the backstretch now. Now, Gary Llewellyn's gone to the middle of the track in defence. Shuppler is trying to the outside of all places. They're coming past you now, Anthony. So it's the 8 is Llewellyn, and there's Shuppler, the American, right on his tail, crossing the line now.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Shuppler can see anything. That visor is, well, completely blacked out.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that, because he's in a black suit with a black helmet and a completely black visor, and but somehow he's managing to make his way around the track there.
Are we sure it's Shuppler? It could be a ringer.
It could well be. It could well be, yes, making sure we can't see his eyes. So Shuppler then continues behind Gary Llewellyn. Now, this will be sort of tailor-made really for a pit stop. Will Shuppler be coming in next? Is he going to be the next pit visitor? No, he's not. He continues round behind Gary Llewellyn, and the pair of them are actually catching Matthew Clark in second. So Matthew Clark has not been able to really pull out any kind of gap for them. He's fallen away from Lewis Manley, the leader, and into the hands increasingly of the flying Gary Llewellyn and Anton Shuppler. Now, Shuppler started what we considered out of position in 6th place. Thanks to some of the pit stops cycling through, he's moved up the order. But he's moved up the order with quite a degree of merit. He's battling now. He's trying to the outside. He's side by side, but on the outside of Gary Llewellyn down the backstretch there. They are still side by side. Now they've slotted back in with Shuppler in the tail position there. They're coming past you now, Andy, but this is quite a battle on the far side of the circuit.
It is a fantastic battle. I'm watching it trackside from the pit lane, and I'm just waiting for one of them to just dive it into the pit lane. I don't think they'll follow each other, because then they'll double stack, and they don't want to do that. They'll lose time. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who breaks first.
And a move down the inside on the final corner there. It looked like Corey Richards under attack, possibly from Ryan Taylor. And Ryan Taylor has moved up a position there at the expense of Corey Richards. Round that final corner, we've seen some desperate lunges through this final hairpin several times over the weekend. And another one made there by Ryan Taylor. Epic move, that. So Lewis Manley continues in the lead. He's working his way through the hairpins. Those watching on a live stream can see that at the top part of the picture there. Lewis Manley heading out onto the backstretch. As down the backstretch is Lewis Manley with that lead. He's looking to make a bigger gap as far as he can, as Lewis Manley now comes around the final hairpin. Let's have a look at the time. So Manley's going to cross the line now. Second place, Matthew West. Lewis Manley's looking to make at least 12.5 seconds gap up on him. And Matthew West, that gap has opened up to about 6.7. So Lewis Manley in his own mind will be about halfway there in terms of creating a gap that he can make a pit stop and still come out in the lead. So Matthew West is following. That's an increasing distance, but Gary Llewellyn is trying to close in on the second place driver there. None of these top 4 have made a stop. Anton Shuppler's moved up the order. Brandon Lee Oxley there's in 5th, and Harvey Ball 6th. They're the ones who have not stopped. Only 4 pit stop visitors so far, and there are just about 10 minutes remaining in this race. Lewis Manley continues on his way. What's the gap going to be now? It was 6.7 last time. It's opened up to 7.1. Lewis Manley's doing what he needs to do in order to secure victory without any kind of pressure to perform in the pits. He needs to have the most easygoing pit stop of the lot. Anthony, just to obviously give you a little bit of heads up, when Lewis Manley makes his stop, anywhere between 12 and 13 is going to be ideal, but Lewis could actually afford now to really pad that out, maybe even 13.5, 14 seconds, should he choose to make sure there's no blunder and having to take another pit stop. If that light goes yellow instead of green, he's going to have to come in and do it all again.
Well, definitely so. I mean, if he does get a clean pit stop, and he can break away a 13-second gap, he effectively gets a free stop. If he nails it, it's great. He comes away with a race victory. If he doesn't, like you say, he's got that buffer to be able to come in again. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes on. But like you say, not long left in this race, and Manley goes back around, still no pitting.
Absolutely. Manley's put 18 laps into the books now. Here comes Matthew West. Matthew Clark. It was 7.6 seconds last time. We'll see what it is when the computer resets. Gary Llewellyn through in third. He's still got Anton Schuppler behind him, but maybe some of the intensity has gone out of Schuppler's attack there. Schuppler was looking left and right down the backstretch a few laps ago, but now he seems to have settled in. He's in fourth place now. Maybe Schuppler will be the first of these top four to come into the pits. Lewis Manley is coming past the pit entrance. He's not taking a stop, so it's not going to be Lewis Manley with 8.5 minutes to go. And West is now 8 seconds behind. So West is not going to stop either, nor is Llewellyn or Schuppler. And Brandon Lee Oxley is following them, and he's not coming either. Now there is someone in the pits. It's the 13, Harvey Ball.
Yep, Harvey Ball in the pit lane and comes to a stop at the first line. Does come to a complete stop there, gets the green light, so it's all good. Comes to a stop at the second one, full stop there, and it's a green light back out in circuit.
Yeah, pretty decent looking stop there by Harvey Ball. Anticipating the lights well. He's second fastest off the pit stoppers, but all the pit stops so far have been over 13 seconds. I think we could see some faster ones from the front runners. The first one obviously to look at would be Manley. He doesn't need to make a fast stop, but Lewis Manley likes doing everything to perfection around here at Formula Fast, so even though it doesn't have to be done, I think it'll be a fairly quick one. Matthew Clark will be interesting to watch, and definitely Anton Schuppler. Anton Schuppler will be looking to make the most ballistic stop of the lot, because not only does he want to leapfrog past Gary Llewellyn, but they've also got the increasing attentions now of Brandon Lee Oxley. So that third place battle is almost got 3 carts in it. It was 2, and now it's increasingly going to be 3. So there's Clark about to cross the line now, so we can see Clark on screen. There he is. Now here's that next battle. It's 1, 2, and 3, because Brandon Lee Oxley is getting onto the back of Anton Schuppler, the American, and Schuppler probably will want to consider pitting now. It's going to have to be a good one if he's going to leapfrog Gary Llewellyn. Gary Llewellyn, of course, will be trying to return that by a good stop of his own. And Brandon Lee Oxley, if he makes the most epic one of the lot, could leapfrog the pair of them. Anthony, that could be the battle in the pits for you.
It could well be indeed the battle in the pit lane. I'll keep a very close eye on it, but like you say, yeah, those 3 carts now completely line astern as they come around the final corner. No one pitting as of yet, but Brandon Lee Oxley is right on the back of those 2 in front.
And just as we were talking earlier on, it's going to get cagey in the pit lane. None of these guys who are battling currently over third place, Llewellyn, Schuppler, Brandon Lee Oxley, none of them can really afford to be following another down the pits, because if they do, they'll just lose even more time potentially to the driver behind that, which in this case is Dalton Jute. So Dalton Jute running there in 6th place. He's a little bit far behind that battle to be a part of it, but it wouldn't take much of a muck-up in the pit lane.
James, second place is in. Second place is in. It's the 15, Matthew Clark. It's a good stop on his first one, gets the green light. He goes to the second. Another good stop. Rolls, rolls, rolls. It's a yellow. It's a bad stop for second place.
Clark, that's not what he needed at all. Such a good result. He's going to have to come in again. Will it be the very next lap? He's just cut it a bit too fine, trying to stay ahead of Llewellyn and Schuppler. Llewellyn, Schuppler, Oxley, they move up into the battle for second place now from the battle for third. West will probably see him in possibly on the very next lap. This has hurt him. What a result that was going to be, and it looks like it's gone to pieces now. Will one of this battling trio come in? No, they're not. So I think Llewellyn, not Llewellyn, Clark, that is, needs to come in this time. Is he going to come in straight away? No, he's continuing on. So he's not going to make a restop, which he's got to do after that yellow flag. So we can see there, invalid stop sign has gone out near the start line there for the 15 kart, which is Matthew Clark.
Race leader Lewis Manley is in. Sorry, James, to cut you off there. It's another good start for the first stop. Comes to the second. Now, we saw this for Matthew Clark. It was a bad stop, but Lewis comes to a complete stop, shakes his head, goes out, green light, good stop. Also, now the 19's just come in as well. They're coming in thick and fast.
Schuppler.
Yeah, Anton Schuppler, he's in. He couldn't see me as he drove past. I'm surprised he can see the lights. He gets the greens, though. Also, the number 15 is back in. So, second place, Matthew Clark, who was second place earlier on, come back in, rolls again. It's another bad stop. He did it again.
Oh, what a shame. It's absolutely going to pieces there for Matthew Clark. He was running second, a qualified second, and we've not seen any kind of performance like that from him in the past, and it's just all gone to pieces in the pit lane. Normally, a trusted hand in the pits. Another one in the pits.
Yeah, it's the 17. It's Brandon Lee Oxley. He gets the good stop now. A really bad getaway from the first stop. He had to jump very late on the brakes. Almost went completely over the line. Jumps out of his seat, gets away. It was a good stop, but could have been better.
Now, that's quite interesting because that battle there between Llewellyn, Schuppler and Brandon Lee Oxley, each of them needed to make really good pit stops. They were so close on the track that if they made a great pit stop, they might leapfrog the others. And yet, they're among the slowest stops we've seen. So, not really doing anything there. So it's now down to Gary Llewellyn. If Gary Llewellyn can make a decent pit stop, he's crossing the line now, so it won't be this lap. It could actually decide the result in his favour, and he could come out of this in second place. This could be quite something for Gary Llewellyn. So there's Schuppler across the line, and there's Brandon Lee Oxley, who is following him. So Schuppler at least has managed to stay ahead of Brandon Lee Oxley, but it's going to be down to Gary Llewellyn as to how this battle turns out. Anton Schuppler has made up some ground on his lower starting position of 6th. In the pits was Matthew Clark again. Was it good, Anthony?
It was good this time around. 3rd time's a charm, and it looks like Mr. Llewellyn is in the pit lane. Yep, the number 8, Gary Llewellyn, in the pit lane. It's a good stop on his first pit stop. Comes to the stop at the second. It's good. Almost thought that was going to be not good.
And he's come out quite clearly ahead of Anton Schuppler, so he's got a good little gap over Schuppler. That's the biggest gap he's had all race long. If we remember, he had Schuppler on his tail all the way as they continue around the hairpin section, and Gary Llewellyn's got arguably the biggest lead over Schuppler that he's had all race long. Brandon Lee Oxley is all over the back of the American Schuppler. Lewis Manley puts in another lap there, crossing the line with 2 minutes 20 to go, and he's got a gigantic lead of 12 seconds over Dalton Jute at the moment. Now this is very interesting because Dalton Jute's come right the way through the field. Everybody has made their pit stop now, and Dalton Jute is the net sort of winner in the pit stop contest, really, because he's actually managed to leapfrog everybody. He was starting fairly well down, but Dalton Jute has now taken the position of 2nd place. Gary Llewellyn's running 3rd, Schuppler is 4th, Oxley is 5th. Nicky Dolan's come up from what was about an 8th or 9th starting position into 6th place. Ryan Taylor, Richards, Bull, and of course Matthew Clark, the net loser in all of this, making 3 stops. Not 1, not 2, but 3 stops in this race. Now, Dalton Jute, though, we haven't spoken about him much. He's steadily made his way through into an incredible 2nd place. So Lewis Manley leads, yes, but Dalton Jute, entering the hairpin section now, has come through. There's only a minute and a half to go in this second race that we've seen today. It is heat 7 of round 3, and Lewis Manley is going to make this his 2nd win of the weekend and a clear passage, arguably, towards the semi-final. But Dalton Jute, performance of his weekend in 2nd place. Lewis Manley is catching the driver who was running 2nd to him earlier on, Matthew Clark. It's gone so badly wrong for Matthew Clark. He's almost a lap down. There's 1 minute remaining on the clock. I don't think we've seen such an unfortunate set of pit stops, Anthony Jordan, for some time.
Well, it's been dramatic in here, certainly. I mean, we've seen clean pit stops, we've seen dodgy pit stops, and we've seen slow pit stops. It's quite a shake-up in this grid.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen good pit stops, as you say, and some dodgy ones, and unfortunately, we've also seen some Matthew Clark pit stops as well, which have been tragically, from his point of view, the worst of the lot. It's such a shame, though, because we've not seen him running 2nd. His driving has been brilliant. It's unfortunate the bit where he's been stopped. Now, have a look at this on track, crossing the line. It is Gary Llewellyn with, it looks like, is it Schuppler behind him now? I'm going to have to take... No, Schuppler is still in front, but Gary Llewellyn has got Brandon Lee Oxley, Nicky Dolan and Ryan Taylor on his case. So having fallen back a little bit through the pit stop cycle there to Anton Schuppler, Llewellyn is now leading a 4-kart fight for 4th place. So they're on the backstretch now, and Ryan Taylor, who's bringing up the back of that, he's looking at 4th place. He's way down in 7th, so crossing the line is Jute, then it's Schuppler, but here comes that massive 4-kart battle. Llewellyn over the line into that first hairpin there, and look at that on screen, really fighting out. There's in the blue suit at the back there, that was Ryan Taylor. They're entering the hairpin section there. It really tightens up in that hairpin section. Pulling away is Anton Schuppler in 3rd place. Now that'll be quite a result for him. He'd be very pleased with that 3rd. He's moved up from about 6th place, so he's made up quite a lot of places in this race. There's no doubt in Lewis Manley, who's on his last lap. Lewis Manley's on his last lap. He's entering the hairpin section. It's going to be a clear win for Lewis Manley. He's put Matt Clark lap down the inside, Ryan Taylor. That must have looked like quite a firm one there, Anthony.
It was quite a firm one, yeah. Nicky Dolan didn't know what to do there and just had to concede the space.
Yeah, Nicky Dolan's been given the place back there. I think Ryan knew that would be a bad pass. And here is Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley's going to take the win. The checker flag is ready, and it's Lewis Manley who takes the win. Matthew Clark, a lap down, has gone through over the line as well. Dalton Jute, the race of the weekend for him, coming through in second place. There's Dalton Jute in the 14, and there is Anton Schopfler. What's going to happen behind? It's Gary Llewellyn, and looking to the side there, Brandley Oxley, but Brandley Oxley's going to be in 5th place. Ryan Taylor's been held back down to 7th place by Nicky Dolan. 8th, Harvey Ball, and of course already having crossed the line, Matthew Clark. So an amazing, huge win there by Lewis Manley, but what a run to second by Dalton Jute there, Anthony.
Oh yeah, a fantastic run in that one. I have to say, a really close race in that midfield section. Of course, when those stops came in, it shook it up a little bit, but yeah, a fantastic race.
Absolutely. Here comes Dalton Jute into the pits. There's Matthew Clark just rolling down the pit lane there. Here's Dalton Jute in the red and white helmet. He'll be absolutely ecstatic. And look at Richard Jute there, thumbs up. And there's Dad. The family weekend outing's going very well indeed. Dad's coming out into the pit lane now. He's going to grab Junior before he's even out of the kart. Dalton Jute ecstatic. Dad even happier.
Yeah, having a good shake of the hands there. Bit of a words with each other. I want to see if I can try and grab Lewis Manley. He's tucked himself away. Hold on, bear with me. I'm wrestling through drivers. Lewis, come forth. Yeah. Let's see if we can grab Dalton as well. Dalton, don't run away from me. Get yourself weighed and then come over for a chat. Oh dear, I'm wrestling through drivers here. Hopefully, no, I can get away. Lewis, come stand on the mark, sir. Well done. Well, bravo, sir. The suit seems to be doing well. It's doing well in Formula One nowadays, and it's doing well here on the karting circuit.
Yeah, indeed. I'm very happy with this one. 2 out of 3 wins. I've had 2 wins and a third, so puts me in good shape for the next heat, hopefully, and get another nice kart. Another nice one in that one. It was a comfortable win for me. No risks in the pit, so just took no risks and just brought it home for the win, so I'm really pleased.
Yeah, an excellent running from you. You know, you pulled away nearly a 13-second gap in that race. You almost had a free pit stop in the way, so cool, calm, collected. Bravissimo.
Yeah, exactly. Totally relaxed in that race. Didn't feel as much pressure. When you're doing your qualifying lap, it's still nerve-wracking because you want to pull off a good lap. Because my lap was not bad. Probably one corner was a bit iffy, but it didn't matter because I had a quarter of a second of a gap. So I totally relaxed in the race, so I knew I had it in the bag. So, yeah, really happy.
Lovely. Well, well done, Lewis Manley, on another race win.
Thanks, cheers.
Excellent. Dalton is he's away at the moment. I think I can try and grab Dalton just quickly. Hopefully we've got time. Dalton, come forth, quickly. Run, lad, run. Quick, stand on the mark. Dalton, well, you looked ecstatic and Dad looked ecstatic at the end of that race as well. How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt really good. The strategy worked perfectly because, you know, we started 4th, qualified 4th. It wasn't a bad quality, but would have liked better. Pitted because I didn't feel that fast, and then, I don't know, I just ended up 2nd.
How does this line you up for the semis and finals coming up later?
Hopefully good. I just need to get a good placement next race, and then I'll be good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Wicked victory, wicked race. Well done, Dalton.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, plenty more races coming up. Next race, they're all lined up. They're ready to go. Back up to the comms box, James.
So heat 8 of round 3 now in the British Rental Kart Championship. We're really getting into the meat of the programme now. Fantastic interview there, Anthony, with Dalton Jute. It's quite interesting, really, because obviously Jute Senior, which is Richard, the South African, quite a strong South African accent, and there's Junior with very much the local to Milton Keynes kind of accent. So clearly a difference there. But we are on to the 8th heat race now, and in the lineup here, we're going to run through the list of entries as get the relevant page. Right then, so we've got Charlie Smith in this one, Robin Kassam. Now, we saw Robin Kassam come 2nd place in one of the races yesterday. Dan Truman, he's going to be another one looking for big points. Ben Templeman, Brad Philpott, the series founder, is out in this race. Mohammed Roshan, Craig Tucker, Matthew Stark, Amandio Paz, who we have not seen so far, and the incredible Bram Gelton, who we've seen right up the order yesterday. We've got literally no information on him. Yesterday, a bit of digging, found out that he was actually Dutch, and he's quite the competitor out there, but new to us over here in England. So Bram Gelton, he's been racing in what they call Formula Karting in Holland and Belgium with a huge amount of success. So it's no surprise that he's won a race and a second place so far. So Gelton we saw really in the sharp end of the action yesterday. So looking at this particular race, you'd have to really consider potential pole sitter. Potential winner would be coming from Robin Kassam, maybe Dan Truman. I mean, Robin Kassam, he's been a semi-finalist in the BRKC before. He's a known quantity. Dan Truman, he's racing with Team Hard in Britcar this year, so switching to cars, coming back for this event to karting. Brad Philpott, the founder there, we've seen him actually defeat Sebastian Vettel in the Race of Champions a number of years ago, so Bradley Philpott with some serious form there. And Bram Gelton, his epic performances yesterday really have thrown him up straight away as a potential not only semi-finalist, but dare I say it, into the final by the end of the day here. So we'll see what happens when they come out. The last race, obviously a clear victory by Lewis Manley there. I don't think we're going to see quite that margin in this race, not with the likes of Gelton, Philpott, Kassam, Truman and company. It's going to be very interesting as well, because further down the order there are some people who could score a surprising number of points. Mohamed Roshan, we've seen him gradually improve over the weekend. He's a relative rookie, certainly compared to the likes of Philpott and Kassam and Truman. But he could be a strong midfield runner there. So looks like somebody is out of their cart.
Well, James, if I could just butt in. So as a bit of an update, we've got 2 carts currently empty. We haven't got Ben Templeton here at the moment. We also haven't got Mohamed Roshan. He's not here either. So they haven't jumped in. I think, yeah, we've got drivers swapping around. Philpott's back out of his car. But while we wait, we can have a quick natter to some driver, because Robin Kassam here. Robin, well, you've got quite a rap sheet on my piece of paper here. BRKC semi-finalist ×2, Croc A finalist ×3, Buckmore Park 24. You've got quite a rap sheet going on here.
Yeah. What?
I mean, talk us through your racing experience here at Formula Fast. Is it first time here?
No, well, I've been coming to BRKC since 2014. I patched for the 2014 one in 2013, and I've been racing it since.
Okay, so for this one, game plan for this, because you've got quite a few cuts ahead, but qualifying is coming up first, so you've got to sort that out. What's the plan for that?
As fast as I can.
It's a good plan, I think. Just go as fast as you can. But yeah, it's a tough old grid that you've got out here.
Yeah, it's a tough crowd, but I just got to do what I can do.
Do what you can do. I like that style. Well, Robin, thank you very much for chatting to us. Best of luck today.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers. Well, James, yeah, drivers back out of their carts now. Bit of confusion down here, but we'll send it back up to you, and I'll try and find out what I can find out.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've got a bit of a delay, and doubly interesting that we've got quite a lot of discussions going on. I can see Craig Tucker down there is having a chat with somebody about something. Brad Philpott is still out of his cart and over at the side there. Do you want to get a quick word with Brad there, Anthony? No, maybe not. So we'll be getting this heat race underway and the qualifying for it, first of all, of course, as soon as possible, and we'll find out what exactly is going on. As Anthony Jordan was saying, there are a number of people who may not be starting this, so this could be some good points for a lot of folks down there. In fact, we've got less people in carts than ever now, so maybe there's some... what's going on down there, Anthony?
Yeah, James, so I've had a chat to Bradley Philpott, the man himself, the legend that is Bradley Philpott. He's right next to me, that's why I'm saying these nice things. Otherwise, if I wasn't next to him, I wouldn't say nice things. But anyway, yeah, so the race was actually supposed to start at 9 o'clock. And drivers are supposed to arrive, per the regulations, 10 minutes beforehand to pick a number out of the bag, and then they would get in their car. But because, technically, it's 10 minutes to 9 now, they should actually start arriving anytime soon for their 9 o'clock race start. But because we started early, I think they were still not awake or having breakfast.
Well, Yeah, that's fair, isn't it, really? I mean, at the end of the day, they're expecting to be there at a certain time, and it is done to time rather than just in race order. Very often with karting events, it would cycle through just on race order, but we are running to a fairly strict timetable in this. So basically, we've just got ahead of ourselves a little bit. So we will see how that shapes out. That obviously plays into the fact that there's a few people there that we're waiting for that we haven't really seen yet. Certainly the driver at the front has been in kart all the time, so he's obviously really keen to get going. But yes, in this race it's a bit of a typical one here, because there's people who you would not consider for victory, but they're champions in their own right. They've been champions of this, champions of that. It's a really strong international field, and the British contingent of that, which you would assume to be very strong because it is the British Championship, is no less no less a quality one, because we have people there. I mean, you know, as you said about Robin Kassam, with a very strong history behind him. And everybody's got something to hang their hat on. I mean, if you consider Matthew Stark, for instance, didn't really mention him in the list of winners, but he's a former champion over at Castle Combe circuit there. And, you know, he's been a champion with Absolutely Karting, so he really has all the credentials he needs, and it looks like everybody's in their kart. Have we got 10 drivers in karts there? Have we got a full fleet, have we, Anthony?
Yes, we do. Sorry, I was chatting to the guys. Luckily, I just had it in my earpiece. Yes, we are full. Obviously, there was a change. Armando's not in the car. It will be changed by Emmanuel in the number 13. So just be
That's
aware
right.
of that
It's
one,
Emmanuel Nwabodo, and Emmanuel Nwabodo is an interesting driver because he is literally man out of the stands and onto the pitch, because he turned up yesterday to support a friend of his, and there was a space, and he literally got grabbed and press ganged into making his start. So Emmanuel Nwabodo is the latest of late entries into this event, but he has again got plenty of credentials behind him. He's a regular with Team Sport in North London, so known to quite a lot of drivers, and I'm sure people watching on the live stream. So as they come down the backstretch to start the qualifying, going to be beginning the qualifying run here, and so the qualifying laps start now, having done their warm-up laps. Charlie Smith, who's leading the way, and Bram Gelton is going to be the one who's second in the lineup there. So we'll probably be looking at a benchmark lap time by Bram Gelton and see if he can get knocked off the top by any one of these others, including the likes of Robin Kassam, including the likes of Bradley Philpott, and we'll see how this shapes out as they come down the backstretch. That is Charlie Smith. He's the first one out to qualify. He's by definition going to be the first one to set a lap time. So here comes Smith to complete the lap. He's going to get the checker flag. So they're all finishing their qualifying laps now. So there's Smith, and here's Bram Gelton. That's the one we want to see. It's a 35.2. That's fast. That is very fast. But Philpott's gone faster. Bradley Philpott has gone faster. So it's currently Philpott on the provisional pole from Bram Gelton. Craig Tucker's in third, and we'll see what happens there. Dan Truman's down in fourth, but Stark has gone through third, and Nwabodo has gone through to fourth. That's the highest we've seen him. Qualifying has been concluded, and it's going to be Philpott starting from the pole position from Bram Gelton, from an amazing run there by Matthew Stark, equally amazing run by Emmanuel Nwabodo. I'm going to be tripping over that one a few times this weekend, including the rest of the day. But Nwabodo, yesterday morning, even he didn't know he'd be in the entry list, and already he's into fourth place. Craig Tucker is fourth. Dan Truman will feel as though he's down a little bit. I think he would like to have been higher than sixth place. Charlie Smith has come through in seventh. Ben Templeman's eighth. Robin Kassam. Now, Robin Kassam has been one of those perennial drivers in the BRKC, and he is taking a ninth place starting position, which is probably his lowest position in any race in the BRKC for years. Mohamed Roshan rounds him out in 10th place, but it is going to be Brad Philpott leading the way at the start. Having had a little bit of a delay there, Anthony, we've got people where we think they'd be on the grid, but some well out of position as well, to their benefit and also to their minus. I'm thinking particularly Kassam well down and Nwabodo well up.
Yeah, that could really shake things up in this race, of course. So, well, like I say, Bradley, he won his second heat yesterday, I believe. So, you know, he's got a nice, comfortable position where he is. But the rest of the field, like you say, a big shake-up, but we'll have to see how the race progresses.
Absolutely, and from Bradley Philpott's point of view, he's going to try and do a Lewis Manley and check out with the lead, but there's almost no chance of pulling out the kind of lead that would allow a pit stop and a resumption from that position, from them making the pit stop into the lead, because Bram Gelton is just insanely fast. He's the one who's starting in second place. Matthew Clark's shown himself up to be insanely fast, and we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on the fourth place, Emmanuel Nwabodo. As I said, he was a very late entry. He turned up just purely to spectate, so literally he is like a man come out of the stands and finds himself on the pitch. So Nwabodo not only finding himself on the pitch, but finding himself on the pitch in fourth place.
That's quite an achievement, that is.
So So we're waiting for the start now. Brad Philpott is going to be making the start. I'm going to look out the window here because Philpott is notorious for making deals on the line there. He won't know Bram Gelton particularly well, though, so whether he trusts any kind of deal with Gelton, Philpott's always leaning back. We can't quite see on camera. They're bringing up another cart for something, or maybe they're removing one.
I think they're removing one, so it's the number 8 that's coming off the track. So it's Daniel Truman who wants to go for a swap.
Right, so Truman, we were thinking, did qualify a bit lower than he would have planned, that's for sure, down in 6th place. Truman definitely would have been looking for a top 3 spot there. So Truman has taken the switch from number 8. Now, this is the gamble. A driver can make the swap, but when the driver does make the swap, it's going to be to a relatively cold kart, particularly from a tyre point of view. So Dan Truman, and that looks like him in the pit lane, and he's going to be taking a different kart. So Truman's having a chat with somebody. We'll be waiting for Dan Truman. He's literally going to get half a warm-up lap, basically, Anthony. He's going to be coming out that pit lane. You can bet your life he's going to be, this is going to be the fastest warm-up lap we've seen in some time. He's going to be throwing that thing around, trying to heat the tyres, really on full power, trying to heat the engine as well, because it's very early in the morning. Although the karts have been running, it has to be said, Formula Fast do an amazing job here. Truman is going to get the most favourable opportunity to get. In fact, the marshal's going to warm it up for him. So it looks like marshal's going to do a couple of laps. Then they're going to put Dan Truman in. But Truman, you know, this is going to be a fast half lap. So they're warming up Truman's kart now. We'll see what number he's switched to. I've got Lewis Manley up here in the commentary booth at the moment. Lewis Manley, who those watching on the live stream it was about the most convincing victory we've seen of the weekend. Lewis Manley, a good one for you.
Yeah, very comfortable from the start, quite frankly. I knew the quali lap was always important to make sure I can get a nice lap in, so I had a 42nd gap and then pulled away from the start and was totally relaxed in the race. I had no pressure whatsoever, so I was comfortable win for me. And I have to give credit to Dalton because I didn't think he actually pitted, but no, I think he pitted early. But him finishing 2nd place, absolutely fair play to him. Yeah,
Dalton Jute, he was a very early pit stop visitor, and the thing there was he kind of made his way through very stealthily indeed. We didn't even talk about him until near the end, when suddenly he appeared in 2nd place. It was just the stealthiest move through the entire field that we've seen in some time. The net loser in that was the very unfortunate Matthew Clark, who was running behind you in 2nd place. He made a stop, tripped a yellow light, so obviously had to, you know, his penalty was to make another stop, and unfortunately tripped a yellow light on his penalty. So a little bit what we saw with Dennis Holler yesterday.
Yeah, when I came behind him, then I realised he must have had a bad stop because he was 2nd, and then I obviously lapped him. So it was very unfortunate for him because it would have been probably a net P2 or P3 somewhere like that. So that's not very good for him at all.
Yeah, he didn't get the result he wanted, but must be a very, very inspiring race that, knowing that he has the speed now, Matthew Clark, he really has upped his game this year, and he's turned into quite the front runner. Another one in a similar vein to keep an eye on, in fact I did confuse his name at one point, is Matthew Stark, who we are seeing starting from the 3rd place in this race. So Matthew Stark, of a pretty similar vein there, is going to be starting 3rd behind the incredible Bram Gelton and the equally impressive Brad Philpott. Now, we are looking at the 4th place, I would definitely be following this during the race, Emmanuel Nwabodo. Now, Emmanuel Nwabodo wasn't on the entry list because he wasn't even supposed to be here in this. Dan Truman is now leaving the pits. Anthony Jordan, that car will be quite well warmed up, but yeah, Dan Truman is on the gas coming out there. And he's entering the hairpin section. He's going to be keen to get some heat in those tyres, because the next time he hits those sequence of hairpins, he's going to need all the grip he can get. The Marshal has obviously done a great job of warming up that kart, but Dan Truman's getting the feel of it and the measure of it. And there he is. He's coming into the lineup. He's going to take his 6th place position, and then the others are going to pull in behind him. And, of course, pulling in behind him is Charlie Smith, who was the first one out to qualify. So the lineup is complete, and it is going to be Brad Philpott and Bram Gelton leading the way from Stark and Nwabodo, who are going to be well worth watching. Now, when's Brad going to get the start? That was a bit of a flying pull away there, but Philpott, he's on the power now from the apex of the hairpin, crossing the line. It's Philpott with Gelton right on his tail. It is a nose-to-tail start here, no real gaps appearing at all. Philpott leads into the hairpin section there, and Brad Philpott through the first sequence of hairpins. Really important to get the hairpins right. Definitely a case where you can get the compound error. You mess the first one up, Lewis Manley, and you'll get them all wrong, won't you?
Yeah, indeed. He's very close at the first lap at the moment. I think Brad will have to go defensive here, which he has done, because he'll be under pressure from behind, so he's going to make.
And there's
sure
a move down
lead.
the inside. Sorry to cut in there. It's it looks like Tucker, Craig Tucker, and Tucker's lost a place to Dan Truman. He had to back out of it, and he's lost a place to Dan Truman. He's fighting a rear guard action over Smith. Charlie Smith having a good look there. As the battle resumes, it is a lead group breakaway between Philpott, Gelton and Stark. Nwabodo's holding 4th place, and behind him now is Dan Truman with Craig Tucker, who tried to make a move on Nwabodo, it seemed, which didn't quite come off down the backstretch. So we'll see what happens. Gelton already getting very racy with Philpott, but there's Philpott, Gelton and Stark. Nwabodo now turning in, and Truman is on his case with Tucker on another swap of position. So, yeah, talk us through it, Lewis.
Yeah, there was a move there, a bit of contact towards the end of the apex. The driver behind was putting his hand up, so he thinks it's not the ideal move. It depends what the race director do about that.
Yeah, that was in the Kassam Templeman area of the race. So at the tail there is Mohamed Roshan, but it's the 2 ahead that were part of the issue. Somebody's under investigation, the 17. That's Robin Kassam. Now, one of the most frequent competitors in the BRKC, been here every year. He started in a really low 9th place, under investigation. He has to fight his way through, and Anthony Jordan down there in the pits. Maybe we'll see an early pit stop. Yes, we have. It's Charlie Smith.
Yep, Charlie Smith comes into the pit lane. It's a good stop for the first one. Yep, gets the green light. Bit slow off the line. Stops at the second, doesn't roll away. Yep, gets the green light on the next one. He's back out on track.
Yeah, that was a good example of the sort of feeling like a bit of a dead stop, if you like. You know, it's like a real stop kind of stop.
Yeah. He did come to a complete stop, but as soon as he'd done that, it was back on the power.
That's good, because he's back in the race now. He's in the he's running in last because he's the only one who's made a pit stop. None of the leaders coming in yet. Certainly you're not going to see a pit stop for a while from Brad Philpott. But will we see one from Kassam? Will Robin Kassam see the 3 karts in front of him, including Tucker, who he's already had a bit of a biff with, and come into the pits to try and pit out of this? It's all a question of whether Kassam feels he's faster than those 3 in front. There's and Nwabodo's lost a spot to Dan Truman. And Nwabodo's fighting off Tucker. It's all action in the hairpin. And Kassam around the outside of Tucker. Kassam's got the inside for the next hairpin. He's done it. Kassam's gone through. Now, Kassam is now chasing Emmanuel Nwabodo, and then Dan Truman in front of that. Now, Nwabodo's been fast, and Tucker having a big look down the inside and defending at the same time from, it looks like Ben Templeman, actually, in that case. There's Truman over the line, Nwabodo, and making up places now, Robin Kassam. He started down in 9th. He's up to 6th now. He's looking at taking 5th off Nwabodo, and then, from his point of view, 4th off Dan Truman. But saying you're going to be taking 4th place off Dan Truman is certainly a very big ask. Lewis Manley, Dan Truman, certainly a very strong competitor indeed.
Yeah, exactly. He had obviously a switch of karts from the previous one. He had kart 8 the previous one. I'm not sure what the problem was, unless he wanted to go for a spare P4 at the moment, so that's not bad effort. And as kart 16 wasn't out at all yesterday, as the top 3 have broken away from the pack, as there's been like a train, as Philpott is under pressure from the 2 behind him, which is Gelton and Stark, of course.
Now, some strong fighting action through the field from Robin Kassam. He was under investigation for one of the moves, but no action's going to be taken. The organisers have confirmed that no action's going to be taken. Robin Kassam deemed a fair pass. He had to make it a little bit robust because nobody in this race is poor. You're going to have to work your way past anybody you want to overtake in this race. And talking of thinking about overtaking moves, Bram Gelton, as we've seen all weekend so far, he's running in second place. He's not letting Brad Philpott get away with it. Philpott's got the fight of his life trying to... And the pit lane, the pit lane.
Yep, it's the number 14 who's in. It's Craig Tucker. It's a good stop for the first spot. Comes to a complete stop at the second one. Starts to roll away. Green light, it's away.
And Craig Tucker, of course, was a finalist in the BRKC, which is the sort of travelling indoor series, if you like, the team sport organised one. He was a finalist a couple of years ago, so Craig Tucker, he certainly knows how to race, and he certainly knows how to race around an indoor track. He's a little bit down the order, maybe, but it's a field of top liners, so everybody's just doing what they can, really. Talking of doing what they can, Robin Kassam is now all over the back of Emmanuel Nwabodo. Nwabodo is in 5th place, and Kassam is working on taking that off him. Now, ahead of him, of course, is Dan Truman. Dan Truman seems to be pulling out a bit of a gap over the pair behind him. That, of course, is Nwabodo and Kassam. He's going to need to, because once Kassam passes Nwabodo, if he can, of course, I'm sure Emmanuel Nwabodo is going to have something to say about that, but if Kassam can get past, he's going to be looking at getting on Truman's case as soon as possible. Philpott continuing in the lead. Lewis Manley.
Yeah, it's completely under pressure. I mean, it's still very, very close between the top two. It depends if the undercut or overcut works, who pits first, and whatever happens. It depends how quick they can do it. Like Ruben last night, that was incredibly quick, that first one, when I saw that. So they could be doing the same here. But the problem is, the quicker you do it, the fraction quick, then you're trying to run, it's going to be yellow, and it could be green at the same time if you're going to be that fast or slow, of course.
Okay, so indeed, Lewis, I mean, that's literally what it's about. Brad Philpott has now put 10 laps on the board. He's still got Bram Gelton absolutely on his case, and the incredible Matthew Stark is following in 3rd place. He's lost a little bit of time, maybe, to Bram Gelton in 2nd place, but he's certainly managing a watching brief. He could be part of this leadership battle again on the pit stops if he can make an absolute blinder. This is Matthew Stark in 3rd. So on screen, there's Philpott, there's Gelton, and there is Stark in the blue suit with the white helmet. So Philpott, 11 laps in now. He's leading from Bram Gelton with Stark, and in the 4th place, Dan Truman is only now coming through to cross the line here, as Nwabodo seems to have pulled a little bit of a gap on Robin Kassam. So Robin Kassam has fallen back a bit from Nwabodo. Maybe a lunge somewhere, maybe Nwabodo's just found a little bit of extra speed. So, in the pits.
Yep, we've got Mohamed Roshan. He's in the pit lane. It's a good stop. He did clout the barrier on the entry. Came in a bit fast and apologised as he came to a stop. But he's got 2 green lights. He's back out on circuit now.
Excellent. So Roshan clearly trying to maximise his pit entry speed there. He's resumed in 10th place, but it kind of shows you what it's all about. You've still got to be, even if you're running 10th place, you're going to have to be doing your very best just to be out there. So Brad Philpott now, having not stopped, is closing in on Mohamed Roshan, who has stopped. So as we see down the backstretch, here comes Mohamed Roshan on screen. He's at the bottom of the screen now, and here comes Philpott. But Philpott defending against Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton has decided to start pulling the pin. He's going to go into the attack. He's had 12 laps now following Philpott, and I think he's beginning to start thinking about a move. Now, what sort of factor is Roshan going to be? We've seen him very, very good with the blue flags. The lights come on around the track. Roshan's seen him. Roshan's letting the lead battle through. He's going to end up resuming. He's trying to stay out of the way. It's very hard to stay out of the way. Had to cut across there, but no harm done. He did everything he could there, did Mohamed Roshan. And in the pits, sorry.
Yeah, it's the number 20, Ben Templeton. He comes in. He's got a good start, and he's back out on circuit.
Yeah, Ben Templeton rejoins. He's lost a couple of places to Smith and Tucker, and we are waiting for some of the leads to come through. Now, who's going to be the first to pit of the leaders? You'd have to assume it would be Stark. Gelton is not going to want to follow Philpott down the pit lane, so maybe it will be him, but certainly Brad Philpott, I think, is going to be the last of those 3 into the pits. Now, looking at this, Nwabodo has lost the spot to Robin Kassam. Anthony Jordan, there's been a change of position down there for 5th place. We've seen Robin Kassam, who you spoke to in the lineup in the pits. He's now up into 5th place.
Yeah, he's had a good run out there. Like, speaking to him beforehand, seemed like he was quite calm, cool, collected, ready to get the race underway. And you heard what he said in qualifying, you know, I've just got to go fast, and that's what he's doing right now.
Absolutely, he's been fast. More importantly, he's been racing his way through. So he still has that pit stop in hand. So from a strategic point of view, Robin Kassam has made all his moves for position on track. He can still use the pit stop to actually potentially jump ahead of other karts. He's trying to close in on Dan Truman, but he has lost some time to Truman, probably in his battle with Nwabodo. Nwabodo continues to follow Robin Kassam. He's certainly not been left behind. So Kassam actually having to drive fast, not only to catch Truman, but also stay ahead of Nwabodo. It's going to be interesting exactly when Kassam pits. Really, he could leave this right to the very end. He's not going to be involved with Philpott if Philpott leaves it to the very end as well, because I think Brad Philpott's going to be wise to stay out as long as possible here. He's got Bram Gelton down the backstretch. Philpott is running in the middle of the track there, which really shows he's concerned about a move from Gelton. Is Gelton going to pit this time? No, he doesn't. Nor does Stark, so the three leaders stay out. Lewis Manley, of the three leaders, who do you see coming in first?
Probably Gelton, because he's pretty much being held up, because he's looking a little bit quicker than Philpott, but as soon as Gelton comes in, and Philpott will just come in the very next lap. Stark is still keeping in touch with the leading two, so he's not far away at all. So I think it's going to be all about who pits first and who comes out first, of course.
Indeed, and Gelton, if Gelton makes an absolute blind of a pit stop, he could actually end up in the lead of this race. He'll certainly force an amazing pit stop from Brad Philpott. Neither of them have pitted, nor has Stark in third. They cross the line now. We'll see what happens from Truman, and importantly Kassam, because Kassam, he's got no reason to pit, but he might just do it because he's also got no strategic reason to pit. It's hard to see exactly what Kassam would gain at this point by any kind of pit stop, but when you consider the positions in front of him, the relative gaps, compared to Gelton, who the pit stop is going to be a very important part of his strategy, when he makes it, how quick it is, by and large, Kassam, it doesn't seem the position Kassam is in now, pulling away, into the pits.
Yeah, it's second place. It's Gelton into the pit lane. It's a good stop for the first one. I'm just looking into his eyes. I'm not sure if that's concentration or constipation, but yeah, he looks good, and it's 2 green lights and he's back out on circuit. Sorry if you're having your breakfast.
Maybe like Ed White is having 3 Weetabix, but certainly Gelton's rejoined, but he's battling with Truman, and it's a fight for position, and Gelton and Truman, Gelton's got the upper hand over Truman there, but when he came out the pits, he was right alongside Dan Truman and actually lost the place for a moment. Side by side through a couple of corners, and Philpott in.
Yep, race leader Bradley Philpott is in. I'm keeping an eye on where Gelton is. It's a good stop for the first one. Bit of slow to get away. Gelton's coming around the second to last corner now. It's a green light on the exit. Gelton comes round. Bradley Philpott gets the jump, stays in the lead.
And that was incredible. Philpott had to make a very fast pit stop. Bram Gelton, who's actually under investigation for his moves with Dan Truman, Gelton made a pit stop at 12.6, which was unbelievably quick, and unbelievably quicker was Brad Philpott, who was 0.2 of a second faster. He had to do that. He had to cover that stop. Bram Gelton coming in forced Philpott to come in the next. This is Stark in the pits.
Yeah, Stark's in the pit lane now. It's a good getaway for the first one. I can see the race leaders coming around now. He's not going to get the jump on them. I'd be amazed if he does. But do you know what? It's a good effort, though. He still comes out in third place.
And Truman, Stark, he just managed to get ahead of Dan Truman there. We saw Bram Gelton actually end up in a fight with Truman. But luckily, from his point of view, Stark's managed to come out just in front of the fourth place Dan Truman. So the leaders are absolutely nose to tail, although Truman has not made a stop. It's Philpott, Gelton, Stark and Truman, as quick as you can say it, down the backstretch. Bradley Philpott got out in the lead. He made a pit stop that was just 0.2 of a second faster from the Dutchman Gelton, and that was crucial in staying in the lead because Gelton really had thrown down the gauntlet with a very rapid pit stop. Stark actually has a bit of a bigger gap now in third place to those 2 leaders, with Truman right on his tail. Now, Dan Truman has not made a stop. It's going to be interesting to see where he comes out, because I think Truman's going to lose a couple of places when he makes a stop. Kassam has not made a stop either, nor has Nwabodo. So the Truman 4th, Kassam 5th, and Nwabodo 6th are the only ones yet to stop. We'll see what happens. Are they coming through? It's the 2 leaders coming through now. It's Gelton on Philpott. It's then Stark and Truman. Now here is Kassam. Does he come in? No. Nabodo? No. And that's the back marker following them. Where is the 14 there? Tucker. He has made a stop. So yeah, and there's Smith following him through. So the two leaders continue on now. Gelton, if he wants to win this race, he's 0.2% behind. He's going to have to pass Philpott for position. Philpott down the side. Oh, and Gelton to the inside of the corner there, but nothing going. Gelton was trying to hold him off, less than a cart's width, and Gelton tried to open that gap, even though it didn't exist. So across the line then, it's Philpott, Gelton, Stark, Truman. Truman yet to make a stop with 5 minutes to go. Lewis Manley, Gelton is starting to get pretty racy. Philpott's having to cover him pretty strongly. How do you read this?
I was just going to say he's looking very racy. He's trying everything he can. It was status quo from the beginning before they pitted. As soon as I said earlier, Gelton was going to pin and Philpott exactly responded as I did predict, as Philpott's going to go defensive yet again. And this time Gelton doesn't go for the inside like before. But he's definitely looking a lot faster than Philpott, but Philpott's definitely under pressure, so he's got to keep his cool to keep this win. There's under 5 minutes left.
A big lunge there as well from Gelton down that backstretch last time we saw him. Gelton's doing a good job coming out the hairpin, so is Philpott of course, but Gelton is trying to make a move to the outside because Philpott is giving no inside. Now, if Gelton can hang it round the outside, he may cut back inside Philpott and we may see a lunge into the hairpin. Now, if Gelton does that, I'm sure he's going to leave it till the last lap because Philpott will be straight back at him. So down the backstretch, Philpott all the way over to the left-hand side of the track. Gelton trying to make a gap in the gap that doesn't exist. And guess who's catching up? Stark in third. The two leaders are holding themselves up a little bit. Gelton's got to attack Philpott if he wants to win this race. The pit stops have taken place and Stark is on their case now. It's almost a four-way fight for the lead with Truman, who is yet to stop.
We're double stacking in the pit lane as well. James, the 17 and the 13 are in, and both have a good stop. I have to say, they timed that pretty well. They didn't really cause each other to hold up each other.
Absolutely. Roshan there, he's a relative newcomer and almost a strategic blunder, but kind of got away with it there. So everybody has been in except Truman. So Truman, who is running fourth, and is he going to come in on this lap around? No, he does not. He continues. It's a four-way fight for the lead. There's Philpott, there's Gelton, there's Stark. So they're entering the hairpin section. Brad Philpott absorbing the pressure of the three drivers behind him. He cannot let anyone through. Gelton's got a driver behind him trying to pass him, which is Stark. He's trying to work on Philpott, and Truman's trying to work on the lot of them. So here comes Philpott down the backstretch. He covers the inside. Gelton on the inside as well. Gelton touches the wall. And Stark trying an outside move. Philpott coming round to the final hairpin. Someone going to go up the inside? No. Oh, and in comes Truman from fourth.
Yeah, Truman's in. It's a quick entry into the pit stop. Gets the green light on the first one. It felt quite long on that first light. Comes to the top of the second. And it's all good. Truman's back out and comes back out in front of the driver just behind the number 21, Mohamed Roshan.
And Roshan, being a lap down, is not going to challenge Truman for position. So Truman continues in fourth place, and it is a very lonely fourth place. So whatever happens, I think Dan Truman's going to be fourth. But look at the lead battle down the backstretch. Gelton again to the inside, Philpott to the inside, Gelton to the inside, and Stark is all over the back of the pair of them. So here comes Philpott round the final corner, crossing the line. 2.5 minutes to go. Philpott, Gelton and Stark just as quick as that across the line, through that hairpin there on screen. And there is Stark. Maybe he's the dark horse in this race. He dropped back. He's made up time. Lewis Manley, this could yet be Stark's race.
Exactly. Still anything can happen yet with just over 2 minutes to go. All Philpott has to keep doing is keep doing his usual defensive lines. He's obviously got to keep his cool. With Gelton really fast behind and Stark in very much in touch as Brad goes so defensive yet again. This is all he's got to keep doing to win this race.
Absolutely, and Brad Philpott completes another lap with Gelton on his tail and Stark on his tail. Now down the backstretch, Philpott to the inside, Gelton to the inside. Stark is the only one taking a normal line. Now could Stark jump the pair of them if there's any contact between the two of them, if there's any pushing and shoving between Philpott and Gelton? They are coming through those hairpins. What's going to happen down the backstretch? We can assume Philpott's going to go to the inside. Gelton's been going with him on every lap. What's Stark going to do? Is he going to go to the outside and try and cut back after this corner? No, they're all three to the inside. Yes, and there's Stark cutting to the outside again. But as you can see there, Stark closes up, coming out of the corner on the live stream. Across the line, 1 minute 18 to go. And Philpott with the lead. Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane there. All the pit stops have happened, but you must be having an amazing view trackside of this fight.
I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's pretty good. I'm watching that lead battle at the moment. They're absolutely nose to tail. Stark's done an incredible job to get back up to those front two, but it was to be expected with those two battling the way that they have been. They've just been backing each other up into the pack. They need to be careful that Daniel Truman, after that late pit stop, doesn't catch up as well.
Indeed, that's the big risk because Truman was running with them. Truman showed he's got the pace and speed to run with them if he can catch them. And that could happen if they're fighting very, too hard with less than a minute to go. Now, Robin Kassam has been pretty racy too. And Robin Kassam is on the back of Craig Tucker. There's a fight going on over fifth place. So, and Kassam, yeah, he's got a little bit of a gap now. But let's have a look where the leads are. They're onto the back stretch. Here they are on screen. Down the back stretch once more. It's going to be the penultimate lap this time, I'm sure, as they go into the corner at the bottom here. It's Philpott from Galton and Stark. We can look for maybe some action on the last lap there. There's going to be another lap. So there are now 2 laps to go. They just crossed the line with seconds to spare. So this is the penultimate lap they're on. Philpott defensive on absolutely every part of the racetrack now. He's just barely hanging on by his fingernails for that race lead. Gelton is in second, making him work. Stark is in third, trying to jump the pair of them onto the backstretch. What's going to happen down the backstretch with 2 laps to go? So Philpott to the inside, Gelton to the inside now, Stark to the middle by the looks of it there. And still these 3 continue round. This last hairpin here is where some action take place. On this now, the last lap. They start the last lap. This could be the most incredible finish of the lot. Will it be Philpott, Gelton and Stark in that order? Or will that be changing on the final lap? Because there's a bit of increasing pushing and shoving going on, maybe. Certainly nothing unfair, but these are 3 fierce racers. They're going to fight to the end, and Philpott is into the final hairpin. What's going to happen at the end of the backstretch? There they are on the screen. There's Philpott, Gelton, Stark. As they come down, all 3 to the inside. Philpott actually moving more towards the centre, and there comes Stark. Stark's closing in on Gelton into the final corner. They're coming to the hairpin. Is there going to be a lunge? No, it's going to be Philpott taking the flag, and Brad Philpott withstands incredible pressure from Bram Gelton and Matthew Stark. As what an incredible finish there. Truman threw in 4th, Craig Tucker 5th, and Robin Kassam maintains 6th place. Charlie Smith 7th. Emmanuel Nwabodo tries to make a move on Charlie Smith on that final bend, but can't pull it off. He's in 8th place, Templeman 9th, and Rushan brings it home in 10th place. Now, Lewis Manley, obviously a great win there for Brad Philpott, absorbed the pressure.
Extremely good win under the pressure and under the circumstances. He brought it home and won again, so that's 2 out of 3 wins. He's on 29 points after his 3 race, so a semi-final contender for sure.
And down to Anthony Jordan in the pit lane. You've got plenty to choose from to grab in this one, haven't you?
I've got lots to choose from in this one, yes. They're all just jumping out the carts now, so I'm going to probably disappear off camera if I am on camera. There we go. I'm just going to grab a driver or 2. Not in that way, but yeah, you know what I mean. Still early morning for me. Bradley's just getting himself weighed up. I won't say what it was. Brad, let's come and have a chat. Come on over. Look at this, we've got handy markings for you. There we go. Well, Bradley Philpott, what a race that was. You had your work cut out in that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I was fortunate to qualify on pole because Bram clearly had the pace on me. And so I realised early on, as long as it was just the 3 of us up front, or maybe the 2 that were a little bit ahead, that he was the person I had to defend from. And I was checking the times, and I could see that we were still pulling away from the field, even whilst I was defending. So that kind of gave me the leeway to keep defending. And from then on, it was just waiting for him to pit. He pitted, I covered him, and that was it. I wasn't ever going to let him through from there.
No, it didn't look like you were going to. I was watching from the sidelines there, looked incredibly close racing. I mean, Stark in 3rd place closed up as well, with that defending. But other than that, it was a cool, calm, collected race. Now, talk us about the beginning, because there was a large delay at the beginning. Brandon Truman, Daniel Truman, I should say, swapping his kart out. There was a broken throttle cable. But what did that mean for you at the start? Because obviously you spent all that time warming the tyres up, and then all of a sudden you had a big delay.
We kind of knew what was going on, yeah, and we understand the process. I knew the event was running a little bit early because the team here are so efficient at Formula Fast, so we just chilled out and watched the marshal warm the kart up for Daniel and thought about how we were going to take the start.
Excellent stuff. Well done on another race victory. Well done, Bradley Philpott.
Thanks, Anthony. Cheers.
Cheers, spot on. Well, excellent racing coming up, and the next group, they're already seated, they're ready to get going, so the next race is about to head out on the circuit.
Okay, so the penultimate heat race 9 of round 3. What an epic battle we saw there. So we went from one extreme to the other, a huge, massive margin of victory for Lewis Manley to the smallest margin of victory for Brad Philpott. He had to fight off Bram Gelton and Matthew Stark in that one. We'll see what happens in the next heat race. We've got a bit of an interesting cast in this one as well. We've had action all the way so far this morning, and there's going to be no let-up in this next heat race, which is heat race 9. Leading the entries in this one, we've got Dante Dillon and Josh Palmer. Billy Good is there, and Sebastian Miller, we've seen him win before this weekend. Jamie Burke, Jennifer Tompkins, Dominic Muir, Louis Draper, Aidan Kennedy, and Zhu Zhao is going to be out there, the Chinese driver. So they're heading out to qualify. You know what, Anthony? It has to be said that Brad made that sound an awful lot easier than it looked from either trackside or up here.
Yeah, there was nothing easy about what he just did out there, I can tell you that. I've driven this circuit many a times, and yeah, I couldn't defend like that. I've always had someone absolutely send one down the inside of me. So yeah, the fact that he was able to defend that for that amount of time, quite an achievement.
Absolutely, and from what we've seen already this weekend, if anyone's going to send one down the inside, it's going to be Bram Gelton. He's very much the sender. Now, we've got the qualifying underway here for this heat race 9, and crossing line to begin the timing. It's Louis Draper who's going to be the first one out to qualify. He's well on his qualifying lap now. The rest of the field come through. You'd have to assume that one of the front runners would be Dante Dillon. Sebastian Miller should be up there as well. He's won already this weekend. Dominic Muir possibly. Aidan Kennedy definitely. Aidan Kennedy potentially the pole sitter here. One of the 3 rapid American drivers who's in his first time over in Europe, but has raced at world level when the World Indoor Championship was held in the USA. And he did even make the final, I believe. Yes, he made the final back in 2019. So the checker flag is out. Louis Draper's on provisional pole at the moment. He's still on the provisional pole. And so Louis Draper hanging in there. They're all coming in behind him. It's a great run by Draper. Oh, and he's been beaten by Kennedy. Beaten by Miller. So it's Miller, Kennedy, Draper right now. Where is Dante Dillon? He is 4th. So the qualifying is now concluded. And it's going to be Sebastian Miller. Now, Sebastian Miller, we saw win a race yesterday morning. He had to fight off Carl Stevens and West. So Miller, we know, can win, and he's starting from pole position. Aidan Kennedy, though, Aidan Kennedy, he did not win yesterday, but was up in the mix. He had an incredible battle yesterday with Sam Slater. So when Sam Slater, Britain's top driver on the international scene, he frequently does the foreign events. He's racing in the Polish Championship at the end of this month over there in Szczecin. But it is Kennedy who is starting second. So he's already got a second place finish to his name, Kennedy. So he's going to be looking at making one place up there. Louis Draper was the first out to qualify, sat on the pole for some time and then ended up 3rd. Dante Dillon. Now Dillon, potential pole winner there, but he's he probably considers himself maybe slightly out of place. I think a big mover here could be Dillon, but if he's making moves on some very serious people indeed. So, carts lined up. Are there any deals being made? Not that we can see. Dante Dillon there in the 17. He's just getting ready for the start. We can see him on screen there. And they're moving forward now. Okay, so Sebastian Miller, he's the one who gets to dictate the start. When's he going to hit the throttle? Is he going to be before the hairpin, mid-corner, or after? That will certainly say a lot about what happens at the first corner. And it looks like he's pulling away already. So quite an early getaway there by Sebastian Miller. So Sebastian Miller has got a bit of a jump there on Aidan Kennedy. Kennedy's trying to close in, but Miller's got a cart length lead into the hairpin section. Probably a good idea from his point of view. He doesn't really want to be pushed and shoved, but Kennedy is closed in. Kennedy's now right on the tail of Miller as they go through the hairpin section. As they come to the final hairpin now and onto the backstretch, it is certainly Miller, but Kennedy's on the back of him as they head down the back straightaway. But the gap's opened out slightly to a cart length, and then there's a little bit of a gap there to 3rd, which has closed in under braking. So the first lap is almost complete, and it's Sebastian Miller. Sebastian Miller crosses the line in the lead, followed by Aidan Kennedy, followed by Louis Draper, and then Dante Dillon in 4th. But Dillon is now on the back of Draper as they enter the hairpin section. A pretty clean start there, Lewis Manley.
Yeah, from the top 2, they're breaking away a little bit. Kart 13 for 7 and 18 for Kennedy. Pretty good karts at the moment, so they're pulling away, and it's proved it in qualifying. as Kennedy had a battle with Sam Slater yesterday, which was an excellent battle, and fair play to both of them for racing together and congratulating each other. So obviously Kennedy's got to try and do the same thing again on Miller this time.
Absolutely, and it is a similar situation occurring. In the pits, Anthony Jordan.
Yes, it is indeed. It's the number 21 that's coming to the pit lane, so it's Jamie Burke in the pits. It's a good stop for the first box, screeching on the brakes, and it's a green light in the second, back out on track for Jamie.
Absolutely, Jamie Burke, a regular at many of the team sport tracks, well known amongst that crew. He rejoins. Obviously, he's running 10th, having been the only driver to make a pit stop. 13.8, maybe a little bit down on time, but he certainly got away cleanly, and that's worth as much as anything else. So, meantime, it's Miller and Kennedy. Now, as Lewis Manley was talking about with the battle with Sam Slater yesterday, this is a pretty much mirror image situation from Aidan Kennedy's point of view, chasing the leader as just a leading pair. He's not having to defend from anyone behind him, which in this case is Draper. It'll be good news for him, because I think he wouldn't have been looking forward to the idea of battling either Draper or Dante Dillon behind him. Dominic Muir, though, is keeping a bit of a watching brief a little bit further back there in 5th, but it is Sebastian Miller down the backstretch who has Aidan Kennedy on the back of him. Now, Aidan Kennedy was quite content yesterday to sit in position behind Sam Slater. Doesn't really give a lot away. Not quite sort of the mentality, say, of Bram Gelton, for example, who's going to be all over the back of anybody, or even Lewis Manley, who's going to be all over the back of anybody. Kennedy does tend to sit there and not really show a hand. Probably a good poker player as they enter the backstretch there, as it is Miller desperately trying to hang on. You can see the European lean style there. Miller, though, is holding a traditional line, not to the inside. We obviously saw with Philpott and Gelton, it was inside all the way down that backstretch to the right of the screen as you see it on the live stream. This time, though, Miller knows that Kennedy, if he was watching yesterday, knows that Kennedy plays a pretty quiet hand. He doesn't really show anything. Lewis Manley, a pretty hard driver to judge there, Aidan Kennedy, isn't he?
Indeed, he'll try everything he can to get the lead off Miller. If he can get close enough down the straight, he may have a go, but you obviously have to be super committed to the pass. So I don't think he's quite close enough on this one, no, not at all. So probably too early to pit yet, because they'll be in the traffic. So obviously just pit later on in the race. There's still plenty of time left, so 16 minutes plus to go.
Absolutely, none of the top 5 coming in. We've had 1 pit visitor so far. Oh, and another one in.
Yep, so it's the 15 that's coming into the pit lane now. This is Jennifer Tompkins. It's a good stop again at the first one. Bouncing up and down the cut, trying to get that momentum into the cut as much as possible. Good pit stop back out on circuit.
Absolutely, Jennifer Tompkins there, the second pit visitor. A strong run yesterday. I think it was a 4th place for her in one of the heat races. Very much a strong competitor from Wales. Been racing a lot in the Cardiff area. She's one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers. And she resumes having made a pit stop 13.6. So 13.6, 13.8 so far on the pit stops. Another one in. It's the 20. Palmer.
Yep, so into the pit lane. It's a good start. It's quite slow. We've got the 14 stacking up behind as well. So we've got the 20 and the 14 both in the pit lane. So good stop then for Palmer. And the 14 as well, just coming to a stop. Zhao and Zhao back out on circuit. Good pit stop.
That's right, Zhao, the Chinese driver, it kind of felt like he was stopped for a fairly long time at the end there. I mean, obviously, he was as quick as he could be, but did seem to be sort of dead stop for a little while there, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely so. As the number 9 screeches into the pit lane, Dominic is in, and he's got a good stop on the first one. Going good for the second one. Now, interesting tactic. He was actually riding the throttle on the brake there, so you could really smell the clutch as he went past. That's not going to look good for the rest of the race.
No, and of course the organisers won't like the idea of that. And more serious though, for the Dominic Muir's point of view, he was just jumped by Jamie Burke as he came out of the pits there. Burke, of course, had momentum already on the track, having made his pit stop a lap before. And certainly Jamie Burke was able to jump ahead there of Dominic Muir. But Dominic Muir isn't that far behind him. So Burke is going to cross the line now. Yeah, there is actually quite a few car lengths when you look at it. But Muir definitely lost out to Burke there. So as we look at the leaders, it's Sebastian Miller. He's on his 10th lap now, with Aidan Kennedy just 0.2 of a second behind. They're about to conclude the lap now as they cross the line here. And there is there is Sebastian Miller in that lead position. Aidan Kennedy showing signs of absolutely nothing, Lewis Manley. He's literally just sat there with Miller. We've got no idea what he's planning. We can see from some drivers they're planning a pass here, planning a pass there, thinking about the pit stops. Aidan Kennedy, we've just got no idea what he's thinking about doing.
No, exactly. It's going to be a complete carbon copy of the last race, and obviously Kennedy's last race as well, complete carbon copy, rather the undercut and overcut. That's the main talking points of these races, because it can work and it can give you extra positions and obviously extra points, because that can make huge differences towards the semi-finals and going into the final, of course.
Absolutely, a rapid lap there by Louis Draper in third place. He's got Dante Dillon with him, but not quite as close as he was before. I do get the feeling, though, that it's not because Dillon's dropping off the back. Somehow, it looks as though Louis Draper may be closing in on the leaders. He's not necessarily the fastest. He's certainly faster than the leader, Sebastian Miller, but it does seem as though Louis Draper may well be bridging that gap from third to second. So here comes Miller, here comes Kennedy, but the orange helmet there of Louis Draper just does seem to be as if he's closing in ever so slightly. He's not falling away, that's for sure. And he's certainly moving ahead of Dante Dillon. As they go through the hairpin section, Louis Miller's starting to look pretty convincing. Louis Draper, sorry, is starting to look pretty convincing, don't you think?
Yeah, he is closing on the lead too a little bit. He's pulled away from Dante a little bit, but the more Miller goes defensive, then the more Draper will close in the leading two. 12 minutes to go. I think probably some pit stops will be happening quite shortly. I don't know if it'll be this lap, so I'm not sure. No, they all continue. So I don't think it'll be long left.
Absolutely, and currently the fastest on the track at the moment, the best lap so far in this race, has been the second place driver, which is Aidan Kennedy. And Aidan Kennedy, as I said, a pretty hard driver to read exactly what he's got in mind. Can have a little look out the window. Yeah, he's still following Sebastian Miller onto the back stretch there. Aidan Kennedy's starting to have a look a bit behind, see what's going on with Louis Draper. Maybe he's kind of sensed that Draper is closing in a bit. Obviously, normal in indoor karting, you're going to be looking across the track to see what's going on. You may see that Draper seems to drop back a little bit on this lap, so not his best lap on that last one there by Louis Draper, although he has put in a lap faster than the two ahead. He just seems like he's a bit further away. Dante Dillon, of course, has ever so slightly inched back up onto the tail of Draper. Really, we just need to see what happens in the pit stops here, and I think this is really all about Kennedy. Sebastian Miller's doing all he can, but he's going to have to cover whatever Kennedy does. I'm expecting Kennedy to be the first one of these in, of the certainly the two leaders there, and Miller is going to have to cover that immediately. He's going to have to be pretty on the case there, is Miller, about what Kennedy's doing behind. Yes, he's got to watch what he's doing from a driving point of view, but also the strategy is going to play a part here, because I think we're going to see a pretty rapid stop there by Miller, so the pressure's going to be on Kennedy to match that, and I think it'll be the first stop. It will be made by the American in second. So the gap continues at about 1.6 Louis Draper from the leader. There they are down the backstretch. It's Miller, it's Kennedy, it's Draper, and then Dante Dillon. Now, who's going to be first in? None of these four are in yet. No one's got any idea about pit stopping whatsoever. There's 10 minutes to go. They're obviously playing a bit of a long game. We've had half the field in, that's 5 karts. Needless to say, that is the lower half in the order because they've stopped. So that's Burke, Muir, Tompkins, Palmer and Shaw. And another one in the pits.
Yes, indeed. It's the number 16 who's come in. It's Billy Good. And, a very slow getaway there for Billy. Comes into the line. He's quite cramped in that car, actually. He's quite tall. But he gets away, gets a good stop, and back out on circuit he goes.
And Jennifer Tompkins is onto him, but Billy Good's managed to cover her off in the hairpin there. But Jennifer Tompkins can have a look down the inside, and Billy covers it. So Jennifer Tompkins getting pretty racy there into the hairpin section. As Billy Good was coming out of the pit lane, Jennifer Tompkins was coming in fast. And Billy had his work cut out there to cover a couple of moves by Jennifer Tompkins into the hairpin section. He did lose a place to Jamie Burke. He did lose a place to Dominic Muir, but he has resumed in 7th place. So Billy Good is in 7th. Jennifer Tompkins is in 8th place as they come over to cross the line now, with Josh Palmer and then Qiu Zhao in 10th place, rounding him out. So the leaders, still no pit stops. They've got plenty of time with 9 minutes remaining, so they've got plenty of time to make those stops. I still can't get away from the idea, Lewis Manley, that it's going to be Aidan Kennedy who's going to be making the first stop. I think him coming in is going to bring everyone else in.
I think so. The only problem he's got is down the straight, because Miller seems to be pulling away down the straight because of the straight line speed. He's a lot closer this time, but then Miller had to go defensive that time. That's a lot closer he's been than the previous laps. He might think of pitting now. I'm not sure if he will pit there. Yes, he does. He's in. Over to you,
Second
Anthony.
in.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's in the pit lane. It's a good stop. Comes to a complete stop. Yeah, gets that green light on the first one. Stops at the second. Gets his photo taken as well, and back out on circuit. Clean stop.
Aidan Kennedy there stopping for a photo by the looks of it, Anthony, but he's resumed in second place. Now, Sebastian Miller, he has to cover this immediately. The pit stop was very quick. It was 12.5 seconds. The fastest stop we've seen in this race by nearly a second, so Miller has to come in this time. Will Miller come in out of the lead? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Now, Kennedy has some clear space, and he's got to lay these lap times down now. Aidan Kennedy has to be fast. Miller, theoretically, will have to be very careful that he does not lose this lead in the pit stops. Miller is going to come up to one of the back markers there, and Miller's through the hairpin section. He's coming up to a back marker as they enter the final hairpin there. It's Miller. He's going to have to do him down the back straight. Surely we're going to see Miller in this time around, because it's Miller with a gap to Draper and Dillon. But it's all about Miller. There goes Kennedy across the line. Here comes Miller. Is he going to pit? Is he going to pit? Miller does not pit. He's got ahead of the back marker, but Miller does not pit.
Second place does, though. The 19's into the pit lane, so Louis Draper is in. It's a good stop on the first block. Comes to the second. Oh, very late on the brakes. Almost overshoots the line, but gets the green light. It's a slow getaway. Back out on track now.
Absolutely. Now, that's crucial there. We saw Louis Draper there. Louis ended up on the second part of the stop where the beam points down. There's a little patch, there's a laser beam. They have to break that beam with the cart. Now, by stopping relatively late there with the patch, Louis Draper had to be really careful pulling away that he didn't allow the beam to reconnect and end up with a yellow light on the pit stop light system there. Of course, he would have had to come back in. But it's really all about Miller. Now, what's the gap here? We're looking at Miller with 22 laps in. Aidan Kennedy would take the lead if Miller stopped now. So Miller has to either be very fast or get in the pits sooner rather than later. He's actually lost the opportunity to make the pit stop and still be in the lead. So Miller has to be fast. It's simple as that now. Miller has to be fast. Aidan Kennedy has made up time. Aidan Kennedy will take the lead when Miller pits in. Is Miller going to... Miller's in. The race leader in.
Yep, let's see how quick it is, though. Comes to a stop. It's a complete stop. Gets the green light. The red light held him for so long. Kennedy's coming around the final corner now. Stopping now. Gets that green light. He's going to come back out on circuit, but Kennedy, yeah, takes it.
Kennedy sweeps past and into the lead. He did what he needed to do. Kennedy felt he was faster. He sat behind Miller for so long in the race and then made a blinding pit stop. It was 12.5. He's still the fastest stopper, and that was a second and 1.3 seconds faster by Kennedy over Miller, which arguably is less than the gap on the track. And they're down the backstretch there. We can see it is Kennedy in the lead. Sorry, he is in front. Dante Dillon actually is the one in the lead, and we're looking for a pit stop from Dante Dillon at some point. He continues in the lead of the race, albeit having to make a stop. But Kennedy is the nominal leader, if you like, ahead of Sebastian Miller. So Kennedy used the pit stop. He was 1.3 seconds faster in the pits than Sebastian Miller, but Sebastian Miller is absolutely on his case as they enter the final hairpin there before the backstretch. They're on the backstretch now. Down they go. It is in this race at least, a comfortable, what you could call a comfortable distance between Kennedy and Miller. They're coming around, about to start another lap now. There is Kennedy in the white helmet and dark suit, the lighter blue on his on the sides there of Sebastian Miller. Now, Sebastian Miller really has been forced into a position of settling into second when the pit stop cycle through, and by that we're having our eyes on Dante Dillon because he is in the lead. Now, he is 11.5 seconds ahead of Louis Draper, who is fourth. So if Dillon pitted now, he would actually come out in fourth place if he can be fast, if he can make up time. In other words, exactly what Kennedy did. He may well find he's in third instead of fourth. Now, yeah, okay, it's only one place ahead, but it's worth a lot of points, that, and Dante Dillon certainly needs them if he's going to get into the semi-final. This has been the sort of the story of his BRKC this year. He's been in those top positions, but maybe around the third or fourth spot. So if Dillon can make up points, this will help his chances no end. Anthony Jordan, a golden example of why the pit stops are important there. Kennedy getting ahead of Miller by dint of a blinding pit stop. They're matching each other for time on the track. It's been about being stopped.
I mean, you're right in saying that the pit stops are a very crucial stage of these races, and you know at Formula Fast it's incredibly difficult to overtake around this sector. It's incredibly tight, it's very twisty. So doing that in the pit stops saved him a great deal of time and effort, and he's now managing to lead this race. So a great work from Kennedy.
Absolutely, and guess who's fastest in this race? It is Dante Dillon. The fastest lap has been set by Dante Dillon. So Dante Dillon in the lead with a pit stop to go. He's about to cross the line. He's not coming in the pits this time. So Dillon crosses the line, starts another lap. And he is the fastest so far. So he's doing what he needs to do to try and pull a gap on Louis Draper. So when he comes out of the pits, he's still in. He is in front and in third place. He needs the points from that third place, does Dillon. He's making it work. He's inching further away from Louis Draper, who's about to cross the line with the orange helmet. Dillon's doing what he needs to do. He probably could do with staying out now, setting those times. There's only 2 minutes 40, so Dillon will have to come in soon. Will it be this time? No, it won't. Dillon has passed the pit entry there. He's crossing the line. Surely it will be the next lap with 2 minutes 30. Lewis Manley, Dante Dillon is leaving this very late, but he's got to put those laps in. Yeah, indeed. I think the pit lane is closing this lap, so I don't know if it's this lap or the next lap he has to come in, because he has to make sure to do it this time. So it'd be very close with him and Miller, but it's 9.5 second gap. Unless he gets a blinding pit stop, I think he's got Draper covered, so that's the overcut word, as Kennedy did the undercut earlier after pitting very nicely. So as Miller's stop was not as quick as if I can
Kennedy's.
Cut in, surely Dillon in. Yes,
in.
Dillon, the leader's in.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane. It's a good stop for the first line, just gets to the line. I think he overshot it slightly, but he gets the good stop, comes in, and it's 2 green lights. Yeah, he gets away. Kennedy goes past, but he gets in front just of Miller.
He's in front of Miller, and there's contact, but he gets away with it. Dante Dillon is resumed in second. An incredible pit stop, the fastest pit stop we've seen for ages. Not just in the 12s. This was 11.9 seconds. That was one of the fastest pit stops of the weekend. Dante Dillon has jumped from 4th, on final result, including the pit stop. He pitted out of the lead, but instead of resuming in 4th, he's actually resumed in 2nd. Sebastian Miller, the net loser there, has ultimately, through the pit stop cycle, dropped from 1st to 3rd place, so he's lost 2 places as they cross the line with just over a minute to go. It is Aidan Kennedy with the lead. It is Dante Dillon 2nd. It is Sebastian Miller 3rd. Louis Draper 4th. I was seeing Louis Draper closing in on that pit exit as Dante Dillon was coming out, but incredibly Dillon shot out alongside, but crucially from his point of view, on the inside for the hairpin. And a little bit of contact, but no real problems there. Dillon is in 2nd place. So Dante Dillon, amazing performance there. And one of the fastest pit stops, 11.9 seconds of the weekend. Dante Dillon did what he had to do, and a masterful pit stop. 42 seconds left to go. So we'll see. There may yet be another lap in this race. Aidan Kennedy's in the early part of the lap, but I think we're going to see after this 2 more laps. We'll keep an eye on that. Anthony Jordan, that must have just seemed incredible coming out the pit lane there. Obviously you were busy looking at Dante Dillon leaving the pits, but equally you were seeing Sebastian Miller coming in fast, and also Louis Draper doing his best.
Oh yeah, you're going to have eyes in the back of your head when you're in the pit lane, because carts come thick and fast from left, right and centre. But yeah, no, a fantastic running from Dante Dillon there, timed it to perfection. And you know, when he was in the lead of this race as well, he used that to as a crucial time as well, because he just kept setting those fastest times as well. So you know, he's had a brilliant race in this one, has Dante.
And incredibly, the fastest lap now in this race is the 4th place driver, Louis Draper. So Louis Draper, there's really not that much between the top 4, to be fair. They're on the back stretch. All 4 of them are going to be on the back stretch together. Kennedy, admittedly, will be at the end of it when Louis Draper's at the top of it. But there we go. They're coming around the final turn. This is going to be the last lap. It's going to be the last lap. And Kennedy starts that last lap now. He has a clear lead over Dante Dillon, but Dillon's coming under increasing pressure from Sebastian Miller. If Sebastian Miller's going to do something about getting second, it's going to have to be on this lap, and it's going to have to be on track 4 position. Louis Draper there is in 4th place. He's got them all in sight, but probably too far back to do anything. So as they enter the backstretch, Kennedy's going to be first one on the backstretch. There he is in the dark blue suit. There is Dillon. There is Miller. And there is Louis Draper. So at the end of the straight, it's Kennedy turning in. It's Dillon, it's Miller, and there is Draper. So there is Dante Dillon on screen, and here comes Aidan Kennedy. Aidan Kennedy's going to win it. The American wins from Dante Dillon, Sebastian Miller, and there in 4th is Louis Draper. Fourth is going to be Jamie Burke from Muir, Good, Tompkins, Palmer and Shaw. What a race there, Anthony. And, you know, Dylan in that pit stop. Wow. Get a hold of him if you can, but definitely if you can also talk to Aidan Kennedy. That's his first win.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We'll chat to both of them when they come in. But, yeah, both of them really taking advantage of the pit stop strategy in that race.
So they all come into the pits, and it's down to Anthony Jordan in the pits.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Aidan Kennedy gets out of the car, same with Dante Dillon. Quick on track, quick out the car as well. There we go. They show a good bit of camaraderie to each other. Dante, we'll have a word with you. I think you need to weigh yourself first, don't you? Yeah, you weigh yourself, and then we'll go over there, and then we'll grab Aidan Kennedy. Aidan, once you're free, come and have a chat with us for me as well, yeah? Right, okay, well, just to shows how much weight Dante Dillon has to carry in his car. Just quickly, he's had to take a wheelbarrow over to get all of his lead out of the car. That's how much he's got in there, but he still comes out in first place. Tell you what, if you need any lead paneling for your roof, call Dante Dillon. He's got plenty of it. But, we'll see if we can track to Aidan Kennedy first then, while Dante's sorting out his wheelbarrow. Aidan? If we could have a chat, yeah, if you want to come on over. Come on over. Right. Stand on your handy yellow mark there. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Well, Aidan, from USA to hooray here. I mean, what a race that was. Talk us about the pit lane strategy, because that worked out beautifully for you.
That was really tough. Yeah, I couldn't really get him on the straights, and I wanted to just jump him in the pits and see if I can get him. It was risky because if you pit later, you have a better advantage, but I think it worked out really well. I had a good pit stop, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, watching your pit stop in here, yeah, looked pretty clean. And when you came out on top, yeah, you just got that jump. A fantastic strategy. How is this lining you up for later on in the day? Was it looking good?
I have a 4th, 2nd, and this is my first win. I need to try and win my next race and get good points. I think I should make the semifinals, I hope.
Well, let's hope so. We'll keep an eye on you, but best of luck today. Well done, Aidan.
Thank you.
So the stuff there. Let's see if we can try and grab Dante Dillon very, very quickly before he goes. Dante, can I grab you? Quick word for me before you run off and before these carts head out. Come forth, sir. Stand. Excellent. Well done. Well, Dante Dillon, what a run that was from yourself. I mean, also getting the jump. You got the lead early on as well, setting those fastest times. You had the waft and you got past as well.
Yeah. I was thinking quite a lot about the strategy midway through. I was thinking, do I pit early? No one's pitting. There's a gap. Do I just carry on? Now, because of this new layout, it's much more of an advantage pitting afterwards. So I just wanted to long it out. Go until it said pits closing and see the board this time, and I got jumped from net 4th to net 2nd, so I was really pleased with that considering the car I had, so I was very, very happy.
Well, talk us a little bit about how much lead you have in the car, because you've got more lead than a blacksmith in that thing. How much are you carrying?
Well, I'll be honest then. I mean, I weigh with gear like 52 kg, and my lead takes me up to 90, so that's like 38 kilos.
Have some breakfast. Sort it out. Dante Dillon, well done. Perfect. Well, James, back up to you. Cart's heading out for qualifying.
Absolutely, Anthony, and there's a... the voice. And we've got this qualifying underway. Anthony, that was a good little interview with Dante Dillon, wasn't it? I think the only answer really there is feed him. As the qualifying now is underway, they're beginning their qualifying laps. We've got the 10th and final heat race of this round. This is round 3. We're going to be going into round 4 next, but this is the final race of the 3rd round. We've got Sam Shaw, Brett Crow, Richard Jute, the South African in this one, Dennis Holler from Germany, Lucas Sullivan, Ben Churchill, Adam Davis, Eliana De Vos, Nadia Balnega and Mark Bramford in this. We've got Steve Gray also up in the commentary box. Steve Gray, we saw an incredible 6th place. Let's have a look at the times as they come in, Steve. We've got some real heavy hitters in this and some people who need the points. No question about it. So first one in is going to be Brett Crow. He sets a time. As Nadia Balnega completes Bramford. Eliana de Vos has gone fastest. Now, what about Dennis Holler? What about Richard Jute? Here comes Holler. He's gone fastest. Where's Jute? Jute's a bit further back, I think, or has he already crossed the line? Richard Jute down in 5th place. That's a little bit of a surprise, it has to be said, round here. Adam Davis has come in 9th. Steve Gray, your teammate and mate from Blackpool, Adam Davis, he's going to feel a little bit out of place.
A little bit out of place, but you look at some of the drivers in this. Dennis Holler, Eliana de Vos, Lucas Sullivan. This is a tough heat. I had a quick look at the driver lineup before, but no, I didn't realise it was this tough. I'm glad it's Adam out there and not me. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely, and Dennis Holler, the German, vastly experienced, one of the finest in the world, 2nd in the World Championship. He's going to start from that pole position. But more seriously, from his point of view, he's got Eliana de Vos, one of the fabled Blue Star team drivers from Holland, is going to be starting right behind him. Eliana de Vos. Lucas Sullivan's going to be starting 3rd. And
really good
Sam
effort.
Shaw 4th. Richard Jute is going to be 5th. Richard Jute is going to be 5th. Now, a little bit out of place maybe. Now, the funny thing with Richard Jute, we can see him there. He's the sort of boss of the Jute team, I think we can say. He's
boss, yeah.
yes,
the generalissimo.
Yeah, he is definitely in charge of the situation down there. We've had some great results. What about Dalton Jute? I think Dalton Jute may be the best one so far, because I don't think Richard has won a race. We've seen him win at Formula Fast here, and we'll see what happens. Meantime, Dennis Holler brings them round. Dennis Holler in the first place there, pole position. He's got the start he wants.
Brilliant
He's
start.
got a great start when you consider it's Eliana de Vos he's trying to get ahead of. And Dennis Holler has probably got the best start he could have ever hoped for there, Steve Gray. Meantime, Eliana de Vos is close, straight back in on him, because, of course, it is Eliana de Vos.
Absolutely. I was watching Eliano yesterday in his heat race that he won. I think it was round 287 or whatever it was. And I tell you, you look at him through his helmet and he looks about 12. Ruben Bouters was stood next to me. I felt starstruck, first of all. But I said to him, how old is Eliano? And he said he was 19. And when you look at him and you look at his position in the car, he looks a lot younger than that. But no, incredible. He's going through, especially through the revised snail section. He's rapid. Just look at the lines Eliano takes, because so smooth and so slick. It's brilliant.
Absolutely, Steve. It must be a complicated area, that, because with one hairpin into another and back, there's a series of about 5 hairpins. Get the first one wrong, you've blown the lot, yeah? Yeah,
that's the way, and it just, like you say, it's a domino effect. If you do get the first one wrong, that's the whole lot set up. But already, like I just said, Eliano de Vos right back onto the back of Dennis Holler. And as we said, Dennis Holler, he was a world champion. So Eliano has got his work cut out here to try and get past. Could be involved in potentially a pit stop change between them two, but look at the gap already. Lucas Sullivan, that epic 3rd place qualifying, and Sam Shaw going with him, but already the top 2 have made the gap straight away. Adam Davis, early pit stop.
Yeah, Adam Davis, just about to say, I didn't want to cut over you. You were in the flow there. Yeah, good pit stop back out on circuit. No dramas at all.
So Adam Davis, Steve, your teammate, has managed to make the first pit stop and so far only pit stop. What was going through his mind? Do you think he'll be feeling out of place in 9th?
He'd have been disappointed with 9th, absolutely. But again, like I said, given the amount of quality in this group, he can't feel too downhearted. Nag, he said, another one in the pits.
Anthony?
Another 2. They're double stacking. This is a delay for the 13. This is bad for Mark Bramford. So the 17 came in, Nadia, but got the good pit stop. But yeah, absolute disaster for Mark Bramford there.
And that is to the advantage of Adam Davis. Adam Davis, by dint of Mark Bramford coming in right on the tail of Nadia Balnega, the sister of Selena. Selena's obviously going to be waving her on from the what counts as the pit wall on the far side of the track. She's got out in 8th place. Adam Davis wasn't quite able to catch her, but he certainly leapfrogged Mark Bramford. Now, Mark Bramford came in right behind Balnega. It's such a risk coming in behind another car, because you have to wait, then move forward to the stopping point. Steve Gray, with all due respect to Mark Bramford, he should really have seen that and bailed out, do you think?
Yeah, it's like I was doing yesterday. You're coming around the final hairpin here and you're looking over your shoulder to see if you can see a helmet bobbing through the pit lane. And you hope that when you're doing your lap, there's nobody there. But sometimes it can be deceptive. And I think Mark Bamford's just been unlucky there.
Absolutely. The frustration will probably there. He knows that more than we could ever say right now, I'm sure. So Mark Bramford, he has resumed in the 10th place. He's got Adam Davis in his sights, though, so Adam's going to have to get his foot down to make sure he stays in front. Talking of being in front, it is Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler has extended his lead to about half a second now. So there's a kart gap there. It was pretty much nose to tail, but there is about a kart gap, which is a big lead when you're talking about Eliana De Vos. Now, going back to third and fourth, look at this. Lucas Sullivan, Formula TKM winner, festival winner, so that is a major achievement in its own right. He is running third, but he's got the full attention of Sam Shaw. Now, Sam Shaw, a regular in the British Indoor Series, which is the travelling indoor series, if you like, a team sport event. And Sam Shaw, and a big shot into the wall at the far side there. We'll have a look and see who that was. I think it might have been the Brett Crow area of the track. That may well have been Brett Crow. Yes, possibly. We'll have another look. Maybe even Nadia Balnega will have. No, I don't think it's where she is, but we'll have to see. They're down the back stretch. They're still fight position down the inside. Richard Jute nearly. And Jute takes the position back. But no, he's on the outside. Jute gets pushed wide and he's under attack from Ben Churchill. Jute is on the inside again, but nothing doing. So Jute, Crow and Churchill all at it. Coming through the first turn there. They're going away into the hairpin area. And it's still battle in the hairpin. They're still fighting away. Brett Crow is fighting off the South African Richard Jute, and Ben Churchill is there in the third of those three. Some serious action going on there, Steve Gray. Look at that.
Unbelievable. What a great battle. Richard Jute, I mean, you know, like we were saying before, he is the king of the Jute family, and he's trying to make a move here on the Brett Crow, but Brett, again, very controlled. And look at this. But the only thing I was going to say is who is this going to help, James? Adam Davis. Because Adam came in for his early stop. We say around 12 seconds for a good stop. And look at the gap, 10.8 to 20.2. Adam could leapfrog all of these if they keep battling.
And he's actually starting that process by closing in on Nadia Balnega. Now, he's closing in on Nadia Balnega. He has made a pit stop. Nadia has made a pit stop. But the only other pit stopper is behind them, which, of course, is Mark Bramford. So, yes, he could join that group through the pit stops as well. Because there we are looking at that group. It's Brett Crow in the blue suit. There is Richard Jute. And there is Ben Churchill. So these three are nose tail. They are fighting, but they've also got to make a pit stop. They're coming through the first turn. They're great shots there as Brett Crow goes out towards that hairpin section. This is where the action was really kicking off last time for them. Once they get through the hairpin section, is Richard Jute going to make a massive lunge down the inside at the end of the straight? It's going to rely on a good exit from this hairpin. He's made a good exit from this hairpin. He's closed in on Crow. What's going to happen down the back stretch? Is Jute? No, he's trying to defend against Ben Churchill. So it is Crow, Jute and Churchill still fighting away. That's Richard Jute, the South African, in the middle of that group there with the white helmet. As we're looking to the inside on that corner, but clearly not able to make the pass. And we're waiting for one of those to pit and where that works out. But meantime, Adam Davis is definitely closing in on Nadia Balnega. We can see out the window here, and that's them on screen. So when these battling three, 5th, 6th, 7th, the Crow, Jute, Churchill battle, when that cycles through, actually when you look at the times, Balnega and Davis could be definitely in front.
Yeah, they should be by
the margin as well.
They should be by now.
So, yep, Crow.
Go.
Yep, so action in the pit lane. Yeah, the 18 comes in, Brett Crow, and it's a good stop. Gets the green light on the first one, comes to the second,
yep,
and it's good, green, and he's back out on circuit.
And Crow. Crow rejoins his pass by both Balnega and Adam Davis. So, as you say, Steve, Davis not only has made up the place on Crow, but he's also now right on the tail of Nadia Balnega.
That's a great effort. I mean, look, we know how quick the Balnegas are, and Adam will be absolutely buzzing from that, and rightly so. He's right behind Nadia as they're going down there. Is he going to do a Steve Gray lunge coming down his hairpin? But Nadia defending already the inside. Is there a tiny gap? This is going to be very, very close battle, but that pit stop, as we said, absolutely crucial. Sometimes, James, an early pit stop can count.
And Nadia Balnega has been a regular on the international and world championship scene. She, from the women's championship point of view, she has been third, she has been second as well. So Nadia Balnega is a very rapid lady there, the Dutch girl, and she is fighting off Adam Davis, and both of them leapfrogged Brett Crow. Now, that is good news for them, because if they've leapfrogged Brett Crow in the pit stops, they might leapfrog Richard Jute, they might leapfrog Ben Churchill. Churchill and Jute still continue on. They are not taking stops on this lap. And so what's happening there? Davis is definitely up close now to Nadia Balnega. So this is actually going to become a fight for position. How racy is Adam Davis feeling this morning, Steve?
Adam Davis is always feeling racy, and he's going to be, like I say, he's going to be massively encouraged by this. He's sticking to them. The only concern you've got is if you look, obviously, Brett Crow, because these two are battling, Brett is now closing up on the back of both of them. So this could become a three-way fight. you know, chuck Richard Jute and Ben Churchill into that, you're going to have a potential 5-car train there for 5th position. Could get interesting.
And I'd like actually to pull that slightly further forward there, because if we look at 3rd place battle between Lucas Sullivan and Sam Shaw, they are, shall we say, a slow pit stop ahead of Balnega and Davis. So it's not over there. Davis and Balnega could find themselves actually in a fight for 3rd place should things go their way. You know, if Sullivan and Shaw don't exactly make the grades of pit stops, they're battling away as well, so potentially a bit of time loss. I mean, if you look at them, they're going through the first turn now. They are definitely in a fight, but not a time-losing fight, which is key. Now, there's Adam Davis. He's all over the back of Nadia Balnega. Is he going up the inside? No. Now, it's really important here that Nadia Balnega and Adam Davis do not take time out of each other, because if they can be patient, they could be in a 3rd place fight when these pit stops cycle through. Anthony Jordan down the pit lane. It's been a while since we've seen any pit stops, but everything is shaping up that every pit stop made from here forward is going to be crucial to the overall race result.
You're definitely right in saying that. Yeah, I'm a bit lonely in the pit lane. I think I need some drivers to come in. I think they've took a sight at me and thought, oh, no, I'll stay out on track, I think. But, yeah, no action really in the pit lane.
No, we hadn't forgotten you, but they clearly have. And but the next ones to remember you will probably be, I think it'll be maybe Sam Shaw, possibly Ben Churchill. Richard Jute, of course, is leading Ben Churchill. Well, the 3rd and 4th don't come in. What about Richard Jute? He's out there on his own. Richard Jute is in.
Him's in.
Yep, he's coming to the pit lane now. Stops at the first box. It's all good. Quite a long hold, but he gets away cleanly. Comes to the second.
They got him.
And
got him.
It's a solid stop. No issues, and they've managed to get past, yep.
And Jute has been passed by Balnega. He's been passed by Davis. He's been passed by Crow. Crow, of course, he was in a battle with, and he will not want to see those 3 carts in front. Now, can Jute get amongst them? Now, Steve, this is shaping up in arguably the worst possible way for Sullivan and Shaw, because, you know, not only are they potentially going to be in battle with Adam Davis and Nadia Balnega, they could end up being in a battle with Brett Crow, Richard Jute, and anyone else who wants to join that party.
I was going to say, it's a party for all, isn't it? Yeah, this is going to be interesting as we get through. I've just got the feeling, and Nadia won't like this, I've got the feeling that she is now starting to hold up Adam. And, you know, you look at the times and you look at everything else, and Adam's body language certainly says he needs to get past Nadia, because, as you've said, I think within 2 or 3 laps, Richard Jute is going to be right on the tail, and then it depends. Ben Churchill now in a little bit of space by himself. Can he get some laps together and see if he can jump leapfrog him? It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely, and Adam Davis cannot do it on the pit stops. He cannot pass Nadia Balnega on the pit stops because he's already made his stop. Dennis Huller continues in the lead, nearly 20 laps in. He's on his 20th lap. Dennis Huller, the German, he's leading the Dutchman, Elian de Vos. De Vos is in from second.
Yep, De Vos is in. It was a good call to come in because they had back markers in front, so he gained a good bit of time there as your race leader had to get past the back markers, but it's a good pit stop, comes out in front of 3rd and 4th.
Now, that was crucial for Eliana de Vos, and it was a half-decent time. I mean, 13.2. 3rd fastest pit stop in this race, but not that ballistic. I mean, when you consider Dante Dillon's unthinkably fast 11.9, that's, 1.3 seconds away. He stopped in the pits. So we'll be looking now. Dennis Huller does not come in. The German does not pit out of first place. So Dennis Huller is on his 22nd lap with 7.5 minutes to go. So Huller does have some time yet. De Vos, we're going to see what he can do on lap times, because from De Vos's point of view, it's now time to set some quick laps and that.
Yep, so Sam Shaw is in, so hopefully, or surely, he's going to get a good stop. Surely not, but Sam Shaw is surely going to get out the pit lane surefire well. There we go.
And he has, and crucially from his point of view, he has emerged with a decent gap over the battle of
your race leader's
Davis.
in. Your race leader's in. Dennis Hollier is in, and it's a good stop. Oh no, it's a penalty. It's a penalty on the first one. He got the yellow light. That's a disaster for the race leader.
Unthinkable. Another pit stop penalty for Dennis Huller, one of the most experienced, one of the most decorated. Oh, and into the pits again, 3rd.
Yeah, Lucas Sullivan, the TKM Festival winner is in, and it's a good pit stop from him. Yeah, 2 green lights, comes back out on circuit, crucially ahead of the 16 of Sam Shaw.
And crucially out of the battle behind, which is now being led by Adam Davis. Adam Davis has made it past Nadia Balnega. Brett Crow is trying to work on the Dutch girl as well. And there's an investigation, number 15, which is Adam Davis. So it may yet be shown to be a bad pass. He may have to give that position back. If he does, he'll almost certainly lose one to Brett Crow as well, because Crow is just going to follow Nadia Balnega straight through Adam Davis. What's going to happen? They're still under investigation. Holler's come back in. Sorry, Anthony, talk us through Holler's stop.
Yeah, absolutely fine that time around, no issues. He's back out on circuit.
So, poor old Dennis Holler, he had a double penalty in the first heat race yesterday morning. What happened was he pitted out of the lead, caught the yellow light, had to come back in and serve a repeat, a penalty pit stop. He caught the yellow light on that, and Crow goes through. Crow, but Balnega comes back on Crow. And so poor old Dennis Holler's actually served about 3 or 4 penalties this weekend alone. So Balnega side by side with Crow down the backstretch. In the blue suit is Crow. On the outside is Balnega. Can she hold them around the outside? She's lost a place. She's lost another place.
Oh, Richard Duke could get both of them. Oh, what a move from Duke. We've seen him do this time and time again. Fantastic move from Duke. It hasn't come off in the end. But what an eye of the tiger there. Because Mr. Opportunist nearly paid off for him. Great battling.
Richard Duke, the tough South African, multiple race winner here at Formula Fast, very combative driver, and he needed every bit of combative nature he had there. He was working on the inside, he was working on the outside, he was trying to jump Crow. Crow was expecting Balnega, but he got Richard Duke, and it was, you know, it sort of ended up where it was going to end up there, didn't it? Richard Duke, we can't make a move this time around, but don't rule out Richard Duke yet. Now, Adam Davis has pulled a bit of a gap on them, and I think he'll be relieved to be out of this fight, Steve.
He's been relieved to be out of this fight, and I'll tell you something now, you keep an eye on him, because who's just in front of him on the road? Ben Churchill and Sam Shaw. These two have been in a race-long fight, and Adam is now, what, he's 2 seconds behind? Let's keep an eye on him and see if he can catch up, because these two, they've been race-long together, haven't they? Ben Churchill and Sam Shaw going down the back straight now, and they just will not let each other go, and this is going to play right into Adam's hands, get some quick laps in, and you can already see visibly the gap has come down from 2 seconds. So Adam will certainly be, and that'll be a fight for 3rd place between Ben, Sam and Adam.
Absolutely, and Adam Davis, of course, he started in 9th. He's pulled himself up to 6th. Everyone's made their pit stop, so this is kind of perdition in reality, if you like. No one's going to pit out of any positions they're in now. They've all made their stops, and Adam Davis has pulled himself up to 6th place. That's a really good run by Adam Davis. There he is on screen there with the yellow helmet coming down the backstretch. Eliana de Vos leads. Holler is now a good 9.3 seconds behind, so it's a long way back. Adam Davis there we're looking at in the 6th place. Now, can he close in on the battle ahead of him? That's Sam Shaw versus Lucas Sullivan. They're only about a second ahead, and Adam Davis is very fast. Let's have a look at the times. He's definitely faster. He's putting in laps of 34 seconds. The ones in front are putting in laps of 35, and they're catching Ben Churchill. So Ben Churchill in 3rd is not going slowly, but fast as a lot of that group is Adam Davis. Adam Davis, Steve, you know Adam. Is he able to stay cool enough to make this work? There are 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be seeing him, and it drives both of us on. I think it drives most races on. You see you catching someone in the pits, so one of our leaders.
Yeah, it's Churchill's in the pit lane, so Ben Churchill, he's very late on the pit stop. Good stop on the first one, comes to the second, and it's a green light, and he's back out on circuit.
Absolutely, and he's lost a lot of places there as Ben Churchill. He's dropped right the way down to 9th. He's gone from about 3rd to 9th in one fell swoop. Such is the close nature of those behind. There seems to be some gaps, but the actual overall gap, if you like, from 3rd down to 9th isn't that much. It's only 10 seconds. 3rd to 9th is only covered by 10 seconds, the lot of them. And in 3rd place is Sam Shaw, there over the line, followed by Sullivan, followed by Davis, followed by Crow, Duke, Balnega, and then it is going to be Ben Churchill, and then it's Mark Bramford. So Mark Bramford is now caught up. Remember, he made a bit of an awkward pit stop earlier on. Eliana de Vos is actually closing up on Bramford, so nearly everybody's up at the far end, except the German Dennis Holler, who's about to cross the line. So down the back stretch, it is Sam Shaw. He's been followed by Sullivan, and here comes Adam Davis in 5th. There he is in the yellow helmet. Adam Davis from Blackpool in 5th place. He's going around the corner there into the final hairpin. Steve Gray, Do you think he can see those in front? Do you think he can close in on them?
I'm hoping he can. It's still 2 seconds, but obviously this is now, it's going to be tense, chipping away. It's whether, to be honest, he runs out of time, because obviously time is ticking on. We've only got a minute and a half left is what I can gather. So he could potentially run out of time. We're going to have to see. One thing I've noticed, very interesting, Dennis Holler obviously has had to make 2 pit stops. He still ended up 10 seconds ahead of the battle in third. That was the pace of Eliano and Dennis, how quick they were. He was able to make 2 stops, still be in second place, and be 10 seconds ahead of the rest. Unbelievable.
Absolutely, and Dennis Holler is definitely working hard out there. He's got the bit between his teeth. He is the fastest on the track in this race. It was Eliano de Vos, but now Dennis Holler is the fastest. He's setting lap after lap, and Eliano de Vos is going to put Ben Churchill a lap down if he can. Yes, he is. He's down the inside there as Dennis Holler desperately tries to claw it up. Surely Dennis knows there's not enough time, less than a minute, but it's not stopping him trying. Dennis Holler is still the fastest on the track. He's setting quick laps all the way now. Dennis Holler in second place, purely out of pride. And what's going on down here? It is Shaw and Sullivan. Absolutely no sale. There is Adam Davis trying to close in 5th place, but there's only about half a minute to go. Eliano de Vos, where is he? There's probably going to be 2 laps to go at the end of this. So there is Eliano de Vos crossing the line now. He's probably got 2 laps to go. There's no way he's going to cross the line now before the time is up to begin the final lap, Steve.
No, absolutely not. What a great race it's been, though. Fantastic. Another great race to commentate on. But it's Sam Shaw and Lucas Sullivan. They are still absolutely neck and neck going around the hairpin now. They haven't let each other out of each side all day, and it's brilliant to watch. Adam's still there in 5th place. Just going to run out of time, unfortunately, but no, fantastic stuff. Eliano de Vos looks like he's got this in the bag.
Eliano de Vos is going to start the last lap. Here he comes out the final hairpin across the line. Now he begins the final lap. The Dutchman is in the lead of the race and on the last lap. He's put several drivers a lap down now. Eliano de Vos is in the hairpin section. Holler crosses the line now. So, I mean, Dennis Holler, I hate to say it, would have won this race given he's 8.9 seconds behind. He would have won this race had he not had a blunder in the pits. But here comes Adam Davis. And where is Eliano de Vos? She's going to be through any second now. Eliano de Vos is coming through the final turn, and it's going to be Eliano de Vos taking the checker flag. Eliano de Vos wins the race. Maximum points there. Churchill and Bramford come through to complete. Here comes the German, Dennis Holler, and he crossed the line now. And what's going to happen behind it? Sullivan and Shaw. Shaw has 3rd place. Sullivan to the inside. Sullivan to the inside of the back stretch. And can he make it work? Not quite. He's still following Sam Shaw through the final turns. He's had a look up the inside there. But it's going to be Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw in 3rd. Lucas Sullivan 4th. And who's 5th? Steve Shaw.
Got it. Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. What a great race. Really, really entertaining that, and very good driving. Yeah, nothing more else to say, really. Is fantastic.
Absolutely. We're going to go down in the pit lane to Anthony Jordan. He's got Eliano de Vos, and it's going to be interesting if he can get hold of Dennis Holler as well, because Dennis Holler has had multiple penalties this weekend, all of which have cost him race wins. So Anthony Jordan potentially with some fairly interesting interviews to be made. So down to you, Anthony, in the pits.
I will try my best to poke some bears here and see what I can find out. Hopefully I don't get punched in the face, but we'll see what happens. It's a common occurrence. It's a common occurrence. I'll try and get Eliano de Vos over. Eliano, when you're free, come on over, have a chat for me. He's got quite a bit of weight in his hands there. Dennis, once you're free, if we have a chat with you as well for me, please. Yeah, not a problem, Dennis. So, Eliano, once you're free, you can celebrate later. Come on, Elianos, come on. Come on, over here. There's a handy little mark there for you. Right, Elianos, what a race that was. I mean, talk us. It looked pretty cool, calm, collected. You looked like you were in control of that.
Yes, I was a little bit frustrated, because he was pulling away, so, and later in the race was
you sound out of breath there. Was that exhausting for you?
Yes, it was a little bit. I was so happy when he was too late with his pits. I was so very happy.
Yeah, I think we need to get you a chair, don't we? Let's get you a chair. But yeah, you grab a seat, grab a drink, but congratulations on the raceway.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Elianos. Let's see if we can grab Dennis. Dennis, do you want to come on over for us? Take a stand here. Dennis, now talk us through that race. I mean, it was a very good race, a good performance out on track, fastest lap of the race as well. Talk us through the pit stop, though. You've had a nightmare with those this weekend.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yesterday happened the same, and to be honest, I do not know what I do wrong in this moment. Yeah, so my pit stop, it felt like, okay, I'm waiting too long, and I fully accelerated. It was orange, and it was like, okay, what went wrong again? So it seems that this discipline is not the strongest performance for myself. Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty more races to come up, of course, in the day, but, you know, it's just one of those things. I remember when I raced here a few years ago, I messed up my pit stops all the time. It's a very tricky part of it, but you've got the track nailed down, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, so we have 2 more races, and unfortunately the P7 from yesterday, it's not supporting that much to coming into the final now. To be honest, I do not have an overview on which position I'm now in total, so try to do my best for the next coming races, for the 2 ones who left, and maybe I'm lucky and can do it still into the final. I'm not sure.
Well, best of luck to you, Dennis. We'll see you out on track later.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, great stuff from those drivers. Luckily, I didn't get punched in the face there. I thought I was going to, but no, we didn't. But yeah, hopefully those drivers have a good lunch now, and not much action going on in the pit lane, so I guess we're going for a break. But yeah, excellent stuff. We'll come back to you a little bit later on.
Yeah, wonderful interviews there, Anthony, and obviously quite a calm result, quite calm sounding Dennis Huller there. I was a little bit worried about you getting a sizable German fist, but clearly Dennis Huller quite matter of fact about it. He's had a tough one, but you know, when he's saying about continuing to do his best, that is going to be a formidable best, so we'll see what happens in the next race for him. Talking of the next race, we are going to have a little bit of a gap now because the track is going to be changed. We've had 2 rounds of heats with the alternate layout, which involves the hairpin sequence out the back there. We're going to go back to the traditional layout, which involves the snail section, and that will be in use for the final round of heats and the semi-finals, and of course the final itself later on this evening. So we will be going off the air while they revert the track. So if you are enjoying us at home, please return to us in a little while. It won't be that long, probably maybe give it 20 minutes or something, and we'll be on with the next set of heats. Thank you. And it's going to be a bit of a hard one, this one. We've got, in Heat 1, we've got Sam Shaw, Robin Kassam, Anton Schopler, Jamie Burke, Charlie Ratford, Corey Richards, Zach Venn, Luca Van Revelen, possibly. We haven't seen him yet this weekend. Ruben Boutens, the world champion, and Mortaza Hassan are going to be in this one. Straight away, it's difficult to look beyond Ruben Boutens as a potential winner here. He's going to be looking to make it 4 wins out of 4. He's won the first 3 heat races that he has been in. A massive fight with teammate Vika Schlitz yesterday. And Ruben Boutens is out on his warm-up now. But we'll be having a look at the first ones through. First through to qualify, the 19 there, and that looks like Charlie Ratford. So Charlie Ratford's through to start his qualifying. They're on a different layout now. We're back to the snail section, which is the standard layout here at Formula Fast. Anyone visiting the track here and just competing in general rental karting, either just as practice laps or even in any sort of race, this is the format you would be using. The snail section, the famous snail section on the far side there. So we've got the carts coming through to complete their laps. It's going to be Ratford to complete first, and then Hassan. So Ratford on the provisional pole, Hassan into third, and it's still Ratford, but Zach Venn's gone quicker. Zach Venn, Robin Kassam, Jamie Burke has gone into second. It's Zach Venn. Still Zach Venn on top there, and Ruben Boutens gone second. Ruben Boutens will be pushed to third by Anton Schopler. And this is incredible. The qualifying is complete. Zach Venn has qualified on the pole position there, and Anton Schopler, the American, is in second. Ruben Boutens, the Dutchman, in third. The double world champion, Jamie Burke in fourth, Robin Kassam fifth, Sam Shaw in sixth, Charlie Ratford sixth, Mortaza Hassan in eighth place, and Corey Richards in ninth. So, Anthony Jordan just down in the pit lane there. Ruben Boutens has been pushed to third. Ruben Boutens, the story here, has been pushed down to third. He's behind the American Schopler and behind Zach Venn.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, I'm in shock, really. I'm in shock. What's gone on there? Did he have too much for lunch or something like that? But yeah, third place Ruben Boutens is unheard of, but we'll have to see what we can do in this race. Plenty of action to come up, so I think eyes on the track. Let's see what happens. Indeed.
So Ruben Boutens will be starting third, as we've ascertained, and he was the fastest in the second sector, but on that qualifying lap, but not overall. So let's have a look here. Now, Zach Venn. Zach Venn's going to be absorbing a huge amount of pressure right from the off. We have Anton Schopler in second place. Now, Ruben Boutens, for the first time this weekend, is really going to get tested. He was tested by Vika Schlitz yesterday, his teammate, but this time he's going to be on his own in this one. So we'll see what strategic brains Ruben Boutens is going to bring to this. Will it be an early pit stop? Will it be late? What does he think of those in front? So here comes Zach Venn. Zach Venn starting from pole position. He hits the gas, he starts, and it's well, that's quite a jump there by Zach Venn. He's got two car lengths going into the snail section. Behind him is Schopler. Ruben Boutens having a look, but nothing going there on the American driver ahead of him, Anton Schopler. As round comes Zach Venn. Zach Venn exits the snail section. He's onto that back corner there and onto the straight that leads down to the hairpin. Here he comes, Zach Venn. Zach Venn from Schopler, and Boutens already gapped, and there's a battle behind. Down the inside for somebody. We'll see who it is when they resume, and it's, well, all changed. Robin Kassam's in the middle of that. The number 10 there, that's Hassan. Having a look at Kassam for a moment. Corey Richards continues there in the 9th place, but it is still Zach Venn with the lead. Zach Venn continues to lead out of the snail section. There's a contact warning, 21 and 10. 21 and 10, that is Hassan and Robin Kassam. So both of them are getting a little bit of a finger wag there from the race organisers. But meantime, it is Zach Venn. Zach Venn with the lead. He's now leading a 3-car breakaway. Zach Venn, the British driver, ahead of the American Schopler and the Dutchman, Ruben Boutens. Ruben Boutens third there is a double world champion when it comes to the indoor karting. Twice he has won the Kart World Championship. He will be in action in the World Championship this year in Portugal later in the year. But Ruben Boutens is looking at the moment to make his attempt at a 7th British Championship win. And he has won all 3 heat races he's been in so far. This is 4th heat race, and he's going to look to win this one as well. But he's going to have to do something here. He's following Schuppler. Will it be an early pit stop for Ruben Boutens, the world champion? Now, Zach Venn makes his way through the Snell section there. It is Schuppler following. It is Boutens in third. Zach Venn starting to eke out something of a gap. Again, Zach Venn is one of those who really has not shown quite this well in the past, but Zach Venn's found some form. Anthony, as they come past you, it does look like a bit of a gap opening up at the front, yes?
Yeah, definitely a gap opening up. I can see that, yeah, the number 14, Zach Venn, breaking away slightly. The two battling closely behind Ruben Boutens. Still a bit of work to do, but, yeah, very close race still.
Ruben Boutens up the inside. Boutens made a move on Schuppler, and Boutens has made it through. Ruben Boutens is up to second place, but he has lost some time on Zach Venn. Now, what can Ruben Boutens do? This is Ruben Boutens at his finest. He will make the gap up surely on Zach Venn. Zach Venn's driving beautifully. Zach Venn's driving the best we've ever seen from him, but he now has the former world champion and 6 times winner of the BRKC here at Formula Fast on his tail. Ruben Boutens is now clear of the American Schuppler. Schuppler is now falling back into the clutches of Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke seemed to close in a bit as those two made their passing move on the lap before, but it is Zach Venn. Now, what's the gap? Ruben Boutens last time through was 1.5 seconds. There's Boutens on screen. Ruben Boutens on screen on the backstretch now. Down the backstretch there. What can Ruben Boutens do about Zach Venn? Zach Venn doing brilliantly, holding off the double world champion behind him as they come through to start another lap. Zach Venn on lap 6. What is the gap to Boutens? It's still 1.5 seconds. Zach Venn driving his heart out is managing to maintain the gap over Ruben Boutens, 6 times British championship winner. Going for a record 7th title here at Formula Fast is Ruben Boutens, but Zach Venn is holding the lead by 1.5 seconds. Pit stop wise, we've not seen anyone in at all yet, Anthony. You must be getting lonely once more.
I am, yeah. Again, they've seen me down here and they're just saying, oh no, I'm going to avoid it.
Oh,
someone's in. Yeah, it's the number 16 who's in the pit lane, so it's Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke, good stop on the first block, coming into the second, screeching on the brakes, looking comfortable and cozy. Jamie Burke back out of the pit lane, no issues at all.
Jamie Burke resumes the race in 9th. Now, this may or may not have been a good idea by Jamie Burke from a strategic point of view. He obviously knows what he's doing. Anyone in these races, very good indeed. Ruben Boutens is actually dropping back from Zach Venn. Zach Venn has extended the lead, but Jamie Burke is back in the race in 9th. He's going to be closing in on Richards and Hassan. We'll see what he can do, but I think he's come in maybe a little bit early. He might have been better off staying with the American Schuppler. Obviously thought Schuppler was holding him up, which is saying something. That would have been the only reason to pit. But Jamie Burke clearly knows what he's doing. He's closing in on those in front, which are Corey Richards, and ahead of him, Mortaza Hassan. Meantime, Zach Venn has opened that gap out. Zach Venn driving his heart out to cross, about to cross the line about now. Complete another lap. What's the gap going to be? It was 1.7. It's 1.8. Zach Venn absolutely driving the race of his life. He's pulling out a gap over double world champion and record 6 times BRKC event winner Ruben Boutens, the established benchmark in indoor karting, the man everyone aims for. And Zach Venn is opening that gap. He's got it up to 1.8. Schuppler in 3rd place appears to be falling back a little bit. Ruben Boutens is trying to close in on the race leader. So Britain's Zach Venn leads. Dutch driver Ruben Boutens 2nd. Anton Schuppler, the American, is in 3rd. Sam Shaw 4th. And oh, a big load of action. And well, look at that. Jamie Burke has gone up from 9th to 7th in one sweep there. Into the pits, Richards.
Yeah, it's the number 13 into the pit lane, so Corey Richards. It's a long stop for the first one, but he gets the green light, no issues there. On to the second, and it's all good. Green light comes out, clear of the rest of the field behind.
And Corey Richards resumes now. That's interesting. Corey Richards has resumed the race, but he's not that far in front of race leader Zach Venn. How is Zach Venn going to tackle this? He's got to keep a cool head. Corey Richards has shown great form in observing blue flags, but the next one on the hit list for Zach Venn is Corey Richards, and Corey Richards is about the length of the straight ahead of him. Zach Venn has had the lead reduced. Ruben Boutens is now closing in on the British driver in the lead, Zach Venn, and so Ruben Boutens has brought that gap down by a couple of tenths. So through the final hairpin, it's Zach Venn, and there is Ruben Boutens. So through that long right-hander, we're looking further down the order. It looks like Ratford, Kassam down there in 6th as well. But Zach Venn has had his lead reduced. Zach Venn coming out of the Snell section there. And Ruben Boutens is in pursuit. There's no question about it. There is there is the double world champion. Zach Venn is now on the backstretch. What's going to happen down the bottom there?
Well, James, just quickly, strategy is really going to come into effect here now, because you've got to think your race leader is closing in on Corey Richards. He doesn't want to waste time by sticking in behind as the number 18 comes into the pit lane, Sam Shaw. It's a good stop on the first one. That's a great stop there from Sam Shaw into the second. Yeah, absolutely fine. He's back out on circuit, just comes out behind Jamie back there. So, yeah, losing a place there. But like I was saying, doesn't want to waste time, does our race leader behind Corey Richards, because he's got Ruben Boutons catching up so quick behind. He wants to try and pit earlier just so he doesn't have to battle.
And Zach Venn seems to have heard you, because he's responded. He's holding the gap now at 1.6 seconds. Jamie Burke, meantime, has, as you said, made up a place there. He managed to pass Sam Shaw as Shaw was coming out the pit lane. Jamie Burke had momentum on him. So Jamie Burke with the early pit stop, he has made up a bunch of places. Sam Shaw actually has the fastest pit stop so far with 12.6 seconds in this race. But Jamie Burke is the one on the move there. He's gone up from 9th, up to 8th, up to 7th, and now is in 6th. Next on his hit list is Robin Kassam. Now let's see what's happening at the front. Zach Venn is slowly catching Corey Richards. Now Corey Richards is running very quickly indeed. He's waving Zach Venn through. Yes, he may be a lap down, but he is not running slowly. He's running very quick. He is very sportingly waved Zach Venn through. Next, of course, to go through will be Ruben Boutons. The gap has extended now to 1.7 seconds. So Zach Venn has responded to Ruben Boutons closing in on him. And Zach Venn is absolutely driving the race of his life. Here he comes round to start another lap. Here comes Ruben Boutons. He's going to catch up to Corey Richards. Nobody in the pits on this lap, Anthony, but Ruben Boutons is now 1.8 seconds. Ruben Boutons is losing time, and it's not down to Corey Richards because Boutons has not caught him yet.
No, Boutons is good at pit stops, so we'll have to be down to that. We'll have to see what strategies come into play. So, yeah, I'll keep a very close eye on the pit lane, but yeah, it's still plenty of time in this race left.
Absolutely. Now, there's no question that Zach Venn is actually going to open up the gap of a pit stop to Ruben Boutons. So what he's going to have to do is open up enough of a gap so that at least he can make a careful pit stop, shall we say. If he can open up that gap to maybe 3 seconds or so, which is a big ask, we're talking about Ruben Boutons, but he has got it up to 1.9. Zach Venn has pulled out to 1.9 seconds. There's the race leader, Zach Venn, and he is absolutely, as we were saying, driving the race of his life. He's opened up that gap to double world champion Ruben Boutons to 1.9 seconds now. If he can make what we would call a comfort gap, he can do a pit stop where he's a little bit conservative, maybe give away a second of the pit stop to ensure he's not taking a risk. We've seen people struggle with it, notably Dennis Huller, the German champion, and Zach Venn has got it up to 2 seconds. Anthony Jordan, Zach Venn is driving possibly one of the greatest races we've ever seen by an individual driver in the BRKC, because he's pulling away from no less than 6 times British champion and twice world champion Ruben Boutons.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's doing a stellar job. Watching him as he drives past, cool, calm, collected, barely any movement in the arms. He's just driving the wheels off that car. He's doing a fantastic job. We'll just have to see, can he hold his nerve when it comes to the pit stops?
Absolutely, one of the finest bits of driving we've seen so far this weekend has to be down to Zach Venn in terms of driving as an individual. Yes, we've seen some tight races, but this now, he's got that lead up to 2.2 seconds. That lead is up to 2.2 seconds. Zach Venn is doing everything he needs to win this race, and if he does win this race, he's winning it from no less than Ruben Boutons. This is the biggest gap anyone's had on Ruben Boutons all weekend, and it's Zach Venn who's doing it. Zach Venn is somebody who we've really seen come to prominence this weekend, and we've seen him in the BRKC before, but not at this level. He's obviously been a winner in his own right in various other series. He's certainly no slouch. He's won the whole Kart Champs series twice back in 2015 and 16. He's won an awful lot of local series and everything, but he has never ridden to this kind of challenge in the BRKC before. Normally we'd see him midfield, maybe nearer the tail, but now we've got him right up at the front and leading from Ruben Boutons. That gap is up to 2.3 seconds. Anton Schoppler has been dropped by these. He's now down 6 seconds further back, but he is still holding on to 4th place. Now, Schoppler he's not really near him, but certainly if he looked over his shoulder, he would definitely see Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford's yet to come in, and behind Ratford, also yet to come in, of course, is Robin Kassam. Now, when you consider a driver of Kassam's calibre is down in 5th place that far back, it says a little about what's going up ahead. Now, talking about what's going up ahead, it's up to 2.5 seconds. Zach Venn may, I don't want to speak too soon, but he may have done enough to win this race already. He's just under 8 minutes to go, Zach Venn. Very few pit stoppers. You've only had 3 people in so far, Anthony. There's still 6 yet to pit, and all of those are up at the front.
Oh, well, yeah, you're correct in saying that, but you're in risky territory here. We're saying that he could have won this race. Commentator's curse. Don't forget the commentator's curse, James.
I've cursed enough people over the years that Zach earns his turn now. But on a serious note, Zach Venn, he's got it up to 2.8 seconds. There he is on camera. Great view there of Zach Venn. That is a wonderful view there by the Scruffy Bear Pictures team. And here comes Zach Venn. This is that final right-hander into the final corner itself, the hairpin left. And there's Zach Venn about to trip off another lap. And another lap where he does not come in, nor does double world champion who's trying to chase him down, Ruben Boutons.
Sorry, James, action in the pit lane. The 17 of Anton Sherlock has come into the pit lane. It's a good stop on his first one, coming into the second, and he gets the green light. Lots of support from the paddock, and out he goes.
Yeah, great call there, Anthony, because that was a really important pit stop. It's not particularly fast, though, at 13.3 seconds. So Schoppler could be at risk here if Charlie Ratford and maybe even Robin Kassam can make a great pit stop. Certainly, I think Schoppler's now looking at trying to get points for 3rd place, which is a bit of an undertaking given who's in this race. But Schoppler doing a sterling job. He continues in 6th place behind Jamie Burke. So Schoppler has lost the position to Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke, that first pit stopper, it seems to be well worth it for Burke. He's up to 5th place, and he's driving arguably as good a race as Zach Venn, albeit further down. Now, Zach Venn continues. He is not coming in, Anthony. Is Ruben Boutons? No, he's not. There's 6 minutes to go, and neither of those 2 leaders are in yet. But look at Corey Richards there. He's coming past you now, Anthony. He is not being left by those leaders, even though he's a lap down.
No, exactly that. He's stuck with them. He's done a good job, and that's the sort of thing that can happen in these sort of race situations. If you can latch onto the back of a quicker driver, they can pull you along the circuit, and it can really benefit your race. So, yeah, I think his pit stop was actually really well timed there.
Yeah, it's really worked well. I mean, whatever he was thinking the absolute right thing. It's playing into his hands. Schoppler, who was in... Oh, sorry, you got someone...
Yeah, no, it's Mortaza Hasan there in the number 10. He's come into the pit lane, and his pit stop's good. He goes back out. A little bit slow off the gate for the second one, but he comes out just in front of the 21, Robin Kassam.
That's right. So Robin Kassam is actually lap ahead, and Robin Kassam goes down the inside into the Snell section. So 27 laps in, just over 5 minutes to go. Here comes Zach Venn. Incredible race lead there by Zach Venn. He's not really absorbing pressure. Oh, Ruben Boutons in the pits.
Ruben Boutons is in. Let's see how the 6-time champion does. He comes to a stop at the first gate. It's all good. Green light comes in. Comes to the second stop. Comes to a nice controlled stop there. Green light. He's off. Gets a round of applause. And he's back out on circuit. Comes out behind the number 10 of Mortaza Hasan.
That's right. So Hassan is a lap down. So Ruben Boutons will be passing him. He has lost a position, in effect, to Charlie Ratford, a position to Robin Kassam, but I don't think that they're going to be able to jump him when they make their pit stop. So Ruben Boutons, he's listed in 4th place, but it is nominal second. Now, Zach Venn. What's Zach Venn going to do? Is he going to pit this time around? I doubt it. There's Ruben Boutons. He's not quite caught Hassan yet, which shows how fast Hassan's going, even though he's making his BRKC debut. Now, all over the back there is the 18 kart. That's Sam Shaw on the back of the American Schoppler. As Schoppler is really having to defend hard against Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw up the inside and sideways in the Snell section. Oh, very close there. There's been a pass. Yeah, it's a lap down. That's a lap down for Hassan there. There's Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke is actually closing in on Ruben Boutons, maybe. There's Burke on screen there with the purple in the pits.
Yeah, it's Charlie Ratford in the pit lane. His pit stops have been fine. He's back out. He comes out just behind the 17 of Anton Schoppler.
Yes, he does, and that's Anton Schoppler, who was in that battle. Yes, there's a battle going to be brewing there, I think, by the end of the race. It's going to be Schoppler versus Ratford and Shaw. Now, there is Jamie Burke, who is in 4th place. He has made his pit stop. Robin Kassam has not, so it could well be that Jamie Burke will leapfrog Robin Kassam when he goes out to the pits there. So we'll keep an eye on Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke will have come steaming right through from last, right up to third place, should that happen. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meantime, it's Zach Venn still yet to stop with 3 minutes remaining. Zach Venn leaving this late as possible. He's not stopping this lap. He's crossing the line to start another one. How far back is Ruben Boutens? It's 15 seconds. That's enough to make a very conservative pit stop. I mean, gosh, he could practically get out and have a cup of tea, Anthony.
He really could. He could come out, have a chin wag with me, maybe have a cup of tea, like you just said, and get back in. Maybe a photo opportunity as well. But yeah, as it stands, he's not come in. I'm going to keep a very close eye on him and see when he's going to put his hand up.
Absolutely, Andy. Maybe he'll go for all three. He'll come in, have a chat while having a cup of tea and get a photo. Here he is.
He's in. So let's have a look then. Comes to the stop here. Red light's on. Gets the green. No issues there. Really pushing the car along to try and get the momentum up. Red light comes on. Gets the green. Goes out. The number 13 is just coming round. Corey Richards side by side. Billy waves him through. No issues at all. As the 21 comes into the pit lane now as well. Robin Kassam is in. Gets a green light in the first box. Comes into the second box. And green light on the second, and he's away, back out, just comes back behind Sam Shaw.
And Jamie Burke has done it. Jamie Burke has done it. He's up to third place now, ahead of Anton Schoppler. Jamie Burke, that first pit stopper, he rolled the dice and it worked for him. He was way down the starting line up there, and he is, well, when he came out of the pits, he came out in last and 9th place. He's worked his way all the way up into third place, behind double world champion Ruben Boutens and Zach Venn, the incredible Zach Venn, with less than 2 minutes to go now. Surely Zach Venn has done enough. This will be arguably the most incredible performance or unexpected performance of the whole BRKC, with Zach Venn on the back straight now. He has somebody behind him. It could well be Hassan, who's a lap down, but certainly more. He's got 5-second gap over Ruben Boutens. There's no way even Ruben Boutens could make that gap up now. Now Ruben Boutens coming past the pits now. Obviously he's been in, so he's not a make stop. He's starting another lap on the line, and Venn is well into the Snell section there, so an incredible run there by Zach Venn. If he loses it now, it'd be the biggest tragedy or the biggest disappointment in the whole of the BRKC ever. Down the backstretch is Zach Venn. We're looking at Ruben Boutens on screen. He's onto the backstretch now, so he can't even see Zach Venn. 5.2 seconds behind. Here comes Zach Venn with under a minute to go. He's starting another lap. Still waiting for Ruben Boutens to cross the line. Still waiting, and there on screen is Ruben Boutens. So, and there, right behind Ruben Boutens, is the incredible Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke is closing in on the double world champion. He's got the bit between his teeth, and Jamie Burke is seriously on the move in this race, as Ruben Boutens could be falling into his clutches. Half a minute to go with Zach Venn in the lead. 5.4 over Ruben Boutens. He's coming around the final corner there. He's going to start what will be the penultimate lap. Here's Ruben Boutens. There on screen is Jamie Burke. He's closing in on the double world champion. Incredible. Jamie Burke, what can we say? Two amazing performances. Ruben Boutens always produces an outstanding performance, so rate that against the driver in front of Ruben Boutens, Zach Venn, and the driver behind. There's Jamie Burke closing in on the double world champion and karting legend that is Ruben Boutens. So Zach Venn is going to take the last crossing the line to start what will be their penultimate lap, and they're going to be starting the last lap next time through. So where is Zach Venn? We'll be looking for Zach Venn. He is exiting the snail area, and he's going around that final turn onto the backstretch. There is Zach Venn on screen. Here comes Zach Venn. He is on his last lap now. Round this final corner, he's on the last lap. Here comes Zach Venn. This is the most incredible victory possibly in recent BRK history. Zach Venn wins it. Zach Venn has won from Ruben Boutens, and an incredible performance there by Jamie Burke. Unbelievable. As there comes Anton Schoppler in 4th, Charlie Ratford 5th, Sam Shaw is going to be 6th, and Robin Kassam, we're looking for him. He's going to be in 7th place. Corey Richards, Nathan Mortaza Hassan in 9th. Anthony Jordan, here comes Zach Venn. This could be the interview of the year from a BRKC point of view.
Well, you can't fault him at all, can you? What a performance that was from Zach Venn, and he looks pleased as he just drove past me just then. Ruben with a very disappointed look on his face. It'll be very interesting to chat. So I'm going to head over, just quickly grab him and bring him over to this camera and see what he's got to say for himself after that incredible performance out there on circuit. He's got lots of celebration. Zach, come on over. I think you might need to weigh yourself first. Weigh yourself first. Yeah, we won't tell you what your weight is to the world. But yeah, have your weight taken. He was just sorting himself out. I think Mike Grab as well, Jamie Burke as well, because he had a stellar performance in that as well. So see if we can grab Jamie. As I time it, Jamie, we'll have a quick word with you as well in just a moment. I'm just going to track to Zach, and then we'll get you over. So don't go anywhere. Don't disappear on me. Zach, come on over. Zach, come forth, stand on the mark. Come along. Right. Zach, you're live to the world. About 50 million people watching right now, and they've just witnessed you beat 6 times champion Ruben Boutins. How does that feel?
Never in a million years would I thought I would beat Boutins, to be honest. I went out in that race expecting to come 4th maybe, at best, and then obviously put it on P1 for quali. Thought, right, let's see what we can do, keep him behind me, and somehow just putting in consistent fast lap times, getting best lap, see myself pulling a gap, and I thought, well, bloody hell, I've got a chance here.
Well, a chance and a win you got indeed, and pit stop was pretty solid as well. I was watching it closely, a well-timed pit stop as well, and just you controlled that race.
Yeah, I mean, when I was going around and I seen that he was about 9.5 seconds behind me, I thought that's quite a tight window to do a pit stop in, and then I seen all of a sudden he dropped about 4 seconds, so I had a 13-second window to pit. I know it takes roughly about 10 seconds, so I knew I should come out with about 3-second lead. So I thought, right, let's do it. Came in, kind of took me time about it, really. Managed to just keep me cool, come out on top. So, yeah, I can't believe it.
Well, brilliant. 31 points now to Ruben Boutins, 39 points as you go into the semis later on today. You've stuck it to him, but congratulations on the race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Keep an eye out, Ruben Boutins. You've got competition, sir. Right, let's find Jamie. Jamie, come on over. Stand on my lovely yellow marker there for me, please. Lovely. Well, Jamie, what a performance that was. It was quite an early pit stop for yourself in that, and you came through to take 3rd.
Well, yeah, I thought I'd try and get an early pit stop to try and get ahead of, well, however many I could get ahead of. Just try and match the leaders. But I wasn't expecting that pace. I've only just learned how to do the crane.
There you go. You chuck a few bananas out there, maybe cause them to slip. Bit of Mario Kart action out there. But, yeah, no, what a performance. But, yeah, you must be pleased with that one. You got many people here supporting you?
I've got a few on the live stream, and I'm following Team Stag Racing over there with some Shaw. But yeah, that's about it. Just
wave to them. Wave to your fans at home. There we go, fans at home. Well, Jamie Burke, well done. What a 3rd place for you.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, the next heat for, we'll be heading out into circuit in just a moment's time. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll head back up to the commentary box with James.
Okay, so those people supporting Jamie Burke on the live stream will have been delighted with that. Good to see him 3rd place, and it was actually closing in on double world champion Ruben Boutins there, so he'll be pulling that one and recording it off the live stream, that's for sure. Now we're going to look ahead to heat number 2. This is the final round of heat races, and just taking a moment, while we have a moment, to explain the scoring system to everybody who is watching on the live stream. What happens is every driver will be competing in 4 heats, once in each round of heats, and this is round 4. First place is 10 points, and then 1 point back all the way to last. 10th to last is obviously 1 point. And the driver's score, Ruben Boutins, for instance, has won 3 heat races and the 2nd place, so he's had 3 10-point scores and 1 9-point score, so he's probably leading the table at the moment still with a 39-point score, and that's how it basically works all the way down. Now, the key thing with the points is the semi-finals are rapidly approaching. They will be on, you'll be able to watch these live on the live stream after the final round of heats here, and the top 30-point scorers go through to those semi-finals. Now, in the semi-finals, it's not knockout like you would think. What it is it's the right to continue scoring. So in other words, those 30 drivers continue to score points. So the point scores they've got in the heat races still count. They continue scoring points in the semi-final as per they would have in the heat races. So if we take Ruben Boutins' example, he has got 39 points on the board there. if Ruben Boutons ended up, say, winning the semi-final, he would then have 49 points, and he would get 10 points for that. So he would have 49 points. Obviously, if he came, say, in 9th place, which is very unlikely, but let's say he did, he would only have 2 points for that, and therefore he would go from 39 to 41 points. Hopefully this is making sense still. And then the top scorers, the top 10 scorers, will go through to the grand final. Now, the grand final, that will be down to the positions then. So if you win the grand final, it's not for points, the grand final. It is purely on race results. So you win the grand final, you will be the champion. Now, the key thing in the grand final is to get in there most of all, because the qualifying will be done in a single kart. The qualifying is done in a single kart, and so it gives everybody the same sort of qualifying opportunity there. Let's get back to this race now. So the qualifying is complete. Who's up first? Michael Yacoub. Jeff Lund has gone fastest. The American is currently fastest in the qualifying here. Selena Balnega's gone up to second. Michael Yacoub's been pushed to third. Billy Good is coming through into 5th place. Dylan Jute is third. Bradley Philpott's gone to third. And that concludes the qualifying. So the qualifying is concluded for Heat 2 of round 4. This is the final set of heat races for these drivers. Jeff Lund will start from 1st place. Selena Balnega, multiple ladies world champion, will be in 2nd. Behind her will be Brad Philpott. Dylan Jute 4th, Michael Yacoub 5th, Ben Churchill 6th, and Craig Tucker 7th. Billy Good is in 8th, and Denzel Clarkson rounds him out in 9th, a little bit further back there. So in the lineup, let's look at Brad Philpott. Is he making a deal? Yes, he is already. Brad Philpott, the master of the deal. He's talking about tyres, but he's saying something to Selena Balnega in front of him, former ladies world champion. Brad is he's having a good long chat there. What that's about, it's probably about how this race is going to run and who's going to fight with who. Behind him is Dylan Jute, who's less of a known quantity to Brad Philpott. Gives him the thumbs up, and he's tapped the back of the cart there. That's almost certainly a come with me sign. So Brad Philpott trying to encourage Jute to maybe just run with him rather than actually fight him straight away. So Dylan Jute, of course, a newcomer to the BRKC, will actually consider that, you know, some kind of rite of passage to be able to follow the likes of Brad Philpott through a race and be trusted to do so. So we're underway now. It is the pole sitter Jeff Lund, the American, who continues to lead. The 3 Americans, Kennedy, Schoppler and Jeff Lund, were very fast in the testing on Friday. There's very little surprise that Jeff Lund has put it onto the pole position. He's now trying to pull away. He's got a little bit of a gap there down the backstretch to Selena Balnega, who those who really follow the BRKC will remember won all 4 of her heat races last time back in 2020. So Jeff Lund, the American, leads across the to complete the opening lap. There he is in the white helmet. There's Balnega, there's Philpott, there's Dylan Jute. The Jute family having an amazing weekend so far. Dalton Jute, we saw earlier on, coming through to 2nd place. Dylan Jute is currently running 4th. If he can get a 2nd in this race, it would be a mighty big ask. But well, we've seen things from the Jute family this weekend, so who would want to rule that out? At the moment, though, he's fighting a rearguard action to Michael Yacoub. So Dylan Jute down there in 4th place. Strong attention from Michael Yacoub behind him. Certainly no pit stop visitors yet, Anthony Jordan. This race looks like it's going the way of Jeff Lund. Maybe Brad Philpott being held up a little bit by Selena Balnega. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. You know, plenty of time still left to go in this race. Lots could happen. We'll see what the strategy is when the pit stops start to come in. But for now, it's looking cool, calm, collected out there. We'll have to see how the race progresses, I see.
Yep, and the big action is for 4th place, and that is Dylan Jute. He's having to fend off Michael Yacoub. Now, an insight into how Bradley Philpott in 3rd will be thinking. If he feels he's losing time behind Selena Balnega and that Jeff Lund, the race leader, is getting away, we can expect an early pit stop. So Brad Philpott will give away to us a little bit of his thinking by his actions on whether or not he makes a pit stop. If he feels he's going as fast as he can at the moment, he will stay out. If he feels as though he could go faster on his own, he will pit. What happens here? He does not come in. So he's obviously feeling that at the moment... Oh, and Jute's in. Jute. Yep,
Jute is in, the number 10. Good stop. Gets to the line nicely, gets that green light, comes into his next stop. He's eager, he is. You can see his eyes, he's eager. Gets 2 green lights, lots of support. He's back out on circuit.
Now, we'll see what Dad has to say about this one, because Dylan Jute there, interesting pit stop, because Michael Yakovu was seriously on his case. It may well be that Jute is just wanting to give himself some clear space so he doesn't have to defend, and in doing so he will be faster. So that could be a mighty tactical move. On the other hand, he has also, by definition, freed up Yakovu to set some time. So Yakovu, when he makes his pit stop, the interesting point will be, at the moment he's fourth, will he be fourth or will he be fifth, relevant to Jute? It is important because Yakovu is fighting for every point he can get. So is Jute, in order to make the semi-final. Jute was running in the sort of mid-30s on position in the point score, and it is the top 30. So this is a very important race for Dylan Jute. All the Jute family, I believe, are in the 30s overall so far. They need to be in the top 30, so in the 20s at least, to make the final. And Jute there, Dylan Jute is fighting with Denzel Clarkson. Can Jute make a move into the snail? There's Jute in the blue suit. He's trying down the inside. No, he can't do it. He's costing him time. This is what the risk was with that pit stop from Jute. Jute is still behind Clarkson, Denzel Clarkson, and now Jute's gone through. Jute's gone through on Clarkson. That's crucial for Jute. But what will be the situation with Michael Yakovu? Because Michael Yakovu is running very fast indeed. Fastest in the race so far is the American Jeff Lund. But Yakovu has now been cleared to make a bit of a gap, and Dylan Jute has lost time. Can he make it back up? That is the question. We'll see when Yakovu comes in the pits. But Dylan Jute there on screen in the blue suit is desperate for every point he can get to try to make the semi-final. He's just outside, so this is a very, very important race for the driver we're looking at now, Dylan Jute. Here he comes. He's now clear of Denzel Clarkson. Jute is in 8th. Of course, he has made a pit stop. He's the only one so far to have made a stop. And we can see him continuing another lap. So still no pit visitors, Anthony Jordan. Obviously, from a Jute perspective, it's all about what Michael Yakovu, currently in 4th place, is going to do.
Well, yeah, that's a crucial one. I mean, Jute, like you say, early pit stop. So, you know, he was comfortable with his position. He knows what he needs to do now, and that's just set those quick times, not do any mistakes or anything like that. Yeah, we'll have to see how the race progresses and see what the rest of the drivers do.
Absolutely, and you wouldn't have been able to see it, Anthony, because it was happening the other side of race control, effectively. So Brad Philpott, though, Brad Philpott has now gone up into 2nd place. So Philpott, on the track, has gone ahead of Selena Balnega, multiple ladies world champion. Now, what will happen here? Philpott clearly will not be stopping for some time now. It will be a very late pit stop. There's no point in him coming in whatsoever. This will be a big strategic error for Brad Philpott to pit now, and he's trying to see what he can do to close in on Jeff Lund. The gap at the moment from Philpott, who is now 2nd, to Lund in the lead is 3.8 seconds. Selena Balnega is not being left behind, though, and certainly she's more than capable of staying with Brad Philpott, maybe even taking the place back. A bit of a wild card, Anthony, would be the idea of Selena Balnega pitting now if she feels she's faster than Philpott. She's not taken that opportunity, though, but she is right in his tail.
Oh, yeah, no, she's staying right there behind him. So, yeah, if Philpott can catch up to the back of your race leader, Jeff Lund, you know, that's looking in the good books for Selena. So it's a strategy game. It is a strategy game.
Certainly is. The gap has opened up from 1st to 2nd to 4 seconds. Now, obviously, Selena Balnega knows Brad Philpott. She knows Philpott's fast, so she, if anything, will be pulled along by Brad, and she'll be quite happy with that at this stage. It doesn't really matter. We can sort things out in the pits later on, sort of thing, will be her idea of it. However, if she does feel as though she's losing more time, because the gap has opened up to 4.1 seconds, these two are losing a 10th a lap. Now, okay, it's only a 10th of a second, but it is still time lost. So if Selena feels that she is losing time, and you know how it is, Andy, you really will feel that 10th of a second every lap.
Yeah, it's a disheartening thing when you see a driver disappear in the distance. The 17's in the pit lane, though. So Denzel Clarkson is in the pit lane. It is a good first pit stop, comes to the 2nd box, and it is all good, and Denzel will come back out on circuit just behind the number 8 of Ben Churchill.
That's right, and Churchill on momentum passes Clarkson there, and Denzel Clarkson into 9th place. Dylan Jute is still there in 8th, so it's only Jute and Clarkson who have actually been in the pits so far. We've got 12.5 minutes still to go. Jeff Lund is doing an absolute sterling job out there. Jeff Lund is the fastest on the track. So it's not really that Philpott and Selina Balnega are losing time, and that's probably why neither of them have come into the pits. They're not losing time, it's that Jeff Lund is pulling away from them. Jeff Lund is pulling away from them simply because he is running faster as we speak. Brad Philpott there in second place, Selina Balnega in third. They are probably driving as absolutely fast as they can. It's not that they're messing about. It's not that they're holding each other up. They're not tripping over each other. If you've noticed, there's not been one single defensive move from either second or third place driver. They are content to run at that pace. They know they're on their personal limit. Anthony, with Balnega and Philpott, that position could well at this rate be decided in the pits. There was nothing to choose when Balnega was in front. There's nothing to choose between them when Philpott's in front. So I think that's going to come down to one or the other needing a particularly good pit stop.
Yeah, you make a valid point there, because, like you say, when two drivers are working together like this, usually they would gain time on a person working by themselves. You know, 8 wheels works better than 4. It works great because you get the slipstream effects. I'm not sure how much the slipstream effect comes into here. As action in the pit lane as the number 19 comes in, Craig Tucker comes in. It's a good first box, comes in for his second one. And Tucker, who's very, very kindly got a massive Tucker written on the back of his suit, it's all good, and he comes out just behind the 17 of Denzel Clarkson.
And Jute's closing in on Tucker. Jute has got momentum as Tucker was speeding up. Now, can Jute make a move? He can't make it in the snail. He can't make it coming out the snail either, but Jute is really closing in. They passed a back marker. I think that might be Clarkson going a lap down. Yes, it is. And Jute is on the back now as they come down the back straight. We're looking at Brad Philpott. Selina Balnega still following him. And there is Philpott in second. There's Selina Balnega. The gap has opened up to 4.7 seconds. Jeff Lund is trying to check out here. He's got 17 laps in, 10.5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time. There's Jeff Lund in the 16. He's coming around past the pits there and to start another lap now. And here is the Philpott and Balnega pairing. Now, Brad Philpott, the master of a pre-race discussion after qualifying. He tends to make a deal with everybody, in front of him, behind him, the lot. You see, of all the people, some people just focused on their own thing. Brad Philpott is certainly the most vocal once the lineup has been made after qualifying on the back part of the track. Every time he's been making deals. Clearly, he was having a long chat with Selina Balnega. We saw that. And that was probably to set up this exact situation. Both these drivers trust each other for speed. They both trust each other for action, because we have not seen a single defensive move made by either of these two. Those watching on the live stream will remember how in certain races we've seen Brad Philpott down the inside on that back straight all the way. So little sort of non-attack trust, shall we say, particularly with Gelton. If you remember with Gelton, so there's Brad Philpott on the outside the normal racing line. He knows Selina's going to stay there. He knows Selina's going to play the strategy game as well. So strategy is the only hope these two have got of doing anything about Jeff Lund. They're both at their personal bests, but Jeff Lund is just 1/10 of a second faster than absolutely anybody else in this field. Round the snail section goes the Philpott-Balnega pairing. That's going to be decided in the pit stop for sure. Anthony Jordan's going to be talking us through that, because that is going to be something worth watching. Meantime, Jeff Lund continues in the lead. He's got 20 laps in. There's Philpott and Balnega. Look at this close-up action here. Amazing pictures there from Scruffy Bear Pictures as they're putting in another lap now. Still neither of these two in the pits. Clearly they're going to play a long game. Now, I'm thinking, Anthony, that given how close Selina is to Brad, we're going to see her pit first. I think she's going to be anticipating a late stop for Brad. She's going to try and leave it late. Oh, hang on, in the pits.
It's Billy Good who's in the pit lane. Sorry to cut you off there. Yeah, it's a good stop in the first box. Good stop in the second one. Yeah, it's all good. Bit eager to get away. Nearly got a yellow, but he's still got the green, and he's back out. Your race leader and second and third still haven't come in.
And Billy Good does lose a position to Craig Tucker and Dylan Jute, as we're looking at there the fifth. No, not the 15, that's the leader, Jeff Lund, that's it. The 16, that's the one. So there is the race leader down the back straight. That is Jeff Lund. Now he's got a gap and some carts between him and the chasing Bradley Philpott and Selina Balnega. They are 5 and a bit seconds behind. So Jeff Lund crossing the line. He's not coming in the pits with 8 minutes to go, nor is Philpott, nor is Balnega. Now going back to what we were talking about before, Anthony Jordan, Balnega, she's going to have to be pretty careful that she doesn't sort of wrong foot herself, reference Brad Philpott. I think she'll be coming in first, but Philpott will have to respond to that literally immediately. As soon as Balnega's in, you'll see Philpott in, but I think she'll be the first of the two. What Selena Balnega does not want to do is follow Philpott in. What we might even see is she plans to make a stop on one lap. Philpott thinks the same, and Selena goes to the pit and then backs out of it and continues on.
Yeah, but you can lose a lot of time doing something like that. You know, you don't take the optimal line through the corner, and it's so easy to just accidentally follow the cart in front. You know, it happens in crashes. You see it in crashes in motorsport across all the entire world. You know, if you see someone crash in front of you, 9 times out of 10, you're going to follow them into the same wall. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens here. But I think Selena's best point of call here is to dive into the pit lane probably in the next lap or so. Absolutely.
The crashing thing you allude to, otherwise known as target fixation, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, Selena's certainly got some target fixation. Look at that, absolutely nose to tail. Not quite pushing Brad Philpott, but there are literally centimetres between those two cars. Now, Philpott, that was the first bit of defence we've seen, so maybe there was a bit of a tap from Selena Balnega earlier on, just a couple of corners ago. We'll see on the backstretch, is Philpott going to go to the inside to defend? Is he? Yes, he is now. So Brad Philpott is now sensing that Selena Balnega is going to get a little bit racy. Maybe we'll see Selena in this lap. What is going to happen here? Is she coming in? No, she's going to continue. So perhaps Brad is getting a bit of a mixed message. Selena hasn't meant to really tap him, but running so close, she's just giving him a bit of a nudge. Philpott's taken that as being, right, I'm coming at you now. So we saw for the first time, almost a move there. Selena ducking to the inside, coming out the Snell section, but nothing going. And it's actually cost her. There's now a 2-car length gap between them. She had to really back out of that. And that's given Philpott some breathing space. I wonder if she'll be in the pits this time.
Yeah, she needs to pit. She needs to come in now. When she doesn't, again, she stays out. So I'm not sure of the strategy that's going through, but, you know, if you're starting to lose time, you need to come in and see if you can try and make it up in the pit stop. But, yeah, it's an interesting strategy.
Now, Selena Balnega is very experienced at this sort of racing, obviously being one of the European drivers who does these various internationals. We've got someone going very slow. It's Denzel Clarkson. I think he hit the barrier and has got going again. But going back to Selena Balnega, she is 5 times ladies world champion. She's in.
Yep, she has come in now. She dived in. I'll talk you through it. Comes into the first box. Oh, now it flashed yellow. I think she may have overshot the box. when she stopped. The second light's green, but that could be a penalty for Selena. Now the 14's in the pit lane as well. Now this is Michael Jacovo, and Jacovo out. He's all good. We'll have to see what Bradley can do, but this has certainly shaken this race up.
And 2 crucial pit stops in one there, because Selena Balnega has clearly going to have to do it again. Here comes Philpott.
Yep, Philpott's in. Let's find out what he does. Green light is good. Gets that light. Comes into the second one. Second light comes in. Oh, he was very early, but he still gets the green light. Selena's back in. Selena is back in. Let's see how it goes. Green light for the first one. She's got it this time around. Let's see what it does for the second. And it's all good. So, yeah, just that first time around, she overshot the first box.
And some major league pit stop action there as we look at Dylan Jute. And what was happening there, of course, we had the battle, the Philpott-Balnega battle was decided as Selena got the penalty there. She just left that a little bit too early. She may actually end up still running in third, which is what she was, but obviously with a giant gap behind Brad Philpott, the length of the pit stop, of course, she had to come in and redo it. She did it immediately on the next lap. But the other driver who was in the pits, Michael Jacovo, and another one comes in.
Yeah, this is the 16. This is your race leader, Jeff Lund, who's come into the pit lane. He's got the green light for the first box. He goes for the second. Red light comes on, gets the green. He goes back out on circuit to a clear piece of track.
Absolutely there. Comfortably clear of Brad Philpott in seconds. Jeff Lund has got this race won, no question. So, what I was talking about a moment ago was the Michael Jacovo situation, because if you remember early on, Dylan Jute pitted away from Michael Jacovo. He was running in front, and it was going to be very interesting how that pit stop worked out. Dylan Jute has made it work. He was fast enough to make it work. So Dylan Jute has passed Michael Jacovo in the round of pit stops. He is now 5th and Jacovo is 6th. So that was one that we were waiting to see what would happen. And also we were waiting to see what was going to happen with Brad Philpott and Selena Balnega. Now Selena Balnega has actually dropped all the way to 7th place as a result of that. She is 5 times ladies world champion. She's twice been part of a team that's won the team championship. She's a double European champion, a double Polish champion, a double Dutch champion, and she's running currently in 7th place. Such is the standard that you have to deal with in the BRKC. So Selena Balnega, highly decorated driver, running down in 7th, having had to redo the pit stop. That is the kind of pressure you're dealing with at this level in the BRKC. As I say, it's the British Championship, but it is one of the international events as well. So there's Dylan Jute. He's made up that 5th place. Can he close in on Craig Tucker? There's about 2.5 seconds he's got to make up. That may be an ask. Ben Churchill's still 3rd. Churchill's not pitted, but Tucker has. Fastest pit stop so far. Brad Philpott, an incredible 12.2. So 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. And all drivers bar one have made their pit stop. So who is that? Now, let's have a look down here. Selena Balnega has made up a place. She's passed Michael Yakovu. She's on screen there, the leader of those 2 drivers. So Selena Balnega is going to be listed as 6th when they cross the line. Now, there goes the change. So the transponder trips the line, and Selena is put into 6th place. Now, Dylan Jute is her next target. Dylan Jute is 2 seconds up the road, and the difference in lap times is just... where is Selena Balnega? Selena, actually, Dylan Jute was slightly faster than the 2 there. Selena Balnega on lap times. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's Ben Churchill, last driver to take his pit stop, and it's all good. He's back out on circuit, no issues, clear track.
Absolutely. Churchill pits out of 3rd place and has rejoined in 7th. That's good news for Balnega, who now is up to 5th. Good news for Dylan Jute, who's now up to 4th, and Tucker, who assumes the 3rd place. Now, Craig Tucker has made a pit stop, so this is an outstanding performance by Craig Tucker there. He was in the BRKC in 2017 and 2018, but we certainly didn't see him run 3rd place, and he is another one who's put in a sterling performance there. So he is, what, 3 seconds in front of Dylan Jute with less than a minute on the clock before the last lap board. So hopefully from his point of view, he's made enough of a gap there to maintain that 3 seconds. But Dylan Jute is going to get his head down surely and try and close that gap, but it could be an ask. Selena Balnega, meantime, has now got the gap to Jute down to just over a second, just under a second and a half. So that, in fact, Selena Balnega is visibly closer to Dylan Jute. We can see Dylan Jute entering the Snell section there. So we're looking at the leader, Jeff Lund, who's about to start another lap. Is it going to be... He's not quite... Yes, there's going to be another 2 laps. So 2 laps to go, but on the back straight it is Dylan Jute. Dylan Jute going into that corner at the end there. He is now trying to hold off Selena Balnega. Now, Selena Balnega on a huge comeback drive. She's the one who got the penalty in the pits. She was a little bit too quick on the first stop. Now she's all over the back of Dylan Jute. Can Dylan Jute hang on to his 4th place? He's got the 4 times ladies world champion on his case. Double champion of Poland, Holland, and has been a European champion twice. She's now all over him. She's on his case down the backstretch. They're entering the backstretch. There's Dylan Jute, there's Selena Balnega. Moving one side, moving the other. They're side by side. Selena down the inside, one side, then the other. And she's pushing Dylan Jute all the way. The last lap has been started by Jeff Lund. So now these 2 start their last lap. Dylan Jute is trying to hold off multiple champions, Selena Balnega. He's going to have his work cut out. And here comes Jeff Lund. Jeff Lund's about to take the victory. Jeff Lund takes it. Jeff Lund is the winner. There he is, crossing the line, has the checker flag. But what's happening behind with Dylan Jute? Dylan Jute entering the straight. Selena to the right, Jute to the left. One side there. Oh, and a contact, and a huge slide by Dylan Jute there. Selena Balnega doing everything. Can she go up the inside? No, she can't. Dylan Jute holds on. Dylan Jute holds the multiple champion behind, and closing in is Yakovu. But wow, Dylan Jute hanging on desperately there to 4th. Selena Balnega got all the way back up to 5th, almost to 4th. But the win went to Jeff Lund. Brad Philpott was 2nd, and an incredible 3rd place there by Craig Tucker. Anthony, there's going to be tales of strategy down there when they come in, but Jeff Lund, the American, is the winner, and a well-earned victory there.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I'll grab 2 drivers, have a quick chin wag, and see what we can find out what was said potentially on that grid before we went racing. So we'll find out. I'm going to go grab a couple of drivers now though, so do bear with me. I am going to waddle down. Jeff, well done. If I could have a quick chat with you over there once you're free, you can get yourself weighed first, and then yeah, come over. Selena, when you're free, if we have a chat with you for the stream for me? No? Okay.
I have to ask because I was standing still on the pit and it was immediate orange, so I think there was something wrong.
Right, okay.
So I have to check it out and then maybe.
Yeah, well, if you come and tell us about it, it's, you know, we can have a chat. All right, all right. There we go. Well, let's see if we can find Jeff Lund wherever he's gone. Jeff Lund, our race winner.
Yeah, so in the pit there, Anthony's trying to organise the interviews.
Let's go on down.
Selena didn't seem to really want to go for an interview, but she did end up chatting with Anthony. Nearly told him all about it there and then. Over to Anthony in the pit lane.
Yep, thank you very much, James. Yeah, Jeff Lund, race win. What a win that was.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a boring race, so a little bit of a kart advantage. I know the quality of the drivers I just beat, so I know Brad had a cold kart, so a little bit of advantage in qualifying, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, cool strategy all the way throughout. Pit stop wasn't too bad either as well. You know, you came out with clear track and, yeah, pretty chilled race for yourself.
Yeah, so Aiden got a win earlier, so that's the second one for an American, and, you know, hopefully more come out, so.
Well, we'll have to see how the semi-finals and hopefully the finals come later on. But congratulations on the race victory in this one.
Hey, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there, our race winner Jeff Lund. I'll see if I can grab another driver. As you probably heard, yeah, Selena didn't want to come and chat with her. More annoyed about the pit stop. She thinks something went wrong or anything like that, so she had to come in, obviously quite upset. Understandably, of course, but we'll see if we can grab anyone else. No, the only driver left over there is Selena, and she doesn't want to talk to me, which is understandable.
Anthony, and just before we go over to the titles for the next heat race, it's kind of funny that Selena didn't want to come and talk to you about what happened, but she darn near told you about what happened there and then.
Yeah, no, she did. I mean, it's understandable, you know, not wanting to go on camera. You see it in the top level of driving as well. Even in Formula One, you see drivers, they don't want to go for an interview, but they're contractually obliged to come and have a quick chin wag with the reporters. But yeah, no, understandable from Selena. Clearly not happy with something.
She's right behind you if you want to have a
I'll see if I can. Yeah. I could charm. I'll charm. Selena, come on, let's have a quick chat. She's reviewing the situation on the phone at the moment. She's watching the stream. Come on, Selena. Let's chat about it, Selena. Let's chat about it. Right. Yeah, I can see you. I can see that you've got the stream up there on your thing. Talk us through what happened from your point of view.
Yeah, Brett was getting defensive for me, so I was thinking maybe I will go behind him because we had a pretty big gap. And then his defensing got worse, so I pitted. And then I break into the first pit, and it was red and immediately orange, and I wasn't even moving yet. But I have it on video, but I hope they can do something about it because, yeah.
Well, it looked like, from my position, it looked like you'd overshot the line. But if that wasn't the case, then yeah. Well, let's watch it. Let's watch it. We'll review it with you. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So
it's red.
It's red. Yeah, yeah. You need to play it. Yeah. You're still for a very long time. There you go. Pause. Interesting.
And I was over the line yet.
Well, I'll have to see, ladies and gents, if what happens to that one. But yeah, it's good that you got an instant replay of that. But yeah, no, fantastic. But a quick question as well. What was the chat with Brad at the start? I'm curious.
He was telling that his tires were cold because he had a cold kart. And he said he's not going to fight me immediately, maybe a couple of laps later. So, and I was trying to stay by Lund, but he was gone immediately.
So what we can ascertain from that is that Bradley Philpott was giving driver excuses before the race had even started.
Yeah.
Excellent. No. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Selena. Best of luck.
Yeah, no problem.
Excellent. Well, that's all we've got time for on that one. More races coming up. Back to you, James.
Okay, so after that exciting heat, we've got another one coming up. You managed to get hold of Selena in the end there. So first of all, you had helmet face, and then you had smiling face, Anthony. So yeah, clearly there's some question mark there, and they'll sort it out. But it's quite interesting, Anthony. You missed yesterday. You've turned up today as pit lane pundit, and now you're race control. So looking good. Moving up in the world is Anthony Jordan. So we've got the next race about to take place. In this one, who have we got? Well, we've got Luke Evans, the Welsh champion, Johnny Elliott, Dennis Huller, Jennifer Tompkins, Scott McIntyre, Dalton Duke this time. We've had Dylan Duke, now we've got Dalton Duke, Louis Draper, Bradley Shepherd, Lewis Manley and Dan Dixon. Oh my goodness, what an event this is going to be. Yeah, so many tails here, so much expectation, so many people who need to get results. First of all, obviously Luke Evans has been increasingly, finishing higher up the order as the event's been going on. Johnny Elliott, we saw him yesterday pick up a penalty, it seems. I think they pushed him back a place, but we'll see how that one pans out. Bit of an argument about that one yesterday. Dennis Huller, another potential winner. Jennifer Tompkins has been shown well, another Welsh driver. Scott McIntyre has won. Dalton Jute, an amazing performance earlier, second place. Louis Draper has been running really high too. Bradley Shepherd now, he's another one who really wants to rescue his BRKC this year. He's had some bad luck and some great results. He did get a second yesterday. Lewis Manley is going to be out to win this, no doubt. He's out to win every race, and this will be no exception. Dan Dixon has been showing well too. He was the first one out to qualify, but it is Dennis Huller who's on the pole position. Dennis Huller, the German, is on the pole there, a regular on the international scene and the World Championships. In fact, his best result has been second overall in the World Championships before. Lewis Manley, who is really looking to take a BRKC crown, always a race winner here, always a finalist, or potentially a finalist, and the incredible Dan Dixon. Dan Dixon, this is his first major competition. We said yesterday that he'd almost entered by mistake, and there's a deal going on. Lewis Manley and Dennis Huller, we can see on screen there, they're having a big chat. Now, Anthony, when you were interviewing Selena, she confirmed, obviously, Philpott, the usual deal maker, was making the deal, as you expect from Brad. Vintage Brad Philpott makes a deal every time, those in front, those behind, anyone he can. And of course, Lewis Manley looking back to Dan Dixon. Now, Dan Dixon, he's going to be someone seriously to watch because this is his first major competition. He almost entered the BRKC in error because he took up karting earlier this year, wanted to do some racing, entered the competition, then realised it was a full international event, and now he's starting third. So Dennis Huller, the German, so much experience there. No one's going to make a better start than Huller, and it's a beaut. He's got Lewis Manley, who's no slouch behind him, and already Huller's opened up a gap of a kart or two. But Dixon's going with Manley. Dixon's going with Manley into third place there, and Dixon has probably made, from his point of view, the best start of everybody because he's the one with the least experience. At least Huller knows exactly what to do. At least Lewis Manley knows exactly what to do. But there's Dixon in third. And Dixon is the one who arguably doesn't know what to do. But whatever he's done the right thing. And he's still in third. So, first lap complete now. It is the German, Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller crossing the line from Lewis Manley, from Dan Dixon, from Johnny Elliott now. Johnny Elliott is going to be keen. He's down the inside. Don Dixon clips the end of the barrier. And Johnny Elliott nearly, but not quite now. Johnny Elliott, in view of nearly hitting the barrier there, he has dropped back some way. He's now under attack from Luke Evans and Bradley Shepherd and the rest. Down the side there, and Johnny putting his hand up saying, don't fight me, I'm going to get back up on speed. Luke Evans having none of that. Luke Evans, the Welsh champion, is going to be after Johnny Elliott regardless. Johnny's waving again, saying it's all right, but Luke Evans can be at him.
Action in the pit lane, yeah, two karts coming in. It was nearly stacked up. It's the 12 and the 8 that's in. So Jennifer Tompkins and Bradley Shepherd in the pit lane. It's good for Bradley Shepherd, it's good for Jennifer, but almost double stacked there.
Yeah, and Jennifer Tompkins, part of Bradley Shepherd's team. Bradley Shepherd runs a kart team, and Jennifer Tompkins, the Welsh, the Welsh girl is actually part of his team. Now, so she pitted behind the team boss, and Anthony, yeah, we're going to have a look at the times.
More action, sorry, in the pit lane. The 18's in. Now it's Louis Draper, and it's a good first box. Comes to the second, and it's good again. Comes back out on circuit just behind the number 12 of Bradley Shepherd.
Absolutely there. Now, Draper will have felt a little bit out of position. I think he's only out of position because everyone else is so good. We've seen Draper running right up at the front. Meantime, on screen there's Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller keeping a steady gap of just under a second from Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley knows how to win races around here. Dennis Huller knows how to win races anywhere in the world. And they are the 1-2 at the moment. Dan Dixon is falling back a little bit. Dan Dixon, though, he's falling back, yes, but he's 3 seconds behind the German Huller, who's on screen now. But Dan Dixon, again, one of the true outstanding performances of this BRKC. He has no experience. And somehow he is managing to hold on to this third place. He's shown well so far. he looked good when he was running at the back. He looked even better when he was running in the mid-pack. Now he's running at the front.
Action in the pit lane, sorry, the 15, Scott McIntyre's in. It was a good stop, but the first box came straight in, hard and fast, and it is all good for the second. McIntyre comes back out just in front or alongside the number 12 of Bradley Shepherd. Shepherd gets in front.
Bradley Shepherd, the wily competitor there, he really is good. He's been around a long time now, and Bradley Shepherd knows exactly what to do. I think if you cut him in half, there would be a picture of a cart running through him like a stick of rock, as Bradley Shepherd has made up that place on Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre, of course, is a car racer, usually, with Team Hard. Which also includes Dan Truman in this event. So Dennis Huller continues in the lead. He's got a second advantage over Lewis Manley, and that third place is still Dan Dixon with Johnny Elliott in fourth. Now, is Elliott closing in on Dixon? That's the big question. Not really. Dixon, coming past you now, Anthony Jordan in the red suit. That's Dixon. He's an absolute rookie as can be.
Did you say that he accidentally booked into this event?
That was the impression he gave me. I was talking to him on Friday evening. Obviously, I was here Friday watching the practice and getting a lot of interviews and feeling the situation. And Dixon was looking a little bit rabbit in the headlight, it has to say.
So did he think he was ordering a pizza at the time, or did he and then accidentally came in and booked into a karting event?
It was not quite that big an error. He certainly was not on Just Eat, but not far off, because I think he was on Just Enter, because what happened was he started karting earlier in the year, fancied having a go in the competition, saw there was this at Formula Fast the next one, so I thought, yeah, I'll enter it. Didn't really anticipate that it was actually an international event with North Star cast including multiple world champions. So when he was here on Friday, he was like a bit, oh my goodness, what have I done? Was the mentality. The way he was talking on Friday night, it was a bit, yeah, now I can see really what I've done, and maybe it's not a good thing, but it turns out to be exactly the right thing to do, because I don't think he's going to be in a competition this hard for the rest of the year. And yet here he is running in a heat race behind, you know, world champion finalist drivers like Dennis Huller and British Championship finalist drivers like Lewis Manley.
Yeah, he's doing all right, isn't he? So
he's doing marvellously.
Nothing to complain about.
Not one bit. Johnny Elliott, meantime, is holding off Luke Evans. The fire has gone out of that fight a little bit, because if you remember, Johnny Elliott certainly came past you in the pits. He wasn't in the pits, he was coming past the pits with his hand in the air, just saying, yeah, hang on, Luke, cool it a little bit. Because Luke was really giving him some stick, because Johnny Elliott had tried a move in the Snell section on the third place of Dan Dixon. It hadn't come off. He had clipped the barrier, lost all his momentum, and then Luke Evans nearly ran at the back of him. So Luke was really keen to have a go at him at the end of the following straight, and there was a little bit more nudging, but that's settled down. So here's Dixon coming past you, Anthony, and there's Johnny Elliott closing in on him. So although Dixon was has been really a star in third place, Elliott now is starting to creep on him. Elliott, vastly experienced, of course, and behind Elliott is the Welsh champion, Luke Evans. So, Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller is leading the way. Anyone leading Lewis Manley round here is doing very well indeed. If anyone can do that, it's Dennis Huller, the German. He's crossing the line now to put another lap in. He's holding that gap to about just over 1.5 seconds, Lewis Manley. A 5-second gap to Dixon, and Dixon is being closed in. There they go across the line. It's Dixon, Elliott. Elliott's in the pink helmet there. So Johnny Elliott is the Manchester-based racer. He's been around an awful long time now, both in, he'll race anything. So he'll race at the local track in the local championships. He'll also race in the World Indoor Championships as well. So Johnny Elliott, you'll find him literally anywhere and everywhere so long as karts are raced.
He's like a rash.
Yeah, he's all over it, definitely, yes. And he's like a contagious rash. Here he is.
Oh, there we go, into the pit lane, yep. Quick as you like. And it's a good stop for the first one, yet gets the green light, comes to the second box, right to a stop, gets on the power, back out he goes. Bradley Philpott gesticulating wildly and gets alongside and side by side with the number 12.
Yeah, and it's Bradley Shepherd round the outside of Elliott. Shepherd around the outside. Now he's looked to the inside, but Elliott hangs on. When Elliott came out the pits there, Bradley Shepherd had the run on him, and Shepherd went right around. Now already Johnny Elliott signalling. Now, it was near the where everyone's signalling from the back of the pits there. So was that a signal from Elliott? Oh, down the inside is Shepherd, and he's done it. Bradley Shepherd has taken the position from Johnny Elliott. Now, a huge lunge down the backstretch there. Now, Johnny Elliott was waving as they came past the back of the pits. Maybe it was a signal to pit lane. Maybe it was a signal to Shepherd to say, work with me. Shepherd was having none of it, and he's gone straight through and taken the position. That position is 6th place. Elliott has pitted. I'm not sure what the pit stop situation is. It's gone from my screen here, so we're going to have to wing it a little bit. But certainly we know that Huller has not been in. We know Manley has not been in. And we know that Dixon has not been in. But Elliott and Shepherd have. So Luke Evans is up to 4th, and he's got clear air. Now, if Luke Shepherd pits, he's going to come out right in the middle of the Elliott and Shepherd battle. And that could get a bit serious.
Just watching from my point of the track there, I could just see race leader Dennis Hollier just getting past
Jennifer
Tompkins, yeah, managed to get that done in this back section of circuit, so not losing any time with that one and making good pace still. Just have to see what happens in the pit stops, purely when it comes to it, because he's had mistakes all the way through
Can I cut in, Anthony? Johnny Elliott's coming past you ahead of Bradley Shepherd. So Johnny Elliott has made the position back up while we were considering the we got the good pass Johnny board up on the live stream there. That gets brought out every time that Johnny makes a good move. And it is frequent. There's all kinds of moves coming from Johnny Elliott as Bradley Shepherd's going into the attack down the backstretch, though. Can Bradley Shepherd return the favour? No, he can't. Shepherd, of course, in the orange helmet, Elliott in the pink and white one, as they continue round. Now, both of these drivers have made pit stops, so this can get decided on the track. Dennis Huller leads, having not made a pit stop. Manley has not made a pit stop, 2 seconds back. Dixon's not made a pit stop in 3rd, and in 4th is Luke Evans. Now, Luke Evans is going to join this scrap when he's pitted at the moment, so we'll look forward to seeing a bit of that. Dalton Jute, we haven't really mentioned. He's actually in 4th. Dalton Jute is just concluding a lap now. He's coming across the line now, and Dalton Jute is up into 5th place, but is he going to be closed in by Johnny Elliott? I don't think so. Let's have a look at the times here. Dalton Jute would actually be some way behind the Elliott and Shepherd scrap when he rejoined, if he made a pit stop now. So, on the screen there, we've seen the back of Scott McIntyre as who we got. There's Dalton Jute. There's Dalton Jute running in 5th place. The Jute family outing is going very well so far. We saw a 2nd for Dalton Jute earlier, but it's 5th at the moment. He has got a couple of people ahead of him to make pit stops, and if they stop now, Dalton Jute will be elevated into 3rd place. Not actually sure if Dalton Jute's made a pit stop yet, Anthony. I haven't got the info on the pit stoppers. Have you seen the red and white helmet Dalton Jute in, to your knowledge?
I have not seen Dalton Jute come into the pit lane yet, so he's still running in 4th place, and yeah, he's not pitted.
Right, okay, so yeah, he may well end up a little bit further down the order in this race. He's actually not coming in this time either. He's passing you now as Dalton Jute continues on. There's just under 10 minutes, about 9.25 minutes to go. Dennis Huller has put 20 laps in now as Dennis Huller, the race leader, with a steady gap of about 2.5 seconds over Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is very fast around this track, and of course, as we know, Dennis Huller is very fast on any track. So Johnny Elliott is currently running ahead of Bradley Shepherd. It really does play into who is going to land in the middle of that scrap. Is it going to be Evans? Is it going to be Dixon? Johnny Elliott continues round. It's a 2-way fight at the moment, but it's going to be a 3-way by the end of this race. It's just a question of involving whom. Now, further back from there, we've got Louis Draper, who's in 8th. Scott McIntyre is 9th, and Jennifer Tompkins is 10th. We saw her earlier on. She's actually gone a lap down, and she's waving someone through. She's waving Dixon through, and both of these drivers, Dixon waves, thank you, both of these drivers making their debuts at this level as we look on screen at Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott is making his way around. Bradley Shepherd absolutely stuck him, a bit like the Bradley Philpott, Selena Balnega situation earlier on, but this time at least both of them made their stops, and no one's got any penalties. So let's have a look here who we got. Dan Dixon continues on the 3rd place. Now, he has not made a pit stop. Is it this time? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
here comes Dixon in the pits.
Yep, let's watch it through then. It's a good entry into the pit lane. Nice stop. Gets the green light. Yep, nicely timed for him as he comes in. Now, he said he was nervous coming into this one, but he's showing great performance here. Great exit, and he's back out on a clear track.
And Dan Dixon, the absolute rookie, has rejoined in 5th place. Now, for someone of his experience, fifth place at this level is insane. Not only is fifth place insane, it's also ahead of Johnny Elliott. This is where he was when the round of pit stop started. Of course, Johnny Elliott and Bradley Shepherd were fairly early in, but they can see Dan Dixon at the end of the straight, but they're not in a position to really challenge him here. Coming past you, Anthony, is Dixon, and you'll be able to see that gap to Johnny Elliott and Bradley Shepherd.
I can see it, so it is a good sizable gap. I don't think he's got anything to worry about. The fact that he was holding third place on his own, you know, I think he's got good pace here. So I think Dixon's he's in the clear.
Yeah, and maintaining that pace is going to be crucial now for the fifth place driver of Dan Dixon. But, of course, he's fifth. We're still waiting for Luke Evans and Dalton Jute to come in the pits. So maybe, just maybe, Dixon could get back up in the third. We'll see what happens here. So he certainly seems to have the measure of Dylan Jute. There seems to be about, what, maybe 8 seconds perhaps, if that. So Dan Dixon...
Race leader's in the pit lane, sorry. So Dennis Holler is in the pit lane. He's got the green light on the first one, quite slow off the box on the first one, so this won't be the quickest pit stop we've seen this weekend. Gets the green light in the second, no penalties, back out on circuit, comes out behind Evans.
And we could literally say, finally, no penalties for Dennis Holler. We saw him get a penalty in the first race he did. Worst of all, he got a penalty on the penalty. He had to repeat the pit stop and got another yellow light. Of course, he then this morning had a similar situation. That cost him, although he managed to have a second. Here comes Lewis Manley out of second.
Yep, Manley's in now into the pit box. The light's not even come on. The light's not come on. It's a disaster. The light didn't work. So he's not got a penalty or anything like that, but no lights and a red flag's gone out. So
the red light has come out. Everyone has to stop in position, and the reason for that has been Manley's pit stop. What they're going to have to ascertain is exactly how long Manley was stopped and then restart the race according to that. Hats off to everyone for managing to stop quite so suddenly because, of course, they need to maintain the positions they were in. So there's a lot less hassle. If someone was to not stop, obviously the marshals would move them back. There may be 1 or 2 adjustments made to the exact lineup depending on who managed to respond and who didn't. So we'll see what happens if we've got a bit of a replay there with Johnny Elliott and Bradley Shepherd. We'll see if that works its way towards the footage from the pit lane. And there's Manley in the pits. He's waving. The beam, you see, points down. Those who've been watching the live stream all weekend will have seen how the beam starts off is actually a vertical one. And the beam works from the top of the ceiling downwards. There's a little patch just near that arrow, a yellow and black patch. The beam touches onto a marker on that, and the cart will trip that, and that puts the red light on. Obviously, you have to wait a certain amount of time. It goes green, they go. Now, they can be moving because all they have to do is break that beam. So the cart length means that they can be moving and still have that beam broken. It does not have to be stopped. They just have to not allow that beam to reconnect. So that's what's going on there. As it happens with Manley, it seems the beam didn't show as broken at all. So Lewis Manley, his big problem was not any, uncertainty over whether the beam was broken or not. It simply didn't break at all. The light didn't come on for him. So it looks like there's a big ladder there in front of you, Anthony. It looks like they're going to climb up that ladder and do some work to beam. Clearly the issue is the upper part of the beam coming down rather than any connection with the lower part.
Well, again, we're not too sure, so I'll have a word with them when they've finished doing what they're doing. Never talk to a workman when he's working, but I mean, they're testing it now, and it's working fine. It was just as it happened when Manley came in, just nothing illuminated on the lights, which was incredibly strange. So they're going up now, they're checking the sensors, seeing what's happening. But yeah, a very unusual situation here in the pit lane, but like you say, from Manley's position, fighting for the lead of this race, and an issue like that comes across, that it must be incredibly frustrating.
Now this is where we're going to see the quality of an organiser and a circuit like Formula Fast, because the organisers here are faced with a really serious problem. There's a major championship, £1,000 first prize, this is not to be sniffed at. And yet they've got to organise something like this. Now, you know that Formula Fast is going to make the good call. Phil Stanley, who's in charge here, is the master now of making the right thing. they're beyond question on calls they make. Okay, sometimes somebody who's on the receiving end of a call may disagree with it, but overall, everybody, the consensus is the right call gets made. This is the toughest right call they're ever going to really face, I think, because Lewis Manley is running second. He is a potential for a final place, and they've got to work out just how long he was stopped, I assume, and sort something out as to how this is going to work out. Now, Dennis Holler, where is he? He's the 19. Now, if you look out from where you are, Anthony, you'll see that Lewis Manley's on the end of the pit lane. Dennis Holler is effectively alongside him, but on the track. Who's in front? That would, of course, be Luke Evans. And where is Luke Evans? He's currently in second place.
Yeah, this is a very
In fact, he's in first
situation.
place now. So, in reality, because he would have passed Manley on the pit, but because he's not yet actually tripped the start line, Luke Evans just by the start line there, you can see him there in the orange and yellow helmet with the blue trouser part of the suit. He's actually the race leader on the track, and it's a joint second place at the moment for Lewis Manley, who's on the pit exit, and Dennis Holler, who is on the track, albeit stopped. That's quite a photo, really.
Well, put it this way, I wouldn't want to be in timing right now. Definitely not the job I'd want. You know it's getting a little bit more serious right now because an even bigger ladder has come out now. They've got 2 ladders and it's even bigger, so it's a drama in the pit lane here.
Absolutely, and you know, we think sometimes we have a hard job, but somebody's actually got to climb that ladder and then do something when they're up there.
Oh no, terrifying. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. He's going right to the top of it. He's standing on that. No one's holding it. This is an incredibly brave man, I have to say. He needs a wheelbarrow to walk around, I'm sure. But, you know... It's,
and Anthony, a little bit of an update.
Yep.
The producer, Darren Cook, who's been producer here for many years, he's just pointed out it's the only way to the top.
Ah, well, there we go.
So maybe you and I have spent too long on the shorter ladder and need to head for the taller ladder.
Yeah, just a stool. That's all we've been stood on.
Absolutely
no,
right.
excellent. Well, I mean, it's a dramatic situation where, you know, we could talk about it for hours, but when Lewis came in, like you say, the light didn't come on, hands immediately up in the air, drove away from it, went to the second box, and I think he actually got a penalty on the second box as well, because it was just like, oh, what's going on, and drove off. So it's a very interesting situation. Did you get a penalty in the second one, or did
well,
it, like,
I think I saw it go green because what happened was it had already gone wrong on the first, so Manley was already on a it's blown, and he actually just kind of rolled across that second one, didn't he? Yeah, maybe you want to keep the ladders for next time you're interviewing Eliana De Vos or Dante Dillon.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, well, yeah, for them. I thought you were talking about for me. I don't want to tower over them any more than I already do.
If you make an interview with Emmanuel Nwobo, you may be the one on the ladder, to be fair.
Okay, fair enough. I need to be on the ladder.
As we go back to this, obviously race control, on a serious note, do have to figure this out. The question is they, of course, they're always constantly monitoring it. They're very, very good. You know, there's no idiot down there whatsoever. So there's nobody who is inexperienced. There's nobody who's not capable of making a decision on their own. But Phil Stanley will be the one making the call there. I'm wondering, I mean, I know it's wrong of us to speculate, but right now our kind of job is speculation, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So my speculation would be that they will judge the pit stop for Lewis Manley according to what it would have been. Now, the saving grace in this really is that Manley was not in contention for that lead, nor was he under threat from behind. So Luke Evans, although he's in first place, was nowhere near actually challenging Manley for second. Equally, Dennis Holler had a comfortable lead over Manley. So as long as Manley's roughly in the right place, it is honours even. So if ever there was something that was like something that helps the organisers and something that actually makes this the right call, is that Lewis Manley was not actually going to gain nor lose a place in this pit stop. Had this been, you know, say like the Balnega-Philpott situation, that might have been a completely different story.
Yeah, definitely. It's a completely different kettle of fish that we're in right now. And I think, yeah, you are right in saying that, yeah, Lewis was quite far back from Holler while we were watching that race. And I think, yeah, I think the right thing to do, from my point of view, not from a race point of view or anything like this, personally, my opinion, Manley should go behind Holler and then they should regrid it and send him off.
And would you believe the man in charge is the one at the top of the ladder?
Is he?
Literally, Phil Stanley is at the top of the ladder.
Excellent.
So,
well, if I've got deep pockets, ladies and gentlemen, if you want me to put a bet, I'll throw the ladder down and then no one can get any penalties.
In fact, we've got both ladders fully occupied at the moment. And, yeah, so Yes, no penalties if you were to be careless with your foot, Anthony Jordan.
Yeah.
However, Lewis Manley, though, the interesting thing here is something you pointed out earlier on is that obviously he did get a yellow light on that second stop. Clearly, that's nothing of a nothing because he was already, the lights were coming on red anyway, and the first light was the one that failed. The first beam was the one that failed. So, Lewis Manley, I wonder if they're going to make him repeat the second point of stoppage.
Again, more speculation here. We like speculation, don't we?
Will they make him start from that point as soon as it goes green, just go? Or will they make him actually do something about that second stop? Because obviously the error occurred before he was anywhere near that second stop.
I tell you what, why don't you fill for a bit, and I'm going to go and find out.
That's a good idea.
I think that's a good idea
I
as
shall
well.
fill in.
I'm going to go do that.
Right, so while Anthony Jordan goes down and finds out what actually is going to occur, obviously everyone is holding station now. We're looking on the screen there. There is Dalton Jute. Now, Dalton Jute was on a bit of a mission there. He is shown as being 4th place ahead of Dan Dixon. We've got the pit stops up on the screen now. We're showing 2 of them, Dan Dixon and Dylan Jute. I'm sure that Johnny Elliott and Bradley Shepherd have been in the pits, so and Louis Draper and Scott McIntyre and Jennifer Tompkins. So there's a few more people have pitted there. Now Dan Dixon, if I look out on the track there, I think he's actually at the end of the back straight. Now Dan Dixon is on the back straight there. Dalton Jute is near the pit entrance, but Dalton is still waiting to make a pit stop. So I think that Dan Dixon might get that place back. Dan Dixon is listed in 5th place. He had made a pit stop. But Dalton Jute, Dennis Holler is listed in 3rd. He has stopped. Luke Evans has not. Now, Luke Evans, looking out the window here, Luke Evans is just before the start-finish line. In reality, if you're looking on the live stream now, it's showing Lewis Manley in 1st place, Luke Evans 2nd, Dennis Holler 3rd. What's actually the physical positions of them, where they are out on the track at the moment, Luke Evans has actually taken the lead, but not crossed the line. So Luke Evans is technically leading the race, but yet to make a pit stop, but he's not shown his first because he hasn't crossed the line yet. He's got Dennis Holler behind him, and Dennis Holler and Luke Evans have both moved ahead of Lewis Manley. So literally, in a couple of seconds' time, that 1, 2, 3 is going to change from Manley, Evans, Holler to Evans, Holler, Manley, because Manley's going to come out the pits. He is in the pit lane as we speak. Holler is actually alongside him but on the track. And Luke Evans, the Welsh champion, is going to assume the lead as soon as this goes green. And Luke Evans will be aware of that. He has got Dennis Holler, the German, about 3 or 4 kart lengths behind. Holler has pitted, so Luke's just going to have a bit of a moment in the sun, showing in 1st place and driving around the track in 1st. When he rejoins, that's going to be the interesting thing, because if he rejoins having made a great pit stop, he's going to be ahead of Dalton Jute. The least mess up at all, and he's going to lose to Dalton Jute and could well be 4th, maybe even 5th, because Dan Dixon is probably going to leapfrog the 2. So, Anthony Jordan in the pit lane, have you any news for us?
Well, you said earlier that there are no idiots down here. I'm going to correct you on that. There's one idiot, and that's me, because I've not found out anything. But what we're going to do in the meantime is I'm going to chat to Lewis Manley just here, because he's sitting here, and I'm just wondering what happened from his point of view. Now, I might annoyingly. Lewis, come forward a bit, because I think there's going to be a pole in the middle of the shot. Can you come forward? Oh, you've been told you have to stay there. Right, okay, I'll come here. So, Lewis, what actually happened?
No light. There was no light, so they're working on it. So I saw Dennis' stop was steady. I thought I'd come in this lap, and if I can nail the stop, it might have been tight when I exited. So when there was no light in the first box, I thought, what was going on here? And then in the second box, when the reds came out, and then I knew my stop was green anyway. So I've been told as soon as the light goes green outside, I don't need to worry about the pit, so I could just go out. And yeah, so I'm still happy with P2 because that's where I qualified, which I said I'll take that certainly. So I'm looking good for P2 right now.
Okay, excellent stuff. Well, hopefully we can get the race underway soon. In terms of the race as it stands, it was a pretty calm race for yourself, wasn't it? You were cosy in 2nd place, weren't you?
Yeah, pretty much. I see this was a cold kart at the beginning because they'd warmed it up. So and I thought P2, I thought lovely, I'll take that. So yeah, quite happy with that. Shame I didn't draw 16 because that's looked rapid in the last couple of races. So yeah, 21 I've got. It's not too bad. It's nice down the straight, so I've just got to get the job done to bring it home to P2.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, Lewis, Manny, best of luck for the rest of the race, and we wish you the best.
Thanks.
Excellent. Right, well, while I'm down here again, I'm going to pop up into race control if the cameraman, Greg, follows me, if he's not dancing or anything like that. And I'll try to see if we can try and find any info while we're up here. Can I get an official word? What's going on?
So due to the F-lap system, which had failed in the pit stop, obviously red light was issued. What we've had to do is, in relation to the drivers on the track, so particularly 19 and 21 in the pit stop, we've had to, under normal conditions and a red light, you'd be allowed to complete your pit stop. And right at the pit exit, at this point, number 21, so Lewis Mann, is going to be starting a little bit further back in the pit lane just to balance that time difference out which we had. So he's going to be going into the same position which he would have if that pit stop would have been completed under normal conditions. So he'll be doing a standing start from the pit lane, straight out, ignoring that second F-lap gap, back out onto track. So racing will go straight back to greens.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. There you go, the official word there. There it is. Well, while we, again, wait, James, obviously you've been waffling away up there for quite a while. We'll have a chat to some people down here who are going out in our next heat. Who do we have here? Who do we have here?
What?
What's your name?
Thomas.
Thomas, right, okay. So, well, how's your day? How's your weekend gone so far?
I think it's good. It's my first time on BRKC.
Well, talk about, obviously, next heat. Is this a concern for you of what's happening here, maybe for your race, or are you feeling confident that they get the issue sorted?
I think it's good, next one.
Perfect. What's your main strategy for your race that's coming up?
Drive the fastest on track.
I think that's everyone's strategy in this one. It's a good strategy nonetheless, though. Who have you got watching, or have you got anyone here supporting you?
My father and fathers and friends behind.
Oh, perfect stuff. Well, best of luck for your race coming up shortly. Wish you all the best.
Anthony,
Yes.
Anthony, just to cut in there, can you ask Thomas if he's going to be racing the Polish Championship? Because Remy Drazko, a regular competitor, is the organiser of that, and it's the end of this month.
Yeah, so are you racing in the Polish Championship at the end of this month as well, Thomas?
Yeah, last years I started on peak in silver, and I think it's I better than last year.
Okay, perfect stuff. Well, wish you all the best in that one as well, and best of luck in this one as well. Coming up, good man, Thomas. Thank you very much. You thought you were going to get away with it as well. You're walking away from me. Don't walk away. Who have we got here?
Can you repeat?
What is your name?
My name's Kuba.
Okay, excellent. And how's your weekend been?
Yeah, I think it's good. Well, I managed to win once, and then I got third place. Unfortunately, first race was bad, so someone hit me and I lost 3 positions. I hope this race will be great. The car number is 17, it's okay. Tomek got really nice car. He's also a really great driver. We'll see how it will end up in this race.
Now, a quick question that I have for you is, how much can you see outside of that visor? Because from what I can see, it's nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I wear glasses and it's really nice.
What? Can you get away with driver excuses saying, oh, I didn't see him, I had my visor down, it's too dark?
No, I don't think so. No,
no
excuses.
No, just send one down the inside, oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, they can't get away with that excuse. You're fluorescent yellow. I mean, you could be a yellow flag. If it goes wrong, we'll just wave you out of the track.
Maybe. I don't know.
Ask about not seeing
No? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, best of luck in your race going up.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm probably going to leave before I get punched in the face. James, have you managed to ascertain anything so far?
Well, I'll tell you what I have managed to ascertain. You have just interviewed 2 of the top Polish stars. Obviously, Thomas Walas, he was talking about competing in the Polish Championship at the Silver Hotel at the end of the month. You can expect to see Kuba Pichulski, who you've just been speaking to as well. So, you know, you've had 2 good interviews there. Both of them will be out in action at the end of the month. Is there anyone else you can get hold of down there while we're waiting?
I suspect so. I mean, I'll go for a Ponder. I'm used to a massive paddock, so
How
an
about
indoor
Dennis
karting.
Huller on the track?
I mean, well, can I do that? Can I interview someone on the track? No. Quite good. Fine. Okay. Fine.
Be a world first.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Right, we got lots of people around here. Bradley, come on. We chatted to you earlier. You had a race victory. Yesterday. Well, this is a lovely event that we've got going this weekend.
It is, yeah, and we're having a little bit of a rest right now, aren't we? Given you're not getting a rest, the rest of us are.
Yeah, you're getting a nice rest. I'm having a chin wag with the paddock, but it's good. I'm getting to meet all the drivers. It's fantastic. I have to say, it's warmed up in here slightly now, hasn't it?
This is by far the warmest BRKC here on record. Of any of the Formula Fast ones we've done, this is definitely the warmest. It's really nice. We can stand out here in the warehouse bit, not even in the covered area, and we're all quite toasty.
I say, yeah, it was a toasty -1 when I got up this morning. It was lovely outside. I was out in shorts and t-shirt. That was a lie. But yeah, no. In terms of your performance of what you've seen today, have we got some more talent out there this year?
It's always an extremely strong field, and with the COVID restrictions and the event being delayed a couple of times, we thought maybe that there'd be a bit of a drop in the overall performance this year, but actually it's been extremely strong. But I'm going to get off the mic because the race is about to restart.
Yep, and here we are. James, back up to you.
Fantastic. Well, the race is now back underway, and it resumes. We have Luke Evans, as I was saying, is going to assume the lead now from Dennis Huller and Lewis Manley. Now, Luke Evans has yet to make a pit stop. Dennis Huller, though, actually has Lewis Manley closer to him than he did before. So the German does have Lewis Manley behind him as Luke Evans continues in the lead. Will Luke Evans be the next one in the pits? Because there are about 5.5 minutes to go. There's Luke Evans on screen. He is the race leader, but he's yet to pit. He's not coming in. He probably daren't now, Anthony. And Dennis Holler is behind that in second place, but has pitted. Lewis Manley is third, and he has pitted. So there is Luke Evans, the Welsh champion of 2018. Luke Evans is currently leading this race, his final BRKC heat race of the weekend. There's Luke. He's coming round the end of the sales section onto the back stretch now. There he is. Look at that. Luke Evans, and you can just about see Dennis Holler behind him. And there's Holler, and there's Lewis Manley. So Luke Evans continues. Does he pit? No. Dennis Holler's closing in on him, though. Dennis Holler's actually closing in for position there. It's only 1 second last time through. 0.6 now. 0.6. So Dennis Holler makes up nearly half the gap in a single lap. There's Luke Evans, the Welshman. There's Dennis Holler, the German, and there's the Brit, Lewis Manley, behind him. So here comes Luke Evans. Now, Dennis Holler closing in will probably, Luke Evans will stay in the lead until Holler either catches him or passes him. Holler is going to be keen that Luke Evans goes into pits, because if he doesn't and Holler gets held up, well, he's got Lewis Manley right on his case. So does Luke Evans come in? No, he doesn't. And now Dennis Holler is right on his tail. There's Dennis Holler following him across the line. Now this is going to be expensive of time for Dennis Holler. He's going to have to make a move here or somewhere, because Luke Evans continues in that lead, as is his right. He does not have to get out of the way. He's not a back marker. He's the race leader. But Dennis Holler is going a bit faster. Luke Evans has yet to make a pit stop with 4 minutes to go. He's waved there as if to say, yeah, don't worry, mate. So I think we could have Luke Evans in the pits this time. Let's see what's happening. Is Luke Evans going to pit? Yes, he does. In he comes.
Yeah, hand comes up. Let's see if they've worked their magic with that light. It does come on, and he gets the green light, so it's fine on the first box. He comes into the second. We'll keep an eye on it. Red light's on. Gets the green light, and he's going to come out just behind the number 16.
Well, two things there. First of all, that was the ultimate test of the light. Secondly, Dalton Jute into third. And here comes Johnny Elliott down the inside of Luke Evans. Luke Evans has, as predicted, come out straight into the middle of that Elliott and Shepherd battle. So that he's at the front of it. When I say he's in the middle of it, he's amongst it, is what I'm trying to say, aren't they? But what we were talking about before, very late pit stop by Luke. Very early pit stop by Johnny and Bradley. And of course, Luke Evans has come out right in front. But this is a big old fight coming past you now. But they're closing in on Dan Dixon for fourth. So Dennis Holler continues the lead, and Lewis Manley continues in second. He's the one who had the problem in the pits. But Manley is closer than he has been to Dennis Holler. Can Holler pull out anything of a gap? And Dalton Jute has come through to third. So there's Holler about to cross the line. Now, as Manley, there he is on screen, there says Holler, Manley. Where is Jute? Jute's some way behind. Jute is about, 5 seconds back from them. So there's Dennis Holler, the German, leading the race. There is Lewis Manley behind him in the red suit, the Brit, and a multiple champion around this track here at Formula Fast. So there's the German Holler. There is Lewis Manley. Quite numerous wins around here at Formula Fast, and a multiple champion of this track. Now, of course, competing at BRKC level. He's competed in every BRKC there's been, as Dennis Holler has the measure of him round basically Lewis Manley's home track.
Right,
So
Dalton,
Lewis Manley.
sorry, James. Dalton Jute's in the pit lane finally. I didn't think he'd come in yet, and he hadn't. So, yeah, no, he's got 2 green lights. He comes back out, but he's gone back all the way behind, well, I think now into 6th place.
Yeah, he has the unfortunate fact of having dropped behind that big battle, the Evans, Elliott and Shepherd battle. So, a bit of well, misfortune, or just plain drive faster if you can, mate. For Dalton Jute, who's dropped back to 7th. He's got Scott McIntyre ahead of him, the Team Hard car racer. So there's the battle going on there, and it's Luke Evans in the lead, the Welsh champion, from Johnny Elliott and Bradley Shepherd. All 3 of these drivers are multiple champions, and it's Luke Evans who's got the lead there. Into the Snell section, very defensive driving there by Luke Evans. There's about less than 1 minute 30 until we get the last lap board. Luke Evans really has got to hang on to this, because Johnny Elliott is getting pretty racy out there. Bradley Shepherd might do the pair of them. Evans to the inside, that's the defensive line to shut off the inside. Johnny Elliott wasn't really trying any kind of attack, but did stay on the outside. Bradley Shepherd stayed behind Elliott. Now, this is generally a question of who trusts who and who thinks who can fight. So, Evans, Elliott is going to be trying a move on Evans at the first opportunity. Bradley Shepherd does have the idea of taking it. Now, Dalton Jute, though, Dalton Jute is closing on that battle. And in fact, with Dalton Jute comes Scott McIntyre and Louis Draper. This yet could be massive for this fight here. So Luke Evans could have a huge scrap. There's Luke Evans being defensive to the inside. There's Johnny Elliott with the normal outside line. As Luke Evans comes round this final bit here with his 30 seconds on the clock, maybe we will be getting the last lap board. We'll soon see. So, oh, nearly to one side there, Johnny Elliott on Luke Evans. So Luke Evans leads into the Snell section, very defensive. He's got Elliott, Shepherd, and now Dalton Jute's with them. Dalton Jute has joined that group. This group is getting big. Can it be joined by the 2 behind? So there is the lead of the group we're talking about. Evans, Elliott, Shepherd. And here comes Dalton Jute. You can see him in the background. So Evans turns in, Elliott behind, Elliott taps him in from behind. Gosh, Evans ran wide, and Elliott couldn't really do much but hit him. There's Evans, there's Elliott, there's Shepherd, Dalton Jute right with them as well. And here comes Scott McIntyre and Louis Draper. There's Louis Draper with the orange helmet. Evans really defensive. We're going to get the last lap board this time through for Dennis Holler. Now, Dennis Holler continues to lead. He's got the last lap board. So is Lewis Manley. So the penultimate lap for the big fight. The final lap for Dennis Holler and Lewis Manley. Down the back stretch, it is Luke Evans. He's in 4th place. And there's Johnny Elliott. There's Bradley Shepherd. There's Dalton Jute. There's Scott McIntyre. There's Louis Draper. Leader Dennis Holler, the German. There's Dennis Holler. He's at the end, near the end now of the final lap, through the right and then through the hairpin left to end the lap. Holler's going to win it. Surely Holler gets the checker flag and takes the win. Lewis Manley into 2nd. He'll be pleased with that. But what's happening in the background there? Here comes Evans, and he's got Johnny Elliott on the attack is Shepherd, everybody on the attack. Down to that corner there. Is going to be any contact? Yes, and Elliott's alongside. Who's Shepherd going to go? Dalton Jute. There's contact at the back there. Who's going to come out where? And, four side by side almost. Oh my, how did that end up? And, well, that was clearly going to kick off, and the last corner is exactly where it did kick off. Luke Evans seemed to do enough, but Johnny Elliott, it looks like he managed to get that. Let's have a look here. So Dennis Holler, Lewis Manley, an incredible 3rd place by the outstanding Dan Dixon. Anthony, if you can have a word with Dan Dixon, that would be cool. Obviously, you've already spoken with Lewis Manley, but I think Dan Dixon, he's delighted over his 3rd. So see what he has to say. He's absolutely made up. Evans from Elliott, McIntyre got through there into 6th, ahead of Shepherd. Down to you in the pit lane, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll have a quick word with our race winner, and we'll grab Mr. Dixon as well. Do you want to come over for an interview in a moment? Yeah, get yourself weighed first, and then, yeah, we'll bring you over. Where's our race winner? He's disappeared. How did he disappear? He's tall. Oh, he's just here. Okay, he's gone. We'll grab someone else.
Luke Evans, maybe? Or
let's go Luke Evans. Luke, yeah, once you've got yourself weighed, come over and we'll have a chat. Lovely. Sorted. Easy. Right, where's Mr. Dixon? There's Dan. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Right. He's just getting himself weighed at the moment. I won't tell you how much he weighs, but it's more than me, put it that way. There we go. Right, Dan.
You know, I was underweight, man. I didn't come 3rd. I was underweight.
Oh, no. Oh. Well, let's have a chat with you anyway. Let's have a chat with you anyway. Yeah. Right. I don't know if you heard that, James. But we'll find out now. as Dan comes over. Basically, disaster. Dan Dixon was underweight, and he's lost his third place.
I've
but
been
we're
there.
gonna have a quick chat with him. Dan, come over and take a stand here, looking that way. Now, in terms of the race itself, an incredible performance from you. You know, you're right up there, finishing third on track. But just explain what we've just learnt there from yourself.
Yeah, I was underweight by 0.2 by the end. I don't care.
Oh, well, there you go. Easy. I wish I could feel like that. But yeah, what a drive though. You had some great support at the side of the track.
Thanks, man. I'm speechless. I've got
Ask
I
him
don't know.
about
It's
his
been amazing.
experience.
Absolutely amazing.
Well, I mean, your experience here, you know, you thought you were ordering your pizza and then all of a sudden you're racing in a car event. Yeah, so obviously, no, that's me joking. But yeah, you know, what's it been like being here?
Well, I expected to be last every race. It's just been amazing. Like, the atmosphere is incredible. Like, it's just such a cool event. Like, I've never experienced anything like it, and I want to do it again. I want to do it a lot more.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
Well, well done on third on track, but not in the results.
To me, it matters. Yeah.
Third in the heart. There we go.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Excellent. That's Dan Dixon. Let's get Evans over quickly. Luke, do you want to come on over? Just quickly. Right, so an interesting race on that one, wasn't it? I mean, we had delays. If you look a little bit more, closer this way. The camera's there. Yeah, don't walk that way. Face that way. God, Muppet. There we go. But yeah, no, what a race that was. I mean, talk us about the strategy in that.
The strategy was just to get a good quality lap time in to try and stay out there and fight as much as I could. We managed to put it on 5th, which we were really happy about considering the drivers in the grid. We managed to just break away from the pack and just catch onto the back of Johnny Elliott. So then it was all about tactics with a pit stop then. He came in, we stayed out and tried to latch on to 3rd and follow him through to pull us through for some lap times, and it worked out in the end. I come in for the pits and it was just spot on where I come out, and I had a good few defensive laps towards the end.
Excellent, well done. Did you enjoy your siesta out on circuit during that?
It was very good, yeah.
Excellent, nice little break in the middle of the race, perfect. Well, well done on your winner.
Thank you.
Cheers, spot on there too. Race 4 coming up next. James, we'll head back up to you. The drivers are all ready to get going.
And after an incredible Heat 3 of round 4, we're looking at Heat 4 of round 4. Once again, this is the final chance for these drivers to score. And once more, we're looking at a situation where there are some people in this lineup who really do need to score well. Others who actually have got a decent amount of points in the bag already. Obviously, Anthony Jordan down there in the pit lane, he was able to grab a quick word with Thomas Walas and Kuba Pichulski, the Polish drivers, who are now out in this. Kuba Pichulski, certainly, when I look down here, is going to be one of the later drivers to qualify, and I think it's Walas who's actually 3rd in the lineup there. So let's take from the top. We've got Thomas Walas leading the entries here. From Joe Peters, Kuba Pichulski, Harry Tyler, Adam Davis, Isaac Fayaz, Matthew Stark, Nadia Balnega, sister of Selena, Ed White, and Bram Gelton. So this is another tough race. Well, potential winners here. We've got to be looking at Ed White, and certainly from what we've seen of him, he's new to us here at Formula Fast and the British Championship, but Bram Gelton has had an amazing run so far this weekend. He's almost, you know, guaranteed himself a place in the semi-final, and he's just got to seal that deal with a decent race here. Now, there's a bit of a gap for some reason. We've got another red flag. Not quite sure what that's about yet, but
I can interject on that if you'd like. Yeah, the cut went out and made an almighty racket. So, yeah, I think the guys have just stopped it to say, yeah, no, I don't think that cart's working. Let's swap you out.
Someone's done a bottom end.
Someone's done a bottom end, yeah. It did sound like a noise from someone's bottom end as well. So it was quite funny you said that. But, yeah, no, interesting. So that's what's happened.
And the bottom end does look as if it might be one of the guys you interviewed, Anthony, which is Thomas Walas. The Polish junior champion, he's going to be in action in the Polish Championships at the end of this month. So he's the one who's potentially had an engine let go. Luckily, it's happened on the outlap and not on the actual qualifier itself. But certainly, Ed White, did not go out onto the track. He's right in front of you in the orange helmet. He's yet to leave the pit lane, is Ed White. He sort of stayed there. It looks like he's got Bram Gelton behind him. Bram Gelton, the Dutchman, we've seen an amazing set of runs today from Bram Gelton. But certainly there, they've just got to check out that kart. May end up being a spare kart perhaps, or maybe they've just ascertained that there's nothing wrong with something else. In fact, yes, there he is getting out. It does look like it's Thomas Vallas who was on the receiving end of that. And Thomas Vallas is going to have to take a fair bit of weight with him, so he's pulling it all out the seat. Has he got any in the side of the kart? No, it's purely seat weight by the looks of things, although there is something in his hand, maybe one of the circuit weights too. It looks like they're going to put him in another kart, which obviously means we will probably have a marshal doing a couple of laps just to warm something up. So Thomas Vallas, well, I was going to say he's the cause of delay. He personally is not the cause of delay, but a situation involving him and what looks like the 16 kart being the issue there. So they're pushing the kart back. This is the one that had the noisy engine, the real banging sound. So maybe an engine has let go on that one, and we'll see what they're going to do there. So the kart being wheeled away. We're looking there. That's Adam Davis on screen. Adam Davis, one of the two Blackpool lads, and they're just sort of waving him around for something. Maybe they're going to bring him back to the pit area and restart the whole thing. Matthew Stark there up in front. We're looking at the back of Matthew Stark. He's had a pretty good run here, this BRKC. He's one of those drivers who we don't normally see running at the front, but has been able to run in the top three periodically during the event. Not sure, I don't think, no, we haven't actually seen a, yes we have seen a third place from him, and that was an incredible third place where he was actually quite close to the Brad Philpott Bram Gelton battle that we saw earlier on this morning. So Matt Stark, we've seen some great runs by him so far. Now there's a marshal out there warming up a kart. That's going to be for the Polish driver that you heard interviewed earlier by Anthony Jordan in the pits, Thomas Vallas.
I can actually tell you that Thomas Vallas has gone out and cut 13. He's gone out and cut 13.
So with number 13, he switched to number 13. Yes. Hopefully lucky for him.
Well, yeah.
But leading the karts out on the qualifying run is going to be Ed White, and it looks like, I think it's Bram Gelton, the Dutchman, is going to be following him. So the marshal warming up the kart, ready for Thomas Vallas to take over there. But it is Ed White who's going to lead the way. Now, Ed White, a potential pole sitter, and Ed White, I remember yesterday, he actually got caught out in the qualifying run. He actually caught somebody and got held up, and that pushed him down the order. And so Ed White clearly not going to have that happen this time because he's the first one out to qualify. So the kart being warmed up for Thomas Vallas. As the marshal, is he in this time, or is it going to be another lap? It's going to be another lap of heating up, so heating up tyres and engine. So as we look down there at the back of the lineup, the last one in the lineup is actually Adam Davis. Ahead of him is Stark. Normally we wouldn't be saying this about Stark, but Stark has shown such a show of form that he could well be one of those potentially in the battle for pole position, the first place in the starting lineup. Certainly we're going to have to keep an eye on him, one place up from the rear. Ahead of that, well, it looks like, is that going to be, is that Nwabodo again? We'll have a double check and see if that is in fact Nwabodo. And ahead of him is Nadia Balnega. So we'll see if Nwabodo's in this one. He was such a late entry that he isn't actually on the sheeted printouts, although he will be appearing on the screen, you know, his name and qualifying position obviously on screen. So they're getting the kart ready. Thomas Vallas, being very young and very light, is having to load up. He's been racing in the junior categories, but now is stepping up to the senior level, and so he's just getting himself sorted. He's going to be in the final kart, so he's going to be the last one out to qualify. So we'll see what he can do when he's released from the pit lane. So Ed White is going to lead the way, and Ed White is going to be the first out to qualify. I think it's definitely Gelton who's going to follow him out there. So two potential pole sitters are going to be straight out onto the track. Anthony, it looks like they're already with Vallas at the back there. He seems pretty content. An awful lot of weight going into that seat, though.
Yeah, I mean, we put a red one in the side, he put a blue one in the side, and then he sat on a lead cushion. Not sure how comfortable that will be. Let's see how it plays out, but the kart's making their way out onto the track now.
Absolutely, he's very light, but he's also very experienced, so that lead lining is probably form-fitted by now, the amount of times he's been sat on it. And out to start the qualifying, it is Ed White, and Ed White has taken a big jump ahead. Bram Gelton's following him, and there's Ed White practically out on his own. The Vallas is at the tail there, and Vallas and Davis are taking the track. And, well, Ed White, yeah, he's not going to catch them, but remember this happened yesterday, and it cost Ed White dear. But Ed White is on his qualifying now. He begins it. So does Bram Gelton. Ed White and Gelton are definitely two potentials for the pole position as they come around. Pachulski starting his lap, and that looks like Joe Peters starting his. Bringing up the rear. We are going to see if it isn't actually Nwodo as he crossed the line. Who is that one? No, it's Fires. Isaac Fires is the one that I wasn't able to identify earlier on, so it is Isaac Fires. Vallas is starting his laps. That means everyone's there. And Ed White is provisional pole. What about Gelton? Gelton's behind him, so Ed White has set the pole time. Gelton only 500ths back. 500ths back is Bram Gelton. Pachulski is currently listed. He's crossed the line. He's third. Stark is fourth, but Stark's still qualified, but Stark's been held up. Stark has caught up to Fires, and Stark has passed Fires for position. That has cost Stark dear, but he is in fifth place. My, oh my. He's been pushed back by Adam Davis. Vallas, a change of carton straight onto pole position by 900ths of a second from Ed White. So an astounding performance there by Thomas Vallas. He had to change kart, as we saw, but it is Thomas Vallas, the Polish driver, who is in pole position from Ed White, the Brit. Bram Gelton, the Dutch, is in third, and another pole, Kuba Pachulski, is in fourth, from Adam Davis in fifth. Nadia Balnega is in sixth, Matthew Stark seventh, which is quite surprising, and then Joe Peters, Harry Tyler, and Isaac Fires. Across past you there, Anthony, Matthew Stark had to actually make a passing move on Fires at the end of his qualifying lap.
Yeah, Fires absolutely smashed it into the pit exit wall here. So, yeah, he lost huge momentum and, yeah, it was managed to just get past. But, yeah, it just shows that drivers are seriously starting to push these karts to the limit in qualifying.
Absolutely. But Thomas Vallas there, he is in pole position. And Vallas, he's one of those who could well make the semi-finals. He needs points. He's got a lot of points already, but he does need points. I think Bram Gelton is going to be the one who's kind of a bit disappointed in third. He's shaking his head about something. But if there's going to be moves made, Bram Gelton's one who's very likely to be making now. Pachulski is another one who's going to be quite a serious contender in this. And will Pachulski be running with Gelton on any moves Gelton might make on those ahead? So Vallas crossed the line and the race is on. Vallas takes the lead. Ed White behind him and Gelton in third place. So Vallas continues to lead through the Snell section. It is Thomas Vallas as they exit the Snell section. A long left-hander, huge long left-hand corner, and then onto the back straight. So down the back straight then, it is Thomas Vallas, followed by Ed White, followed by Bram Gelton, followed by Pachulski, and down the inside, Adam Davis. He makes the move. He makes the move on Kuba Pachulski. So Adam Davis from Blackpool has made the move. He's up to fourth place. Next on his list is Bram Gelton, and that is saying something. So Adam Davis, really good move up the inside there at the end of the straight. Adam Davis continues in fourth place. Pachulski's trying to come back at him, but not able to. So still leading is Thomas Vallas. They're on that long left-hander, entering the back straight. There is Vallas. There is Ed White. There is Bram Gelton. And there, really looking over his shoulder, there was Adam Davis, seeing if Kuba Pachulski was going to come back at him. So here's Vallas through the final turn. There's Ed White. There's Bram Gelton. There is Adam Davis. So crossing the line once more, it's still Thomas Vallas. He had to make the kart change, but it's not held him back any because he is in the lead. And he took the pole position from Ed White, who's still in second place. Now there is Gelton. Now, is there a breakaway forming? Can Adam Davis stay with him? He needs to stay with that lead group. Adam Davis is 1.5 seconds back from the actual leader, but cannot afford a gap to break open there. So it's the yellow helmet of Davis that we're watching in fourth place. Any early stoppers? Not by the looks of it. Joe Peters seemed to bring... Oh, no, he's not bringing up the tail. There's further back Harry Tyler and Isaac Fires. So, long lead train there, headed by Thomas Vallas, the young Polish driver, but he has twice won the Polish Kart Grand Prix, so he is no slouch. as we're looking there at Adam Davis. So there's Vallas, there is Ed White, there is Gelton, and there is Adam Davis. Now, it looked like it may be starting to be a 3-car breakaway group, but it's now going to be a 4-car breakaway group. If anything, if there's anything of a gap, it's between Davis in 4th and Pachulski in 5th.
Action in the pit lane, sorry, James. Matthew Stark's in the 21. It was a good stop on the first gate, good stop on the second. He comes back out in last place.
Absolutely. Stark will feel that he qualified out of position because of having to pass Fires. However, he's going to come first on to Fires and Harry Tyler, and it'll be a question of whether he can get past. He certainly feels like he can be faster on his own. He was following, he was in sort of Nadia Balnega, Joe Peters' area of the groupings, but meantime we do still have Vallas out in the lead with Ed White and Bram Gelton. Adam Davis is definitely part of that lead group.
Another early pit stop, sorry. Isaac Fires is in. Good on the first gate, good on the second. He's going to come out now in last place, but it was a quick stop.
So Isaac Fires rejoins there, and keen to see that will be Matthew Stark. Matthew Stark will now be 1 place up ahead of Isaac Fires. Fires has now pitted. So Stark is chasing down Harry Tyler, and we'll see as they come through now. There is Tyler and Stark. Now, Stark visibly is closing in on Tyler. Back to the leaders there. That is Vallas, that is Ed White. So down the back stretch, Vallas is looking pretty solid there in the lead. Open up a bit of gap to Ed White. Ed White's got Bram Gelton. Ed White to the inside there, you can see on the live stream. That means Ed White is nervous about an attack from Bram Gelton. He's obviously come out of the Snell section a bit slower and is expecting Gelton to try and move. Bram Gelton, we know, is willing to try any kind of move he can make. He's been one of the raciest drivers all weekend. He's currently in 3rd, but you know he's thinking about 1st place. Adam Davis is still there in 4th place, and he will be trying to work with Gelton a bit. Well, not necessarily work with him, but work because of him. So if Gelton makes a move on Ed White, you can bet your life that Adam Davis is going to try and go with that. So as they cross the line again, still the 4 leaders stay out there. In fact, all the top 6 are staying out. There's a good shot of Ed White. Round into the Snell section, a long curling series of corners this. There's Ed White holding down his 2nd place. He's got the full attention there of Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton, is he going to try something down the back stretch here? They're starting to close in on some back marks already. Ed White moves to the centre line, and to dissuade Bram Gelton from doing anything, it's Gelton and then Dave. Someone's moving out of the way. That's Harry Tyler. Tyler moving out of the way. He's kind of had to go across the front of Pachulski. He couldn't do anything else. I mean,
action in the pit lane.
Yep.
Sorry, James. Yeah, it was the number 12 who's just come into the pit lane. So Bram Gelton from his position, he comes in now into last place, or 2nd to last.
So Bram Gelton has pitted out to 3rd place. Now that is very interesting. We saw Ed White getting defensive down the back stretch there. So Bram Gelton clearly sees. Now look at Ed White. He's on the normal line. He knows Bram Gelton has pitted. The kind of 6th sense of the kart racer cutting in there for an experienced driver like Ed White. Now Bram Gelton, his whole point of pitting there is he will feel he was being held up by the 2nd place driver Ed White, which is saying something when you're talking about Ed White. So Bram Gelton's looking at making up some good laps here, setting some fast times, so that when Ed White goes into pits, when Ed White comes out, Bram Gelton might get past him on momentum into the Snell. Meantime, Vallas leads from bit of a warning there for Harry Tyler. Maybe he's bumped into somebody. So Fires there in the mix. Oh, and Adam Davis is waving.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants both hands on the wheel. Back on the wheel there, Adam. Just concentrate on what you're doing, mate.
Yeah, it was a
down
disaster.
the inside, down the stop waving, Adam, and just keep driving. Pachulski's been held up, so actually honours even. The leaders have been spaced out a bit, trying to get past the back marker there, which I think is Fires. Even though Adam Davis is waving a bit, it is on as even, so everybody has been disadvantaged at the same level, so to speak. So really, I hope Adam can keep cool and knuckle down in his pursuit of Ed White. So Fires is being passed there. He's been passed by Pachulski and Balnega. Nadia Balnega, in this case, has moved ahead of the lap driver there. So that is Thomas Vallas. He is the race leader. Got a bigger lead than he's had so far. There's Vallas. He had to switch karts, but it's not been to his disadvantage. He's making good use of this one, and he is leading the race. So 12 laps in for Thomas Vallas. 13 minutes to go. So Thomas Vallas there crosses the line to put another lap in. Ed White's chasing him. Now, what is the situation, I wonder, with Bram Gelton? Bram Gelton is only 12.6 seconds off the actual race leader. So this may be an inspired move by Bram Gelton.
Well, if I
Bram Gelton, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, if I could interject for a moment on that one, I think it was a stroke of genius there from Bram Gelton, because he got out of the way in that big pack. He hasn't got involved with that big pack with the back markers. So while the back markers really struggled to get, while the race leaders struggled to get past the back marker there of Isaac Fires, he's actually come up right behind now and gained so much time.
Absolutely, the lead group, if you like, caught up on Fires at a pretty awkward part of the track. Gelton now has got to try and work past Joe Peters, and this is going to be a good position. But Joe Peters thinks, obviously, he's going a lap down, maybe, and he's let Gelton through. So Joe Peters has allowed the Dutchman to go through. That was very, very gentlemanly driving by Peters. And Gelton gives him the thank you. So we haven't seen Gelton wave to anybody all weekend. So he must be really pleased with Joe Peters there. And so Gelton, he's 12.8 seconds behind the leader Vallas. Now, that potentially is a pit stop. Gelton could yet come out of this in the lead. So an inspired early pit stop has played right into his hands. Fires was caught at a really awkward part of the track by all that lead group. But by that point, Gelton, as you say, Anthony, had already pulled out and gone into the pits. So this is working into Gelton's hands. He's 12.9. He's closing in on the leader on time. And Vallas is going to have to make the most blinding pit stop to just retain his own lead.
Yeah, he could go from third to first here with this move that he did.
Gelton. Yeah, Gelton.
Yeah, Gelton. Yeah, from
Gelton
third place
running
when he came
sixth.
in. Yeah.
He's dropped to. He's now 13.1. So maybe losing a little bit of time there. However, Gelton is potentially the real race leader, even though he's sixth. When the pit stop cycle through, he may yet be the leader. I'm looking forward to seeing the times over the line. Vallas has clicked off another lap, so we'll see what happens with Gelton this time. Gelton's 13.1, which is maybe the biggest gap. Poor Ed White. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on. And Ed White in trouble on the far side of the course. Thomas Vallas 17 laps in, and we're under red flags at the moment. All the carts, of course, stop in this situation, and due to a situation with Ed White, who was running second at the time. Adam Davis, we saw, had closed in. He was on third place. All the eyes were on Bram Gelton, as Bram Gelton was making a comeback from a very early pit stop there. So Bram Gelton is in sixth place and charging through. All the drivers in front of Gelton, of course, have not stopped as they're dealing with Ed White at the far end of the racetrack. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on. But meantime, we are stopped here at Formula Fast. A bit of an issue there involving Ed White. So we'll keep you posted on that. Ed White, a very popular driver, of course, very well known throughout British karting, been on the scene for such a long time now. Generally keeps his karting to the UK. He's not one of these drivers who we see appearing in all the national kart championships, but you know, the various ones across Europe. But Ed White, certainly one of those drivers who's highly regarded by all the Brits and now by most of the Europeans. Whenever they come here to compete in the BRKC. Although they don't see him in the foreign races, and they certainly don't see him in the World Championship, they do see him every year. Ed White, this is we're talking about, at the BRKC, and he's one of the highest regarded Brits. So not always one that is in the limelight to you know, for everyone's choice of who's going to win, but amongst his peers is rated as one of the finest. So Ed White was running in second. And we have a bit of an issue down there involving Ed White, so we'll see what's going on. We'll be back in a short moment.